Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV. Is it a dream? Am I waking up to this news? Are we there but not quite there? It's that hope that kills you. I haven't even had a chance to jump in the shower or do anything. I'm literally woken up, brushing my teeth and being like, sorry, what? I'm seeing Ben Jacobs. I'm seeing Fabrizio Romano. I'm seeing Plettenberg. I'm seeing the whole kit and caboodle. Oh, what's all that? I'm seeing the whole kit and caboodle saying that Xavi Simons has had a medical overnight. Xavi Simons has had a medical overnight at Tottenham Hotspur. And it, for all intents purposes, sorry, bear with me, I'm absolutely shattered. For all intents purposes, it seems that Tottenham Hotspur have done everything they can. Fee agreed, personal terms agreed, medical done. Now it's just up to the player. Now, I genuinely don't know where to start with this morning. There is so much news that I've just woken up to. My phone was blowing up. I didn't even wake up late. I woke up at about 8 a.m. And I always think to myself, let me have a look at the phone. And it's just gone absolutely bloody potty. It's gone absolutely bloody potty. Good morning to each and every one of you. We'll go through all of the main reporters. We'll have a look. Now, again, I know there's a lot of people that don't buy it. I get it. But right now, surely this is all we can go through. We can go for. Surely, this is all we can go for. But I've woken up. Honestly, I have got link after. Honestly, my WhatsApp is just this morning is just like, it's just huge. Just message after message after message. Is this going to be a deal that gets done? Florian Plettenberg this second. Let's have a look. Let's go straight to this, shall we? So Florian Plettenberg this second has just said this. This is all going a bit crazy, isn't it? Here we go. This is going to be the bit where you want to cry a little bit. Here we go. So Florian Plettenberg has said this. He has said, here we go. If you can see that. If Chelsea do not submit an offer in the next few hours, Xavi Simons is now set for a move to Tottenham. Tottenham reached an agreement in principle with Leipzig, 60 million guaranteed plus significant sell-on clause, bringing the package close to 70 million euros. No add-ons. Medical already completed for Xavi Simons with Spurs. Contracts are being prepared in the background. Xavi has not yet signed the contract. Where do you go? Where do you go on this? What does he sign? Does he not? I'm so confused. Listen, we've got that Chelsea bit. That Chelsea bit is just waiting in the background. For all we know, they won't bid for him. We don't know that. But look, let's have a look. There's so much going on. There is so much going on right now with this Xavi Simons. First of all, we heard, big up to my man Manny. I'll bring him in a second. Look at this. Look at the Spurs YouTubers. They don't sleep. They don't want to sleep. And I've even put a white T-shirt on for the occasion.
I'm telling you.
Manny, I'll go through it in a second. Literally woken up. This is, by the way, 8 a.m. for me is early because I don't go to sleep till about 2 or 3 every morning. A different world from when I worked in an office. This is all. I'm so scared of being happy.
Imagine being a Spurs fan, man.
I'm scared of. Listen, this is mad. We've woken up to medical overnight, deal completed from our side, agreement with the player sorted. this is mental, isn't it? This is what are you making of this? Big up to you. Good
Yeah,
morning.
this is morning, mate. Thanks for having me. Yes, we're literally just talking on WhatsApp very quickly. You sent me a stream. I was thinking, what's going on here? I was like, you live? You're like, yeah, I'm live, mate. I'm live. But yeah, as you know, I work in London, so I'm in the office. I'm always leaving home around 5 a.m. That's normally my commute. So I woke up. Just checked my phone. I was thinking, hold on a second, why do I have so many X notifications? I looked through. I was like, "Oh, there's been a bomber." But Sava, you know what? We have to say they've learned their lesson. They've learned their lesson. What it looks like they've done is they spoke to the player. The player was already in London due to talk to both ourselves and Chelsea. Um, got got an understanding of where the player's head was, whether he was going to be happy to sign for us, got the green light from the player, and decided, right, bosh, we're gonna send in a bid. We're gonna get him doing the medicals. All this overnight, by the way. This is you know some moves that thieves would make. So everything overnight, because they know that if reports are supposed to be believed, if Chelsea are able to make more sales, they could come in very quickly. And that is how you operate. You get things done very quickly. You book in the medicals very quickly, and then you get the player signed in very quickly. Obviously, as you said, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but that's what it seems like is happening.
Yeah, it's a crazy one, isn't it? Because I think most fan bases at a moment like this, Manny, most fan bases are sitting there going, "Oh my God, we signed him," but we've just been here, we've been here
Too
too
many
many times
times.
before. But you're right in terms of what feels different on this one for me. And I'm not saying we're going to sign. I'm hoping we're going to sign him. It does feel like they've tried to go under the radar a little bit with the medical in the night, that type
Yep.
of thing.
Yep.
Call me a pessimist if you will, Manny. I'm just scared with all of these different bits of information that are flying around. For the last 4 hours, what I can see since about 5 hours, since about 3 a.m., all I can see is positive for Spurs. And it's almost like you're almost waiting for the Chelsea have entered the building, Chelsea have entered the race. And I don't want to be negative with that, Manny, but that's what I'm kind of hoping. But maybe this is different. Maybe they've persuaded Simmons that he's going to be the main man. This is the place to be. Am I right? Am I wrong?
No, you're spot on. You're spot on. And what I was reading yesterday as well was that he was in the during the time that he was in the PSG academy, Odobert was there. So and obviously he plays in the Netherlands national team with Van de Ven. So he also you need to take into consideration that he's also got people that he knows at the club. So his settling in would be quite easy, quite simple. But you're not wrong. The thing is, you're positive because I saw the tweet from Paul O'Keefe, who said that he just completed the medical. Who's also said that at the moment he's just his people are dealing with on the severance side between himself and RB Leipzig, and then the signature. So we are cautiously optimistic, but we've been burnt way too many times. We had the here we go on Morgan Gibbs White. He was apparently on his way to make it to do his medical. We got the agreement in principle on personal terms with Eze, and then at the last minute when we were about to agree, exchange documentations with Palace, that happened. So I don't blame you, Sava, for being a bit skeptical. But at the moment, what it looks like is that Tottenham have done everything they can on their side to keep this under the wraps, even as far as as far as making the guy do his medical at night. So it looks like they've locked the doors at Hotspur Way, mate. And they've locked the door. They're not letting him out until he signs his contract.
Well, listen, I mean, it's one of those ones, isn't it, where you look at and you say, people will be wondering why grown men are acting so giddy. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, why are we all like girls about to go on their prom or something? But it's been a long it's been a long time since we've made a signing of this ilk. And I think that's what we're all worried about. We're all worried about, is it going to be Eze? Is it going to be Gibbs White? Is it going to be, the kind of Savio type information? By the way, we've had news on that overnight as well, by the way. So we'll talk about that in a bit, because there's lots of talks that saying that Savio is upset and annoyed and that wants to leave Man City. I'll be honest, Manny, I haven't had enough chance to wake up and look into that 100%, but I'm sure it will get drip fed through. Lots of people, though, are all saying they're waiting for the twist. They're waiting for the inevitable. What does your gut tell you right now, Manny? And this is difficult because whatever you say here, YouTube don't forget, right? So whatever you say,
don't worry about that. I'm new, so any publicity is good publicity. Yeah, my gut at the moment, genuinely, because I feel like, again, it goes back to the same point I've always made about the people who are in charge at our football club. You can think that they've got an agenda. You can think that they've got they don't do things for a certain reason. But one thing that we can all agree is that they're not stupid. They're not where they are by being stupid, right? So after what has happened with both Morgan Gibbs White and Eze, I'll be really, really surprised if they also don't get this over the line, because it would make their incompetence even like to a next level. So my personal gut feeling, considering the fact that he's already done his medical, so this is not is there a bomber?
Hang on. Now, it depends on what you want to believe. Depends on what you want to believe. Florian Plettenberger said this. Sorry to cut you off, Manny.
Yep, just seen.
Florian Plettenberger said, exclusive details. Xavi Simons has agreed a 7-year contract with Tottenham, running until 2032. But it's the last 4 words. Contract not signed yet.
Sign the bloody contract.
Contract not signed yet. Is this a bomber? Is this not? Is this a bomber?
Going back to what going back to the point about what I was my gut feeling. 100%. I have this feeling that the fact that they've managed to get him into Hotspur way, right, and get him to do the medical, I think we're gonna get this one over the line. I genuinely do think so. I think he's looked at it and he feels, as I said, he feels that the project is a good project. He probably, as you said, thinks he's been told that he's going to be the face of Spurs. And bear in mind, this is a huge signing, because it's not just his footballing ability, Sava, that he's bringing. He's bringing a lot of eyes. He's been a wonder kid from when he was literally like 12, 11 years old. And he's had eyes on him for a very, very long time. So this is a very good signing for us from every front. If we get it over the line, it's a good signing for us on every front.
I mean, look, I'm my phone, honestly, Manny, God knows how the people in the actual world of football must be with their mobile phones. My phone is blowing up, and I'm just a YouTuber. Like, my phone is everyone going, I've heard from this person, I know, I've heard from that person. This ITK says it's done. The deal's done. Don't worry. Obviously, don't worry is not a phrase that I know anymore as a Spurs fan. But you've got Florian Plettenberg literally 31 seconds ago saying this deal has been agreed, but the contract not signed. And this is what Ornstein said. This is what David Ornstein said. This was a few hours. This is 1 hour ago. He said that Xavi Simons has completed his medical before moving to Tottenham. 60 million deal agreed club to club, past personal terms done for the 22-year-old attacker. He will join pending final details being sorted between the Dutch international and Leipzig. Now, at the moment, it feels too good to be true. Apparently, sorry, Manny, I'm so I just don't. I want to be really excited. This for me would be the best signing we've made for. I'm trying to think since Van der Vaart. For me, this would be the best signing since Van der Vaart. I don't know if I'm getting a bit too giddy there, but this is a top signing if it comes off, isn't it?
He fits the criteria, doesn't he? He fits the criteria because one thing that I read on the Athletic at the very start of our window, right? This is before we even tried to get Morgan Gibbs White, is that Frank saw Madders as a 10 that can break through the lines using his passing. And it was very specific because what they were saying is that Frank wanted a 10 that could break through the lines via his ball carrying
Yeah.
ability. And Morgan Gibbs White fits the mold. Eze fits the mold.
Yeah.
So after we missed those two signings, if you look at Xavi Simmons, and I initially I wasn't too convinced, and I had a back and forth with a few guys in the in my group chat. Shout out to Nick, who's been advocating for him. But after I watched a few of his videos and took a look at a few of his characteristics, he's a younger version. His characteristics, he's the same characteristics of as Eze, same characteristics as Morgan Gibbs White, because in the 10, when he gets the ball, he will take your 1-2 men out and deliver the pass. And that's exactly what Frank has been looking for. So I think this is exactly the mold that we've lost in Eze, exactly the mold that we've lost in Morgan Gibbs White. And I'm glad that the recruitment team has literally seen that little bit of a peeking hole in opportunity and have got the deal, well, nearly got the deal done
Nearly.
very, very quickly. So I'm glad.
Isn't it funny that as much as everyone knocks Fabrizio Romano, right now, the one thing that everyone is waiting for is Fabrizio Romano's. Here we go, right? Listen, it's crazy for me. We've got, we've got Savio upset that he's not coming to Spurs. I was told that Thomas Frank had no pull. I was told that no one would want to come and play for Thomas Frank, and he's not a winner, and what a poor coach this would be. But right now, if I don't know if Savio, the deal can get back on, but some people are saying, it's being sent to me right now. Who sent this through? Breaking news that Savio is unhappy that Man City are blocking his move to Spurs. Savio remains keen to join Tottenham, still hoping that a transfer can materialise his agent to speak to club again. I don't know, but if Spurs were to land Xavi Simmons and Savio and we've already got Kudus and Paulinho and the Nathan Ake, for example, I mean, as I've said all summer, you get that done, I take a step back and go
100%.
Well done. But
go on.
It's got to start with a domino. This has got to be the domino that trickles it. And they're hurting my blood pressure and my heart rate by waiting until 3 days to go for all of this to start happening.
It's just leave it timing, isn't it? Leave it timing. It's just like you will have to stand up and say, you know what, you guys have. If we were to get those signings that you just said, you have to stand up and say, you know what, you guys have done what you're supposed to do. I mean, it doesn't negate the fact that we should have done all these signings sooner, but I do also understand that some of the signings that they can't be done as soon as we would have wanted them to be done. So I fully understand that. Back to the point that you made about Thomas Frank. I keep going back to the same point I made at the very, very start of his reign, right? And I said he has to be able to convince people. When I say people, I mean players, I mean fans, I mean onlookers, that he is here because based on merit, he is here and he is not going to fumble, and he is here and he can deal with the pressure. I know when people got very, very upset after our PSG game, right, where we lost the Super Cup, the point I kept making to people was very, very simple. Don't be too upset about losing the Super Cup. Be very happy with the way we played and the pressure that we put PSG under. And the reason why I said that is because all eyes were on that Super Cup. All eyes were on that Super Cup. Everyone thought we were going to get battered. And that put Frank on the map from the perspective of He knows what he's doing. He's then followed it up with Burnley with a very professional performance, and he's followed it up with another professional performance against City. The difference between a performance against City in that game is that we were in control. Against the game that we played 4-0 and we won 4-0 last season, we were in control. And I feel like all these things are things that players look at, and players look at these things and say, right, this team is on a good trajectory, so I will join them. And I think that's what's happened here. That's what's happening here. I genuinely think Savinho probably watched that game against City and thought, what the hell am I doing here? I need to move. And I'm also hearing from people that obviously Savinho and Simmons were both in the PSV in the PSV team. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong on this one, but mate, listen. And I was watching. By the way, I was watching your stream yesterday. Not stream. The show that you got on yesterday, and you and George were talking about Gallagher. If we were to get all these players, including Gallagher, mate, I don't know. I think it would be the best window I've ever seen. Best window.
Isn't it mad the emotion of football that is 1 minute, oh my God, this could be such a dreadful window, we're terrible, and then the next it's like, well, hang on, if these two men sign, these two people with legs and a beating heart sign, and suddenly it's amazing. Look, I've got so many people messaging me saying, Sava, relax. I've heard from this, it's done. I can't relax. What I said to myself yesterday was, and I always speak to my really good mate Ash about these things, and I said to him, Ash, I learned from the Eze thing that what I can't do is I can't sit there and go, don't worry, done deal, thinking of him in a Spurs shirt. I'm allowing myself to like the idea of it, but I am almost resigned for the Chelsea still. I am resigned to that. And I don't know whether this is a bit of reverse psychology where I'm kind of like, if it happens, I can just go,
correct.
Oh, this is amazing. But
100%.
From what we're hearing is there is no deal. Like Chelsea have not approached Leipzig, and lots of reports are saying that they're in for Fermin Lopez of Barca, who's a quality footballer, by the way. In your heart, does it tell you are Chelsea coming in this morning or not? Are Chelsea going to jump in with a late bid, or is this done? Is he a Spurs player?
I don't think Chelsea are going to come in unless they sell Nico Jackson. From my understanding, they need to be within a certain parameter of 20 million. They can't make any losses more than 20 million at the moment. And obviously they already got fined by UEFA, right, for breaching their financial fair play rules, which are different to the ones in the Premier League. So for the guys listening, because I saw a few people say this, but say, oh, they're gonna just sell another building to themselves. In the UEFA financial fair play rules, those deals do not count, unlike in the Premier League. So they're under a bit more pressure to sell before they buy, and that's the reason why I genuinely have a very good feeling with regards to this. I genuinely feel that it will happen, but as you said, I keep refreshing my phone to see here we go, because that's what we need. You can talk about it, you can get yourself a bit more excited, considering the previous two players didn't make it to Hotspur Way. At least this guy is at Hotspur Way. At least this guy has already done the medical. So yeah, he just needs to sign the paperwork. I don't understand why he wouldn't have signed it.
Well, maybe the tweet from Plettenberg is saying that the deal is agreed, and we know that the signing of the contract is always the last thing to do. But we also know as Spurs fans that we don't believe anything now. And I get it. We are skeptical. I'm hearing reports as well that Spurs could possibly get Lookman and Aka. I don't know. Maybe everyone's just on this real big frenzy hype. But this could very quickly turn into a brilliant window. By the way, for other football news, for anyone that cares, Jose Mourinho, Spurs related, has just been has parted ways with Fenerbahce after missing out on Champions League qualification. So Jose Mourinho back to Man United. Anybody? Jose Mourinho
Wow.
back to Man U? Who knows?
My goodness.
Look, there's so much going on. We know overnight links got even more with Mainu because Mainu asked to go on loan, and people were saying, right, maybe he replaces Basuma. You got Lookman for the left side. Maybe Savio's back on. Simmons in the middle. One thing I will say that has been different. One thing I will say that's been different, and I won't be happy until these deals are done, but is that the caliber of player we're looking at is different. The caliber of player, I think it would have been easy to have gone for El Canous. No offense to him. I think it would have been easy to go for that type of footballer. I think it would have been easy to go for, and a player I like, someone like McAtee, I think it would have been easy for that type of a deal, but they haven't. But they did mishandle in whatever way the Gibbs-White deal. They did mishandle the Eze deal. Hopefully this would go some way to showing that they are learning lessons. Yes, we can all say 25 years, but hopefully this would show that we are learning little lessons in the transfer market each time. Would that be fair to say? Before everyone says I'm a Levy lover?
No, 100%. But I always say, obviously, I don't really care about, people saying Levy, others are Levy lovers or whatnot. But the whole point has always been, because it's been his narrative throughout this whole situation, even though I fully disagreed with it. He is the one who's had the narrative that, oh, listen, we're building a stadium, we can't buy players. Again, even though the loan that was secured at a 2.5% interest rate, which was one of the best deals ever, right? Then it was, oh, we can't do this because the stadium is not making any money. But now he's got no excuses. So if now he's got no excuses and he is actually buying players that are clearly going to improve the team, you can't knock that. Obviously, you have the situation, people say, and I fully agree with them, that all the deals seem to be opportunistic rather than anything else. But people need to understand that they are the ones who put us in that situation. They are the ones who put us in a situation where players see other teams as bigger than us from that perspective. Obviously, you can't go against legacy greatness like Manchester United, like Liverpool. But there are certain teams that you can definitely go against. And unfortunately, it's been Levy and the board's doing to put us in that situation. But obviously, I do understand Sean and others saying, well, it's Levy and the board's doing that has put us in a situation where we can afford these kind of deals. So from my perspective, I'm looking at it from this transfer window. If we were to be able to get over the line Paulinho on loan with an option to buy, Kudus, who's been an absolute revelation for us, Xavi Simmons, a left centre back, whether it's Ake, and say even and a left winger being Lookman or Savinho, because in my opinion, both I would love one of those two. Listen, you have to raise your hand and say, you know what, they've done a good job, even though again they should have done it earlier. But we don't know the intricacies of football. We are just spectators.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to ask the chat a question right now because we've been here before. Not with the medical. I mean, that's where you would say that we are much further down the line with Eze. But is everyone more or less confident than they were for the Eze deal at the end? Because the Eze deal, we started to get similar posts in terms of, fee agreed, deal agreed. But it was always in principle, Manny. It was in principle. This, we now know that a fee has been agreed with the club. We know that personal terms are agreed, and we know that we're in the finer details, which I get because I always think that football fans do think that contracts are really simple, and they're not. They're not simple things. There's a lot that needs to go in. But do you think this is the same as the Eze situation? And what I mean by that is, do you think this is a situation where it looks like we've done everything, but we could have done a bit more? Because that's what gets thrown at it. And I'm just asking, Manny, I'm not saying I believe that. I have to caveat these things because people don't listen. Some people say, just pay him more money. Just give them an extra 5 million. Do you think there is any of that? Or is this now purely down to Xavi Simons to say, Spurs have done everything. Yes, I want to join the football club.
Yeah, no, 100%. But Sava, I think that's the main point. That's the main point, right? If you remember when I was on your show last time, the point I made about Eze was the fact that if we were today sat here bidding 60 million for Eze and Arsenal bid 60 million for Eze, he will go Arsenal. Spurs fans are not stupid to not know that situation, right? However, the point I always made was that there was a certain window of opportunity in the Eze deal whereby we could have got Eze over the line, and Arsenal, even though they had already agreed terms with Eze and Palace, wouldn't have come in because they had not had any injuries, and the whole notion was they were going to sell to buy and they weren't entirely sure.
Yeah.
However, it was when as Havertz got injured and they found the extent of his injury, that is what moved. That is what moved. What's it called? Arsenal to then move into the deal with regards to Eze. With regards to this, if right now, let's say Chelsea comes in and then swoops in and gets Xavi Simon, I will then say, you know what? I know from my perspective, Spurs have done everything that they could because they got the guy was in London. They got him in. They knew that Chelsea needed to sell to buy. They got him into the lodge. They got his medical done. They agreed the deal with RB Leipzig all in the middle of the night, and now they're just waiting for him to sign. That you can't knock Spurs for that. And also bearing in mind that
They've left it all on the table, right?
exactly,
At the moment, we've left it all on the table. If a player chooses another club, but we've left everything on the table, I can't moan. When we drag our feet like we did with Eze, I'm frustrated now. But that's us playing devil's advocate that suddenly he doesn't sign, right?
Yeah,
That's us playing
And,
devil's
and
advocate.
one last point I wanted to make, Sava, is the importance of the fact that Leipzig let him come to London. However, they wanted at the time, I think it was Thursday, they wanted the deal done latest within 48 hours. And the reason being, they have a game on Saturday afternoon. So what they were basically saying is, if you can't get yourself sorted out, we want you to come back for training on Friday, and then we want you to play on Saturday. So there was a ticking clock on his on this deal getting done. So yeah, from my perspective, we've done everything that we can at the moment, and we're just waiting for him to sign.
Mate, madness. Listen, let's talk about the actual player. There are some, you're always going to get some people go, oh, he's a bit overhyped. He's this, he's that. Listen, this is a guy that's got very good stats for somebody so young. And for me, I like it. If you can get a player that young, but's got load of experience, I'm happy with it. And this is a guy that already has experience of big football clubs, PSG, Barcelona Academy, Leipzig,
PSV as well. He did very well.
PSV, where he had a great time. He's a Dutch international. This is by 22 years of age. It's like we're buying somebody that can still be developed, of course, because he's 22. And I'm very jealous of anybody that is 22 years of age. He can still be developed, but we're not bringing him in as a really raw talent. This is a guy that you would expect will walk straight into the team, and you go, right, come on, let's. I'm not saying in game one, but let's deliver, right? That's
key. That's key. 100%. That's the difference between buying your. How old is Xavi Simons? Is he 22? Buying your Xavi Simons and buying, your Archie Gray. And I don't want to, bash on Archie Gray, but the point is there is a very, very big difference in their experience level between the two players. And again, I'll go back to the point that I was making in another group chat past few days, is the fact that I felt at the time that if Xavi was being brought in to play as a left winger predominantly, I wasn't entirely sure. However, everything I'm hearing is that he's been profiled as a 10, which in my opinion, his attributes all say he is a progressive 10. Him being able to play left wing is also another added bonus to the fact, but he will hit the ground running. And now you got options. You got the option to play Xavi Simons whenever you want to unlock any team. And when you do think that you're playing a team that you might not have the ball as much, you can play your Sar in the 10 to be a pressing 10. That is what Frank needs. He needs to
Mm.
have options because we're going to play 60 plus games this season. I don't think people realize 60 plus games we're going to play. We need as
Mm.
much option as we can.
Agreed, mate. Agreed. By the way, just some other breaking news away from Spurs. It looks like Aston Villa today are going to try and wrap up, which is a very good signing. Asensio looks like he's going back there, and this could be on a permanent basis. A player that I really like, a player that did really well on loan there last year. Guys and girls, what we do know is with 3 days, I believe it's 3 days, and let's see if I can get my maths right. 3 days, 10 hours and 5 minutes. 3 days, 10 hours and 5 minutes. We know there's going to be a lot of movement, Manny, across Europe. There is players moving everywhere. And I've got a feeling Spurs are going to play a massive part in this last 3 days. And only this guy could book a holiday 1 day before the transfer window shuts. I'm so scared, Manny, that I'm going to get on that plane. By the time I land, I'll be like,
mate, good luck to you with your missus, because she's gonna be super pissed after that.
Oh, mate, but no, listen. I land there the Sunday afternoon, and then by the Monday afternoon, the window shuts. So after that, I've got nine relaxing days left. But yeah, no, you're right. It is about having the options. There's a lot of games of football. And I think what you are getting with someone like Xavi Simons is you are getting that adaptability. He can play on the left. He can play through the middle. He's played as a false nine before. And sometimes just when you get these very good footballers, they can play anywhere. You know, top players are top players.
Yep.
Would you see him? The question's going to be, if we get this done, and of course, this is because we've left the window so late. If we get this done, naturally, everybody's mind's going to go from, to, right, who else? Would you see that somebody else, if we get, hypothetical game, if we get Simons, would you say that we go, right, who's the left winger coming in? Or do you see Simons as the guy from the left and you go, right, who's the 10? Is it a Paqueta type thing? How do you see it?
I see, if you look at how Frank has taken to Brennan Johnson, right? From the, I think they're gonna want another left winger. The reason why, in my opinion, is because the profile of Xavi Simons is more, it's more suited to a 10. And if you look at Xavi Simons and you look at your there is a reason why basically we're trying to get both a 10 and Savinho. And that's because we're looking at a certain specific profile for the 10, a certain specific profile for your left winger. Our next left winger needs to be able to run very, very quickly. He needs to be technically sound, and he needs to be one that is really good on the left. In my opinion, Xavi Simons is very, very good in the 10. He's a progressive 10, and I genuinely think we're going to get Lookman, because he fits every single profile of a Spurs signing. Cheap transfer fee, cheap salary. That's what I reckon. But very good quality and homegrown. Exactly.
And homegrown. He was born down the road from where I am right now, mate.
Yep.
Look, Tottenham.
Past 3 seasons, by the way. 3 seasons in a row, double digits goals, and then 5+ assists by Lookman. He has been carrying this Atalanta team on many perspectives, and it's a no-brainer. If we can't get Savinho, to me, Lookman is a no-brainer. No-brainer.
No, absolutely. Listen, I really like Lookman. Lookman, Savio, we need that profile of winger for me. I think we need an actual left winger that we're not all going, nah. And unfortunately, Tel and Odeber are, maybe they could come good. Do you know what I mean? Maybe in the future there'll be top wingers, but I think you're definitely right. We need somebody that's comfortable with the ball at their feet. And the key thing for me, I want somebody that can take a man on. Lots of people are saying that there is apparently this deadline going round. This deadline going around for 11:30 a.m. I don't know. I'm live with you. I haven't seen where this has come from. It's always that heart in the mouth that do Chelsea at 9 a.m. wake up, and I'm sure they're awake, but do they wake up and go, right, okay, go on, trigger the bid? I'm still scared of it. I can't lie, Manny.
Yeah. We're all scared.
I'm scared of it because you know, for this, if this broke down at this stage now, the pandemonium would be off the scale, wouldn't it? Off the back of Gibbs White and off the back of Eze, the pandemonium would be mad. But surely for him to have been at the training ground overnight, apparently he stayed at the complex overnight, which is what, a 6-star they're calling it, isn't it? A 6-star complex.
Right. Yes, it looks amazing.
For him to stay there, complete a medical in the middle of the night, for Spurs to agree a fee with Leipzig, this would be the worst of all of them, hurting wise. I get it if he goes Chelsea, but surely this one will hurt more, won't it? He stayed
100%.
the bloody night. He's had a
100%.
sleepover.
100%. He basically paid for his hotel to go and sign for Chelsea. Anyway,
he's had a sleepover. He bought his pajamas. They've had some pillow fights. He's at the club. Like, what are we doing here?
Oh my life. Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. But back to the point that you made, the deadline goes back to the point that I was making about the fact that Leipzig Leipzig want him back for the game on Saturday if he doesn't sign for someone. That's where that deadline is coming from, right? But yeah, mate, I can't see it. I can't see. I know famous last words. I just cannot see this situation playing out any other way because of how far down the line. And also sometimes I just think, Saba, I'm thinking, obviously I've got 2 little sons, right? And I'm thinking if they were Xavi Simon's age, right? And I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can, and I've got Chelsea there and I've got Spurs there. If I'm looking at the development of the player, I'm the first question I'm asking my son is, mate, where are you going to play at Chelsea? Yes, you're going to play. How many games are you going to play? They've got Palmer in the 10. They've got Estevao that can play in the 10. They've got Gittins on the left. They've got Neto that can play on the left. They got what's the name of their striker? Joao Pedro that can play on the left. They got Joao Pedro that can play in the 10. I'm like, no, go to Spurs. They are in the Champions League, and you can be the face of Spurs. That's what I would be telling my son. So, mate, I don't know. It all depends, isn't it?
Do you want to see a funny tweet? I say funny. It's either the greatest tweet you've ever read, or just one that makes you want to shit your pants, right? This is right. So Matt Laura said, I understand that there is no intention on Chelsea's end to try and hijack Tottenham and Xavi Simons. They've been interested in the player, but never made a formal bid and have other targets. Bridges have been built in the relationship between Chelsea and Spurs over recent years, and there's no desire to demolish them now. There's no desire to demolish us.
But that's interesting though, Sava, isn't it? Like, because you remember when we were talking yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and we were talking about Levy's relationship with these execs from other teams, also being the catalyst for these teams, these chairmen sometimes wanting the players to go elsewhere. If you read the Athletic, the wording was very, very specific when Eze joined Arsenal, other than obviously the fact that he loves Arsenal, right? They specifically said Parish was very happy to deal with that Arsenal exec more than he was happy to deal with our chairman. So maybe there is something in this. Maybe there is something in this. Maybe they are looking at it and thinking, you know what, let's not burn this bridge and let's just be amicable. I know Spurs and Chelsea, but who knows, man? Who knows?
Just a bit of a side note. Big up, Tottenham Hotspur official have just announced that Luka Vuskovic has joined Hamburg on loan for the 25-26 campaign, and a nice little note saying go smash it. Listen, just a quick note on this. Lots of people saying I wouldn't have let him go. We need cover. For me, Manny, I feel this is absolutely the best situation. What I don't want to do is hold back young talent so that they can play 90 minutes once a month in case of an injury, rather than send them out on loan and get them 90 minutes every week. Luka Vuskovic, for me, that's a good deal for him. Bundesliga, go and smash it, like Spurs official said, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think there are two different categories of youngsters, right? You've got the youngster that you maybe they've got so much quality that you're so, but at the same time, the body hasn't developed that you're pretty much scared as a club to let them go out to play men's football and get, kicked at every single turning point. However, with Vuskovic, you can see that he is built. He's already built as a man in the football game, and what you want is full regular football. You're not going to be scared of Vuskovic playing in the German league. I think is the best outcome for him, and he's going to play. He's going to play, and
And his
imagine
brother
week in
plays
week
there,
out.
right?
Oh, does he? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't
Apparently,
know
his
that.
brother plays for them as well.
Right.
See, for me, I get when people are saying, "Oh, but what if we get loads of centre back injuries?" But the problem is, if you don't, you've got a young player sitting there not playing for 5-6 months,
Yep.
and for
Spot on.
me, that's more important for his development. By the way, can we talk about frauds? Frauds. Nearly 1,500 of you inside the house, and 330 likes, guys. We haven't even got a 1 in 3 ratio. Please smash that like button. And we've had 12 new subscribers. There's 1,500 of you inside the house. Can we please smash that subscribe button now? We're on 22,400. We should be at 22,500. Smash that subscribe button. Smash that like button. Really, really appreciate it. There is details coming through on X about everything and anything. And every time I open one, I'm like, is it? Oh, no, it's not. Is it? Do we believe Matt Law? Do we believe that there is no late bid from Chelsea and that they're looking at Fermin Lopez? Is this all based on Nicholas Jackson? Some people are saying if he doesn't go to Bayern in the morning, then I just don't know what to believe anymore. We read so much.
It's a weird one with Fermin Lopez, isn't it? Because even though he's a cracking player, his profile is very, very different to Xavi. Fermin Lopez is you could even profile him as the one that plays behind your tall striker, because he's a very good finisher, very, very good technically, but he is not a proper 10. So maybe they've realized that they want to shift in what they need within the squad. As I was mentioning earlier, they've got a whole stack of players that can play in that 10 position. They've got Esteval, they've got what's his name, they've got Joao Pedro, they've got the guy they got from Chelsea. They've got Palmer in that position. So maybe they're looking elsewhere purely from a profile point of view. In regards to Matt Law, I have no clue. I don't know. I hear that he is one of the journalists that is always being fed things by the different clubs rather than anyone else. So maybe there is that truth on that. But also, I hear that he doesn't really like Spurs. So him saying something good about Spurs maybe is worth more than someone who is just says is always sunshine and rainbows for us. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but I genuinely think that I can't see Spurs not doing the due diligence on this one. I genuinely can't see it. I think everything that they're doing, to me, just shows that they're trying to do everything possible to get this deal done ASAP before Bowley wakes up in the morning to find out what's going on. So yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. Yeah, listen, and of course, this is what I get it. Listen, of course, I remember the Willian deal. Of course, people, we need to be cautiously optimistic. But listen, it feels like this one is there. It feels like it feels like that the next bit of news needs to be, here we go. It feels like the next bit of news, surely what else can there be? Medical, personal term agreed, fee agreed with the club. I don't know what else the next bit of news could be, Manny, other than either Chelsea bid or he signs for Spurs. I don't know if there's a middle ground. Am I missing something? I don't know. Like, what am I missing?
No, that's it, really, isn't it? Because remember, the Willian hadn't done his medical. I know people obviously remember the picture of Willian in front of the in front of Hotspur Way, but his medical was never done. His medical was booked in. This guy has done his medical, and bearing in mind as well, in my opinion, I'm not an ITK. I genuinely think they're probably, other than the signage of the contracts, they're probably getting ready on the shoots and whatnot with him in a Spurs shirt. I'm optimistic, Sam. I'm quietly optimistic. As you said, when you messaged me, when I messaged you this morning, you messaged me back. I was actually preparing for the video that I was going to put out for Xavi Simmons. So they better not waste my time, because it takes me 4 times as long as every content creator to put anything out. So I don't want to have done so much.
Do you know what, Manny? Do you know what?
Man.
As you're in this content creation game longer and longer, you start realizing the tricks of the trade. So, for example, my Xavi Simmons "Here We Go" thumbnail is done. Right? It's done. It's ready to go. Right? That's how you do it. And unfortunately,
yeah. That's what I'm getting it wrong.
I've got an Eze. I'll tell you what. Let's see if I can find my Eze. My Eze "Here We Go," which we never got to use. But this is what happens. And by the way, I just want to dispel a bit of a myth. I've seen a comment here that says things like this, that say, if Savio wanted Spurs that badly, he would hand in a transfer request. Now, I need to dispel this myth of how transfer requests work, because everyone says this all the time, Manny. Right? One, Savio would only put down a transfer request if there is an active bid on the table that he knows the club would accept, but they don't want to sell the player, if that makes sense.
Right.
I hope that makes sense,
That's
right?
Yeah, it makes
what a player won't do or won't be advised to do, otherwise you end up in the Alexander Isak situation. What they won't be advised to do by their agent is hand in a transfer request and then hope that a move materializes. Because if Savio right now, right, let's just use Savio as the example. Sorry, just checking X. Florian Plettenberg, what's that? Oh no, it's about Vuskovic. It just said Spurs and the flag, and I was like, oh, and it's not. If Savio right now goes to Man City and says, there you go, transfer request. Now imagine a deal does not materialize between any club in the next 3 days. You're now left in a situation where you've got the player has told the fans, the manager, the owner, and his teammates, I don't want to be here. Yeah. You've now got that awkward situation for the season where it's, I'm sorry, let me back into the fold, or not, I'm not playing. You've got to remember, this isn't a computer game. This is their lives. So what they would have done is, if Man City had said, look, the player can go if you bid 70 million and he hands in a transfer request. If Spurs go, well, there you go, there's your 70 million. Then Savio goes, right, cool, transfer request, right, deal done. That's very, very different, Manny. And I think that this hand in a transfer thing has just become so simplistic that we always think it works like that.
Yeah. But also, no, you're spot on. But also, like, come on, let's be serious here. If you're Savinho, you are at City, you don't want to just put, throw your toys out the pram purely because you want to go to Spurs. You know what I'm trying to say. Like, you don't do that. As you said, unless he is 100% sure that there is a bid on the table that they should not be refusing. But even that, even the what if there was a bid that they shouldn't be refusing, are you going to put in a transfer request and burn all your bridges to come to Spurs? I really doubt it. Like if you look at the Newcastle situation with Isak, he is at Newcastle and he's putting a transfer request and throwing his toys out the pram to go to a club which is higher than Newcastle. You don't put in a transfer request and burn your bridges to go to Spurs. Like you have a conversation with them and try and persuade them, your representatives, try to persuade them to actually let you go. And that's totally different. So come on. Oh, I'm hearing a here we go. I'm hearing a here we go.
Oh, we've got it. We've got this. We've got it. We've got it. Let me see if we can bring it up. Let me see if we can bring it up. Oh, strap in, people. Strap in, because I'm going to refresh this page. I'm going to strap in for this one. Where is it?
Fabrizio.
Hang on, here we
Fabrizio.
go. 1 minute ago, Fabrizio Romano. Breaking news, Xavi Simons to Tottenham Hotspur. Here we go. All
Finally.
signed between Spurs and Leipzig. Fee worth 60 million, fixed after agreement revealed overnight. Xavi has completed his medical and his contract is also now signed. 2030, the deal will run out with a 2-year option. So 5 plus 2. Here we go. Here we go. Manny, first thoughts, first feelings?
Incredible. Finally. One gone, 3 more to go.
Wow.
No, it's good, man. It's good. I think, as I said, his profile suits our 10 position. Madders being out, Kulu being out, finally allows us to have a bit more depth, and also a lot of quality. But as I said, football is a business now as well. So we can't forget the aspect that he is a talented young man with a lot of eyes on him who's decided he's coming to Spurs, and that is also very good for the branding and very good from a commercial point of view. So mate, finally, that's what we need. That is what we need. Come on.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the relief that is flowing through me at the moment is, oh my gosh, what a signing that is. What a signing that is. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What a signing that is. Tottenham Hotspur looks like we have pulled off the signing. Wow. Xavi Simons to Tottenham Hotspur. 5-year deal plus 2. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just speaking to my editor. It's okay. I'll do it. It's okay. I'll do it. Sorry, 1 second. Mate, listen. This is the day we needed.
100%.
This is the day we needed,
100%.
Manny. Every Spurs fan deserves this after this summer. Every Spurs fan deserves this summer.
Yep, 100%. But also, is the quality, Sava. Is the fact that we've lost quality, but we're bringing quality. You've mentioned earlier on, we could have easily gone and got El Canus. And I as I said to who did I say that to? I said that to Dan Analyst last time. I tuned into Leicester's first game, and no disrespect to El Canus, but he surprised me greatly with how rubbish he was. And I'm sorry, unfortunately, I was like, I don't want El Canus at the club. I'd rather not have anybody. So I'm glad that the club has literally looked at the level that we are at, the level that we will be playing, and provided Thomas Frank with something more than just a body.
Oh my gosh. Hang on, I'm just saying I've done it. Person in the background. I've done it already. I've changed it. You should see the new title of the show with the new thumbnail should be Xavi Simons. Here we go. Xavi Simons, here we go. Let's see if I can actually, Xavi Simons, here we go. Couple of bombs. Oh my gosh. These are the days when you want to wake up and you want to be, oh my God, a collective.
Sigh of relief.
Oh
Sigh
my
of
gosh.
relief. But that's
Now,
a yeah, go on.
obviously, we're going to wait for more people to say it. We know that Romano has had a here we go wrong before, but this one looks like it's getting done. Xavi Simons to Tottenham. Here we go. And Tottenham have worked through the night to get medicals and paperwork done. Fair play, Tottenham Hotspur.
Fair
Fair
play.
play to Tottenham Hotspur. I cannot take anything away from the club because this is a big deal. This is a big, big deal for Tottenham to complete. And if we're talking about repairing damage that's been done from a failed window, this is definitely that surgery that's needed, isn't it? I am
Spot on. Spot on.
so happy, Manny. I
Spot
am
on.
so
Let me
happy.
just mention them, right? Parlinia, Kudus, Simmons. Like we are doing things the way they should be done. So I'm seeing the chat say, "Well done, Vinay." Sorry, this is how transfers should be conducted. Get the guy in, agree things, get him to do his medical. Don't let them out of Tottenham a Hotspur way. Lock
Hold
the
them
doors of
hostage.
his, hold him hostage, and get him to sign the damn contract. That's exactly how you do with these things.
Let
That's
me get
really good, Stava. That's really good.
Mate, and I know that you do need to go in a few minutes, so I do appreciate you jumping on. I'm just so happy. We've got the here we go. I'm waiting for more. We're waiting for a few more to say it, but surely Romano wouldn't risk the here we go, surely he wouldn't risk the here we go unless he knew. And I'll be honest, I'm really impressed that Tottenham have dug that out. Listen, I will be as critical as I like about anything, right? You know I will. But when credit is due,
Due credit
credit
is
is
given
due. And
100%.
that is a signing and a half. That is an absolute signing and a half. Sorry if I'm looking at my phone. Florian Plettenberg as well has just put the flag saying Tottenham Hotspur.
Wonderful.
Looks like he knows it's going as well. Oh my gosh,
Wonderful.
Manny, I
Wonderful.
want to
Wonderful.
cry. I'm so happy. I won't
Finally,
cry.
so but that is all a lot of the fan base have been asking for of our board. They've been asking for us to buy quality players that actually can propel us up the table and even give us a chance to challenge. Again, it goes back to the same thing. They must last season they must have looked at things and thought, you know what? If we don't act this window, we will be left behind. And that is the way they seem to have strategized the window. They've gone about it the wrong way in relation to how they've let the Morgan Gibbs White and Ezra deal slip through their fingers. However, they're definitely from that position. They've definitely rescued it with Simmons, because I didn't see anybody else of their quality coming in that position. I have to be honest, and this is definitely on that level.
I
Definitely on that
felt like
level.
we were running out of number 10s as options.
Spot on.
Um, and what I want to see is a North London derby. What I want is
Oh,
Arsenal to get a penalty, Eze to miss it, and then in the last minute, Xavi Simmons to put one in the top bins. That's what we want.
oh.
Xavi Simmons in the top bins. Oh my gosh. I am not saying by any stretch of the imagination that we don't need to do more, but this is a top signing. This is, I'll say it, this is the best signing for me for decades.
But
Decades.
also, Sava, can I say something just before I jump off?
Yeah,
I've got
sure,
a call
man.
with my team. Um, I also have to say that I was saying in the group chat yesterday, right, that all I'm hearing is, and all I'm reading on X is that we're not done in this transfer market, and people are very skeptical. But what I did say is that if this is to be believed, we need to have at least one signing be through the door by Friday afternoon, and that is what it looks like has happened right now. So I think there is more to come. I think there is more to come, and there is more quality to come rather than quantity.
Can he play tomorrow?
Oh, no, it would be too late for to be registered for it. I'm sure. I'm
Is
sure
it?
it's
Isn't
too
it a
late to be
12
registered.
p.m. registration? I don't. I
Really?
genuinely don't know. By the way, I'm not. Listen, I'm not. I'm not saying he has to play tomorrow. I am so happy. Like, just this is why when
Oh,
people
before
say
midday.
things to me
That's what
like,
they're saying.
"Shall we buy El Canoes? Shall we buy Tyler Dibbling?" No, I don't. I don't want that caliber. I want this caliber. And you know what? People are messaging me saying apparently the cutoff is midday. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
what they're
whether
saying. They're saying in the chat as well.
I don't know, but this is the caliber I want, Manny. I don't want El Canuses. Don't those days of buying El
Those
Canuses
days are
should be
gone.
gone.
Exactly. Exactly.
Those
Those
days
days are
should be
gone.
gone. That should be a signing for a Crystal Palace. That should be a signing for a Fulham. Right now, listen, hopefully this is the start of many, many deals like this to come. And I know you need to jump. I know you need to jump, mate. So I want to say a massive thank you, Manny, for
All good,
coming
man.
on.
Thanks for having me.
No, always, man, always.
And guys,
Thank
watch
you.
out for the video that will come out as soon as I'm done with this thumbnail.
Mate,
All right,
enjoy
take
it.
care, man. Take care. Take care.
Listen, listen, big up to Manny. Big up to Manny. Guys, girls, let me know in the chat. I'll get to more of your messages now. Let me know in the chat. How are you feeling, guys? How is everyone feeling? It's got to be the best day of the transfer window so far. And we've left it till 3 days to go. And my heart can't take these transfer windows, I'll tell you. As I'm getting older, I don't know if I can cope with these. But this is a top signing. This is everything that Spurs wanted, needed, and everything that Spurs should be doing. Everything that Spurs should be doing. But this, I'm just messaging a few people, by the way, guys. We'll get a few people to come on. This is, for me, this is what Tottenham should be doing. You know, this is what Tottenham should be doing. We shouldn't be sitting there every week, every transfer window, worrying about what's going to happen. These are the sorts of deals we should get. These are the sorts of deals we should get. And you know what? Get another one or two quality players in, and who knows what a great window it could be. What a great window it could be. What's next? Absolutely. Who's next? But for a minute, for 1 minute, what does this do? Does this change people's perception of Lang? This isn't the first time you see me happy. Come on, let's not do that. Does this change people's perception of Lang? Does Nathan Ake now come as a teammate of Xavi Simons and Mickey van der Ven? Mickey van der Ven apparently has just liked a tweet saying that Xavi Simons is coming as well. Who knows? Who knows? I'm just so happy. I'm so happy. This is a word I don't often use. He's a baller. This is a baller. I don't use that word ever. I am right now because I'm so happy. We've now got a number 10 of real quality who can also play off the left. If needed, he can also play off the right. This is a fantastic footballer. It's absolutely mad. Sorry, someone said Dagel has been streaming for 7 hours. He went to take a piss and the news broke. Oh my God. C-Max, maybe it was a blessing in disguise. It didn't feel like that at the time. But what a signing. I'm a Netherlands fan in the World Cup, says Mapping. Big up to you. Surely this is a day, by the way. That every Spurs fan should be happy. Yeah? Surely every Spurs fan right now should be happy. There should be no Spurs fan finding any negative in this at all. Surely. Oh my God. I'm going to change the poll. Let's change the poll. We don't need this poll anymore. Let's change the poll. Here we go. I'm going to change the poll to this. Let's go with this. Is this the best signing in 2 decades? There we go. Think back. So from now to 2005, is this the best signing in 2 decades? There you go. There you go. If not, tell me who is in the chat. The best signing in 2 decades. Oh my God. Listen, people always question my loyalty to Spurs. It's ridiculous. People always do. They always question my loyalty. But oh my God. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tottenham. To be fair as well, listen, for all the stick Daniel Levy gets, he has pulled off a blinder there. For all the stick Daniel Levy gets, he has pulled off a blinder. We cannot doubt that. He has pulled off a blinder. Hang on, I'm just putting that into Lubo. Levy has pulled off a blinder. Are you joining? Let's see. Because people want to always join when it's negative. Let's see if people want to join when it's not negative. Let's see if people want to join when it's not negative. Let's have a look, shall we? Shall we go through and have a look at some of his stats and stuff? Let's have a look. Oh, sorry. Bear with me 1 second. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Let's see. Let's have a little look, shall we? By the way, what are we doing? Let's have a look. Let's remove that screen. So for anyone that didn't see it, I'm sure you did. There we go. The breaking news is that Xavi Simons is going to be a Tottenham Hotspur footballer. So happy with that news. Don't let the Arsenal fans banter you. Sod it. This is about us. This is about us, right? This is about us. We deserve some happiness, guys. We deserve some happiness. Whatever your opinion is of the manager, the chairman, the players, the results, the style of football, Ange, Frank, Europa League, none of that matters. Right now, every Spurs fan should be absolutely beside themselves with joy. Let's have a look, shall we? I'm going to remove that and I'm going to bring up his transfer market. Let's have a look. So Xavi Simons, and again, vastly experienced whilst being quite young. So if we have a look here at Xavi Simons, you can see, what do we know about him? 22 years of age. Only just turned 22, by the way. 28 caps for the Netherlands by the age of 22. 28 caps. That's a lot of caps at a very young age. And his best position as there is 20. He's attacking midfield. And they said his market value is 70 million euros. And it looks like Spurs have done a deal in and around that price. Let's go down, shall we? So if we have a look, this is his career as a whole. You can see there that he's played 58 times in the Bundesliga, 34 in Eredivisie as well. He's played 13 games in the Champions League, 7 in the Europa League, 7 in Ligue 1. He's played some games in the DFB Pokal as well. What you can see, though, is look at these numbers. 38 GA in 58 games. 38. And again, 18 goals. But look at the sheer volume of assists. Look at the volume of assists there. So in his career, 178 games, 65 goals and 53 assists. And then you can see down here on the right-hand side, it shows you he's played 59 games on the left. Hopefully, sorry, can you guys see what I'm seeing here? Yeah, you can. He's played 53 games on the left-hand side. And Fabrizio Romano has just posted again, so I'll let you know something. All those people calling him a fraud, I don't think anyone's calling him a fraud right now, are they? Here we go. So we can see here that he's played 59 games on the left, 10 as a centre forward, 27 on the right, 42 as an attacking midfielder, 1 as a support striker, apparently, 2 on the left wing, 6 in centre mid. And you can see how they break down his goals there as well. Games to position to goals. So 18 of his goals have come from the left wing, 19 have come from attacking midfield, 7 from the right wing. So this is a guy that we know has got immense quality. This is a guy that we know has got immense quality. And I'll show you what Fabrizio Romano has just said. just backing it up and said Xavi Simons contract until June 2030 plus 2-year option until 2032 is 100% signed. Now, Fabrizio Romano wouldn't have said that, surely. He would not risk his reputation unless that was 100% correct. Guys, surely everybody right now reading that is absolutely ecstatic. Don't worry about going at each other as Spurs fans. You said this, she said this, he said that. Who cares? Right now, who cares? Right now, this is about Spurs have pulled off a superb signing. A superb signing. And it looks like he'll be announced in front of the Spurs fans tomorrow. Now, what does this do for change for Tottenham's protest? Can they really protest the day after? Can they protest the day after we drop a signing like this to the football club? I think it's dead. Again, I think it's dead in the water. Lots of people said a deal like this is only words because of the change for Tottenham protests. Well, Tottenham have gone and shoved that down everyone's throats. All of our throats. Spurs can't sign players like this. We've done it. Now, we can say, well, Chelsea didn't bid, but who cares? Who cares right now? We have got our guy. We have got our guy. Do we need to do more? Of course, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. Right now, here we go. Xavi Simons is a Tottenham Hotspur footballer. Let me know in the chat with one word how you're feeling. Let me know with one word how you are feeling. Whatever word you want to use, please keep it clean or it will be blocked. It's, oh my God, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Troy, so Sava, we're finally signing game changers. Let's go. Think of the link up between Xavi Simons and Kudus. Think of that link up. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this in. Here we go. Hang on. I'm going to put this on my, here we go. I'm going in there. Kudus can go on the right-hand side. That's going to be Xavi Simons. There we go. Xavi Simons is a Tottenham player. So right now, this is how Tottenham will line up. Right now, this is how Tottenham will line up. But are we in for a Lookman, a Savio? Who knows? Here we go. This is how Tottenham will line up, surely. Look how it's starting to take place. And look, I want to draw your attention. Hopefully you can see my arrow to this. Look at this triangle. Look at this little triangle that we've added to the team. Paulinho, Simons and Kudus. Now imagine you had a top player there. Savio, Lookman. And then Johnson can rotate and Odeberg can rotate. Oh my gosh. Now suddenly my prediction of where Spurs are going to finish will massively and will drastically change. By the way, guys, we are 40 subscribers away from 22,500. 40 subscribers away. Can we get 40 of you right now? There's 1,700 inside the place. And we should have 1,000 likes, to be honest. We're on 719. Let me do some super chats. Guys, I'm buzzing. If you've never seen what a buzzing Sava looks like, this is it. I am buzzing. This is what I want to see. This is why I support Tottenham Hotspur. I want to see quality players. I will never, ever, ever, I will never, ever, 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 ever apologize for wanting better footballers. Never. Never apologize. Ever. And when people say you're not a real Spurs fan, mate, I'm not a real Spurs fan, my arse. Right? I'm not a real Spurs fan, my arse. Let's go to some super chats and rattle through them. 1,690 people inside the chat. Big up and welcome to each and every one of you on what is a fantastic Friday. Do you know what? It is disgusting out there. It is torrential rain. Can't take the dogs out. But right now, Spurs have made that all a lot better. And Tottenham, take a bow. I tell you what, whoever, Levy, Vinay, Lang, take a bow. Fair play, lads. Fair play. Absolutely brilliant. Fair play to each and every one of you. And as some would say, are Spurs back? Now, I know somebody that always says we are so back. He had the audacity a couple of weeks ago to turn up with shades on and said, we are back, when he thought we were getting Eze. I think he might be joining the show very, very shortly. We've got Lubo. Lubo's put on a bloody shirt for the occasion. Lubo's put on a shirt for the occasion. Perchy has put on
shades.
Perchy has put on his shades for the occasion. Lads, Lubo. Daniel Levy's played
hang on. Let me put you right. Go on. My manager.
Oh, no. We're not doing that.
Manager.
No.
He has come in. He is realigning. He is realigning.
Unbelievable shamelessness from you, Lubo.
He is realigning the recruitment. This whole data analysis based on a certain level of player has been thrown out of the window by Thomas Frank. No more kids, proper players on proper wages. And this is the Frank revolution. This has started now.
But Daniel Levy, hang on. No, I'm not letting you do this.
No,
Daniel
Levy has started. He owes us for about 50 players that he screwed up in 25 years. He owes us big time. This is the first.
Lubo, I'm going to call you out live on screen. You want failure. I'm calling you out. You want failure.
No, I want payback. I want payback by Levy.
You want failure. You want failure.
No.
Look, you can't even rejoice in Eze. It's attacking the board for 25 years.
Seriously. Sav, let's get it over the line first. We've been
it's done.
It's done. He signed the contract, mate.
He signed the contract.
So have Spurs announced it on their website?
It doesn't matter. If a player has signed a contract, he can't go against that.
Well, hopefully he'll be in the squad then tomorrow.
No, he can't be. He won't be. He's not. It's too late to be in the squad tomorrow.
Like 12 p.m. isn't it?
12 o'clock.
Regardless, they're not going to. He won't play tomorrow. From what the club are saying is from what people are saying is that they're going to announce him like publicly, like a bit like what Arsenal did with Eze.
Here we go.
There you
go. Xavi Simons signs contract at Tottenham. David Ornstein has said it. Signs his contract at Tottenham Hotspur. Right? Excellent. Who else has said it? Here we go. Let's go with Matt Law. Matt Law has said Tottenham have now signed all their paperwork on the Xavi Simons deal. 5 year plus 2. So again, whoever told you it was 6 plus 1 was wrong. You need a new ITK guy. You need a new guy. You need a new guy because your guy has been monumentally wrong about everything.
He's more of an IKN, isn't he? I know nothing.
Yeah.
Lubo, mate, you've had a stinker, mate.
Lubo,
I can't see. Something's happened with StreamYard, but I can't see either of you. But I'm assuming you can see me.
Yeah, we can see you.
I can see the top of Lubo's head, and I can't see Sav at all on my screen.
You're taking your shades off now. No more Miami Perch now.
Hey, Lubo, mate.
But Lubo,
our chairman has done this for you, by the way.
You don't get away with this. Listen, they have pulled off a magnificent deal for a top footballer, right? And if we're going to be so quick to knock them when Eze doesn't get over the line and Gibbs White, then you've got to stop talking about 25 years because
I agree.
It makes it look like you don't want any. Like, are you still going to go to this protest tomorrow?
I'm very happy.
Are you going to go to the change
of Tottenham tomorrow? I think they'll cancel it.
It's got to be killed, isn't
it? They have to.
They'll cancel it. How can they have a protest about transfers? And this is like the last one. This is specifically about the transfer market, isn't it? So they got no choice but to cancel.
But Lubo, can I just jump in for a second here for 1 second? Do you know what? Everything in this transfer, by the way, has destroyed all the myths. By the way, Savvy, you'll probably get what I'm going to say here. we've paid the wages. I hear this. We never pay the wages. We gazumped anything that Chelsea had on the table from what all the people were saying. We basically put the money down. We put the money down. We went, here's 60 plus 10. That's what you want. We put the money down. We got the medical done in the middle of the night quickly to get that sorted. Isn't this everything that everyone has been moaning about? And by the way, I'm not saying I don't think it's got anything to do with Daniel. This is a moment we should all be excited about. But
absolutely,
all I hear all the time, right, is this, that, and the other, right? We've done everything that everyone has said that as a football club, Daniel Levy doesn't want to do. Everything that he doesn't want to do, we've done it, right?
Perchy, we said this on the show last night that we have to go in with the big boys. I said this, didn't I? We have to go in with the big boys and challenge them because this is a big club. Tottenham Hotspur is a massive, massive club. You saw that with the parade, how many turned up. You saw that when we went to Wembley. We had an average crowd of about 70,000, 72,000 every single match. We were getting 78, 80, 81,000 at league.
You're missing
a massive club. This is a massive club, and we haven't behaved like a massive club for years. This is the first time
we've acted like it in this transfer. That's I think what we're talking about.
Absolutely, it's the first time we've acted like a big club. About time, and this is straight.
Well, one of you, but guys, you're both talking. I can't understand a word.
I've got a shoot in a minute anyway, so I'm literally on for 10 minutes.
Oh, so you just came on to have a moan about Daniel Levy again?
No.
Yes, you did. You started off. You know what? I was expecting you to come on and be like, yes. And your first thing is, Dave let us down for 25 years. Lubo, can I be honest?
This is Thomas Frank. First thing I said was about Frank.
You've got to, at some stage, let this deep inner hatred go. It's going to ruin good things for you. We all get frustrated with leaving it in.
Believe me, I'm very happy, Sav. If this goes through, if this is signed, and I see him with the shirt signing the contract, I'll be absolutely over.
You go to the stadium, Lubo. You're going to see him in person tomorrow.
You're going to see him tomorrow.
They're going to announce him either before. They're going to bring him out either before the game or at half time.
Listen, it'd be absolutely brilliant. Please God, we go and get Ake and Slovenia, then it'll be a 10 out of 10 transfer window.
I think that the sentiment on that whole point is there. Like, if the talks about Savio if the talks really are that Savio is going, hang on, why the hell are you blocking this move? There could be something that could happen in the next couple of days. But look, I think what we do this a lot, and let's focus on right now, right? I think we should be all rejoicing on us signing arguably one of the best players we've signed.
Oh, it's a brilliant signing.
In how long? When was the last time we went bang, Xavi Simons up through the door like that? Like, I'm buzzing. I'm so... When I woke up, my phone was going absolutely apoplectic. I was going, what is going on here?
I woke up to message. The first message I saw was Perchies that said, you should be up and live. And I'm like, what?
I put that in the group, didn't I? Why are you not live?
I'm like, right, I'll do it for 8:30. And it was like, no. Now, get live now. But look, on a serious note, guys, look, so Matt Laura's saying it. Sky Sports have now got the story. Ornstein's got it. And Romano's. But again, Romano, all I've heard is they all lie. Stell comes onto every show. They all lie. Well, they've not lied. So what we mean is they've all lied if the deal falls through. Right?
Yes.
And this is what I try and say. When people want a bit of logic, right? When people are saying the ITKs don't know anything, I always stick up for them and say this. The jigsaw parts move, right?
Yes.
The puzzle changes. So what I might find out today, right now at night, 10 to 10, by 1 p.m., that might have changed. And people go, Romano lied. Or maybe it didn't lie. Maybe the news has changed.
Yeah.
From what Romano was told. But we just go, no, they're lying. It's all nonsense. Come on, man. Surely, Lubo, like you, Stell, everyone now has got to say that we've played a blinder. We've played an absolute blinder.
This will be the best person through the door since actually Bale came in for that year during COVID. For sure, for me.
No, but even that, I think this is bigger than that.
I
Personally,
don't. Bale was on another level. Come on.
Hang on, what did you say? What did you say,
Bale,
Lubo?
weren't it?
Hang on, what did you say to begin?
I said this is the best player through the door since we got Bale in for that year during COVID.
Hang on, we signed Bale as a kid.
No, I'm talking about
for COVID. What you mean? An injured Gareth Bale that didn't play for the
5 years ago, didn't he? He came back 5 years ago, and this is for me. I was really excited then he came back.
I see what you mean.
And since then, this is on a level with this is on a level probably with Kudus, because Kudus is a great buy.
Oh, this is bigger than that for me.
You think so?
Oh, listen, I love Kudus, but in terms of the level of clubs that have tried to sign Xavi Simons compared to Kudus, Xavi Simons, what, Chelsea, Bayern Munich, didn't he turn down?
He was a Barcelona academy, mate.
He came, this is bigger for me, mate. This is much bigger.
This is one of the biggest signings we've made in
history.
Maybe in a generation, right? Like a generation of players haven't seen
for two decades. Since 2000, who have we signed at the caliber that he is now at the time we signed the player?
That's my point with it, right? Exactly. That is the point with it.
Van der Vaart at the end of his career on a last day.
But if you put the context of the signing, though, Van der Vaart was one of those last minute. We've been offered an opportunity. We've had to go to Xavi Simons and go, we can make you the talisman. So you can go to Chelsea and be one of the numbers. Come to Tottenham. We've had to convince Simons, right? You could argue with the whole Van der Vaart thing. Yeah, that came on our plate, but we've had to go to Xavi Simons' camp and go, they're taking the mick out of you here, that you're waiting X, Y, and Z for him, for them to make a decision. Come to us, we'll make you our talisman. You will be the guy, the poster boy of Thomas Frank's era at Tottenham, right? That's how I see it. Like, maybe I'm getting a bit over the top on it, but I can see this. I think this is one of the best signings we've made as a package of the way insane.
I'll be honest. I can't think of a signing in the last 25, 30 years that matches this other than what was Klinsmann was 31 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I can't think of a signing at the top. By the way, we could talk about what Berbatov turned into. We can talk about what Modric turned into and Bale. But at the time of signing the player, this for me is the most high profile, talented footballer I think we've gone out and signed. Anyone in the chat, join in. I mean, who, and it's all context. You know, if you say Bale, let's be fair, Bale was signed as a kid from Southampton. This is a fully fledged Dutch international who I think he's got like 58 GA and 78 games like in the top league. So
no, I was talking about Bale when he came back 5 years ago as a signing. That was huge.
That was more huge on sentiment, right? Gareth Bale coming back to Tottenham at the age he was coming back at. That was more sentiment than anything else.
Look at his record in 8 years. But
you're conflating two. I get your perspective and what you're saying about Bale, but we got him back in theory because he was ousted at Real Madrid. He wanted to stay fit for the World Cup,
and he came injured.
And he came in injured. Like Bale, I get it on a sentimental thing because Gareth Bale was magic at arse, and he's come back to Tottenham. Blah blah blah. But as a raw football player, Xavi Simons is one of those players. You'll get what I'm going to say. It. He was one at the beginning of the window where people went, just get Simons, just go and do it. And I went, we're not getting a Simons. We're not at that level. And that's why I'm so excited. I never put Simons at the level that I thought we were going to get him at.
I have been burnt with this club so many times over the years that until I see him in a Spurs shirt,
mate, it's done. It's done.
We all got really excited. Everyone got really excited with Gibbs White. Then the reports.
Gibbs White didn't sign a contract.
Gibbs White didn't do a medical and sign a contract.
Okay. Gibbs White. We were reading. I think Romano said that he was coming the next day for a medical and everything.
Sure, but he didn't have a medical. He didn't sign a contract. This is different, man.
I've been there too many times.
Let yourself go, Luba. Let yourself go in this one moment.
When he signed, been there too many times. Mane, Hazard, Wijnaldum. Zaha.
He has signed, Lubo. He has signed. You just haven't seen the photo of it yet.
Well, let's see.
You just want a photo.
He signed.
It doesn't need to be on Sky. Listen, look, let me show you this. I'm going to show you a few things.
Every publication has said he's signed
I've seriously got to shoot.
I just feel like you're not happy about it. It concerns
I am happy.
me.
I'm happy, but I want to see it actually physically confirmed in writing by the club. Then I'll be absolutely over the moon.
But they'll be the last people that announce it. By the way, look.
Yeah.
So, like Paul O'Keefe said here, Xavi Simons medical done. Then he said Spurs hoping to present him for the game tomorrow. And then it says Spurs wrap up a deal that could reach 125 million total package. As Simons signs 5+2 deal,
with wages, it'll be 120.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
So Spurs have just.
Dombele was 106, wasn't he? So
So it's a record. By the way, have a look at that.
Baller.
Have a look at that. Eze compared to Simons.
Baller. I'm telling you, everyone. This is a. You know what? You know when we lost Kane, right? And everyone went, "Who's going to replace the number?" Simons is the I'm replacing Heung-min Son number, right? That is boom. I'm so excited, man.
I'm pumped.
I'm buzzing.
I'm pumped.
So
I just wish Lubo was happy.
I'll be happy when I see it. So I'll be over the moon. No one will be happier. Believe me. This is the sort of signing we've been waiting for a very long time.
200k is the number being talked about. 200k a week. Xavi said Spurs don't pay wages.
Yeah, exactly. This is my point. This transfer has destroyed all the narrative about what we're like in
48 hours. In 48 hours, Lubo.
Spurs have got. What's changed this summer? What's changed? I've got to show.
Levy.
No,
we have
Thomas
changed.
Frank has come in and he's ripped the whole thing up. I'm telling you, gospel. Frank is behind all this.
Yeah, but Lubo. Even if listen, Thomas Frank for me. I think as I said. So by the way, those people. Thomas Frank can't attract players. Thomas Frank's not a winner, right? Thomas Frank's been bought in. Where's Stell? Get me Stell. Stell said he's been bought in to coach these players. He's not been bought in to get top players, right?
So Thomas Frank is the biggest game changer in the last 25 years. And on that point, I've got to go.
I agree on that. I do agree on that. Lubo, next time you come on, please be happy.
I'll be delighted. Be a big smile. I'll be wearing my scarf. I can wear a Spurs shirt. I'll be delighted.
I want you to go to the Spurs shop tomorrow at the game and buy a Simmons 7 shirt. I think you've got to stand outside Tottenham Hotspur going into Mr. Levy's shop.
When I get back later, Sav, I'm sure you'll still be streaming.
Yeah, probably, mate. This is the best day
You'll be watching
for
about
years.
10 o'clock tonight, won't you?
No, not quite. I do need some time away from the screen. But listen, when you come back a bit later, I don't want to hear the phrases 25 years, Levy's got enough. Listen, Frank may have said you've got to change the way you are, but Levy and Vinay and Lang have had to go out and make it happen. You've got to give credit.
No, I'll give credit. When I see it's happened, I'll give credit. And I think I'm going to book that hotel room in Budapest now for the 30th of May.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it so I can clip it later. I'm going to be shameless. Lubo, get ready to clip this. Lubo, I secretly think you want this to fall through so you can say, Daniel Levy!
I'm so pissed off. Sad. I'm so pissed off at all the players that we could have had that we've missed because of Levy. I'll be in shock because this is just not who we are, mates. Turn up.
Really? Honestly, he can't just come on screen and go, boom, it's 25 years. 25 years they've been letting us down. You know what? Listen, thank you, Mr. Marinakis. Thank you, Arsenal. But can we go back to this quickly? I don't think we should gloss over this.
I think this is important, actually.
By the way, look at this. So other than assists in the last year and non-penalty expected goals, Xavi Simons is better than Eze at everything.
And do you know what? And I don't like giving Sean enough credit because his head gets bigger and bigger, but he did say this a couple of weeks back when we were linked with Eze. He was saying, look, I'd love Eze, but someone like a Simons is better fit for what we need. And I always said, and you know my thoughts with Simons, I always thought with the whole Xavi Simons situation was I never thought we would get someone like Xavi Simons, if I'm honest. I thought he was out of our league. So I am absolutely look. I think the one thing I do agree with Lubo on about Thomas Frank is Thomas Frank would have had a massive part in convincing Xavi Simons. Daniel Levy would have got the deal done, and all them lot would have got the deal done, right? But Thomas Frank would have had to convince. He would have had to convince him to change allegiance and come to Tottenham over Chelsea, right? Thomas Frank would have had to be on the phone going, look, I will make you the main guy. You are the talisman. And that you have to give massive credit to Frank. Everyone deserves it to get this over the line. The fact that they did the medical in the middle of the night. By the way, big up Dagel, by the way. Fair play to him. You've got a massive string today and you deserve it, mate. But
did you see though that everyone in my chat was saying that Dagel was doing this whole massive stream and then went for a wee and missed it.
I don't know, but that's a mate comes back and it's all happening.
Oh, I wish Dagel could come on. I know you've been streaming forever. I wish you could come on. By the way, hang on. I'm talking with Wolfie now. I've sent Wolfie the graph of Eze versus Simmons, and he said, "Don't do it to yourself. Eze is better." Listen, I'm taking Simmons, my man.
My number 7
is right. By the way, Paul O'Keefe has said something else as well. Let me just double check that I got this right. Paul O'Keefe has said, by the way, this goes to show everybody constantly saying that the ITKs know nothing. Well, they must know something. They reported this all day yesterday. They all said he was at Spurs overnight. Here we go. Paul O'Keefe has said, Tottenham still aiming to be active before Monday's deadline. Centre-back and forward area as expected. Listen, if Spurs could get Ake and either Lookman or Savio, I'll call it. I'm calling it, Perchy. If Spurs get both of those, I'm giving it a 10 out of 10 window.
I have to look for me. If Tottenham have it right now, Tottenham can ride on this wave, right? If I was Tottenham, and I'm not, and I would be knocking at the door of Manchester City saying, "Look, your player doesn't want to be here. 100 million quid on the table. We want Savio and Ake and a combined deal. 100 million pounds on the table, and be bold with it, right? Because let's be fair, you could look. If I think the Savio one is the sort of one that will go to the end of the time. He's here.
There he is,
mate. I'm not going to be on for long. I'm not going to be on for long. I just have to come on, man. I'm just winding down.
To Brian Dagel, by the way, 7.5 hours doing.
Mate, 7.5. Do you know what? It was literally someone said to me, "Go have a cup of coffee," and I was like, "Do you know what? I think this could be a long one." So whilst the kettle was boiling, I went, took a slash. Ben was calling me. I could hear it. 7.5 hours to miss the Here We Go. Is that not the most Spursiest thing?
So you missed the Here We Go.
I missed the Here We Go. So the whole 7.5 hours, updates every hour. I had 13 tabs open with different Twitter accounts because people go, check Alston, check Matt Lord, check this one, check that one. I go and make a goddamn coffee.
Mate, look.
That's the most Spursiest thing you could ever have.
I'm buzzing. I can't lie. I'm so excited.
Dagel, are you happier than Lubo was?
Oh, mate, I thought so. Mate, listen, I am absolutely fucking delighted. I'm absolutely... Mate, listen, people will know where I stand on the board. Has it changed where I stand? Absolutely not. Does everyone at the club deserve credit for getting this over the line? Absolutely. Absolutely. I will call it, as I always say, how I see it. This is what Spurs fans have wanted. This is what we've wanted to see. Does it change my stance on the ownership? No. Is this a massive statement and a sign of intent of what could be coming? What I will say, what I did want to say is Savile was one of the few with me that kept waxing lyrical about Thomas Frank. Kept waxing lyrical about this man. And obviously everyone going about the pull of the man and, he's just doing the tight wages and how can he attract players? What? Well, look what we got. Look what we got.
He would have convinced Xavi Simons to not wait for Chelsea and come immediately. He had to and you have to. No one can deny what Frank is involvement in all this. As I always say, the whole collective to get this over the line and to gazump Chelsea like we have. I'm buzzing. I'll
tell you the one thing where Levy and everyone does deserve credit. I think Sava touched on it a bit, which was how quickly this deal got done. This isn't a £5 million player or a 10, 15, 20 million pound player. This is a
needle mover.
More than a needle mover, mate. The way that Spurs have got this done again is like nothing before. Ndombele took time. Solanke took time. Madison. These deals have taken time. This has been done very, very quickly. Whether it was because of all the shit that the shit that's got on this window, and they needed to make a statement. Whatever way you look at it, the channel. What am I, mate? I'm delirious right now.
No, you're good, man. You're good. You're good.
Everyone at Spurs has worked tirelessly to get it. When Romano started tweeting at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? At 3 in the morning, he started tweeting and doing videos. You're like, wait a minute. And then it just exploded. And fair play. I think what Tottenham have done, boys, is I think they've created a panic room. So when we get deals like this done, they just get locked in, shut the Wi-Fi off, lock the agent and the player in, so there's no connection. Spurs are building a panic room.
No, we've got drones over Hotspur Way that block any phone signal.
Why isn't my phone working? Oh, sorry, Mr. Agent. The
signal around is not very good.
Why has the backup generator come on and all the electricity has gone and everything? That's what Spurs are doing. We've got a panic room built.
Do you know what? Right? There's a lot of people saying things like this. Guys, whether or not people want Levy in or out, can we not enjoy this? Like, are we that battered as fans that we can't enjoy a top player signing for the football club just because? Listen, we've got the king of we've got the king of the Levy out. This man flies from Canada to London for protests.
Yep,
and he's sitting there going, "Well, that don't matter right now. That's not what right now is about." Lubo comes on it. 25 years they've not given us. Come on.
This is the thing. It's comments like this that just show what is wrong. Because if people think, and I will just say this little bit, and then we'll go back to this is 25 years of people seeing things. I've been Levy out for 17 years, 10 months. This one transfer doesn't make me go, oh my God, the whole 17 and 10 years, 17 years, 10 months is all null and void now. It's not. This is what people like myself have stood outside and been held abuse at, whether it been 3 of us or 20 of us or 150 of us, because we want this.
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
We've stood up there because we want the club to act this way.
There you go. Just quickly. Sorry, Brian.
Go on, bro.
Plettenberg said hijack. I mean, I love.
I love it.
I love the IT case. Xavi Simons to Tottenham. Done deal. Now, listen. Either all of these people are going to look absolutely ridiculous, or it's a done deal. Hijack completed. Xavi has now signed his contract until 2032. Full agreement with Leipzig has been reached for 60 million euros guaranteed, plus significant sell-on clause, bringing the package close to 70 million euros. Chelsea never submitted an official offer. Tottenham have been fully in the race since yesterday.
Fair play, Tottenham.
As exclusively revealed, now Spurs are the winners. That's something we don't hear often. Guys, first of all, everyone says, just pay the money. Well, we haven't had to go ridiculous. 60 million euros is not ridiculous, right? This is what we were going to pay for Eze. This isn't ridiculous, right? Spurs take ages to get deals done. Well, we haven't. We've got this done since yesterday. Spurs don't pay salary. Well, we are. We're giving the guy 200 plus grand a week. Look, for me, I get it. And I'll say it over and over again. We've been hurt. Do I trust the club completely? No. But on a day like today, isn't this where you turn around and go, thank you, Spurs. Thank you. Well done. Whoever it
Mate,
is has moved quickly, decisively. We wanted the club to be proactive, not reactive. They've gone, they've done it. The deal's done. Let's be happy.
Exactly. That's all. Mate, that's all you. That's exactly all you can say. This is what every single person, no matter what they think about the manager, the board, the players, whatever. This is what we've all wanted. Spurs going out. I mean, when do Spurs commit to 7-year contracts? When do Spurs commit to 7-year contracts?
And the significant sell-on clause is massive, by the way.
Yeah,
that could be one of those little details that swings a deal, by the way. Because
yeah, but you look at this as well, Perchy, and mate, just seeing a contract that says 2030 something.
2032.
Mate, it makes me feel, mate, I'll be in my 50s. I'll be in my 50s when this guy.
I'll be 40 when this guy's contract ends.
Shut up. Shut up. I'll be 53. Jesus Christ, that's worrying.
I think Dagel, I think you hit the absolute nail on the head. This is a moment to rejoice. Look, do you know what? The one thing is when you look at this is the one thing you look at it, when you see Hijack completed and we're on the positive end of it, it and I feel good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I will say there's a couple of other people that said Hijack, it's not a hijack because Chelsea never really made a bid.
No, it is.
No, I mean, mate, I'm taking it as a complete hijack. Chelsea tears.
Chelsea
mate,
mate,
what I want to do now,
it's a hijack, right?
Yeah, what I want to do now, boys, is if we go and get Paqueta as well, a Chelsea and double West Ham tiers is going to be so tasty.
Do you know what, though? This is such a pivotal moment.
I agree.
There are 3 days, right? And 9 hours to go exactly. I've lied. There are 3 days, 8 hours, and 50 minutes to go exactly, right? If Tottenham can get one more, especially in that attacking area, whether it's a Paqueta mold, whether it's a Lookman mold, because now you've got Simmons and Kudus can play multiple positions. If you get one more in there, guys, right? And I'll bring this up again. Look, so far, I'm going with that. Let me know what you think. So far, I'm going with that. Right. So far, I've got Kudus, Simmons. Now, listen, again, whenever I say this, I get told off for mocking Johnson. I'm not. But now imagine you remove Johnson and you've got Lookman or Savio in there. How frightening will that three behind a striker be? Kudus, Simmons, and Lookman or Savio.
Well, Joe, I think some of what you got to look at with this more importantly, obviously that looks lovely. But look at the bench. We've been complaining that the bench has not been like the starting 11 is mint, but then as soon as we start it comes to bringing on subs, is where we've been impacted because we haven't had game changers. Well, we're relegating people to the bench, aren't we?
Yeah,
absolutely. So you've got that. But listen, on that note, I am going to get some sleep because I am delirious. I don't know if I will sleep.
Find someone in the time you fall asleep. You got to
stay. Mate, no, I might. No, that only happens now when I take a piss or make a coffee. So for the next 3 days, I'm going to move the kettle into the bathroom, and I'm just going to be basically pissing and drinking coffee for the next 3 days. So you might not see me, but boys, enjoy the rest of your stream. Everyone in the chat, have a wicked weekend. Thomas, Frank. Thomas, Frank. Thomas, Frank. Thomas, Frank.
Oh, I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited.
Do you know what? Sometimes the stars align, Perchy. I'll be brutally honest with you. This morning, I was due to be doing some filming with The Sun for their YouTube channel. And the filming got pushed back a week. So I can't actually make it because I'm on holiday. But you know, when you think sometimes the stars just align.
Yeah.
Because I would have been gutted if I was there in the middle of filming and this news broke. I would have to shamelessly say, "Oh, I'm really sorry. Can I?"
I'm going live on my phone.
Yeah, I need to go live on my phone right now from the Sunsport TalkSport studio. I would have muscled my way in because the studios are TalkSport. I would have had to live. Sorry, Jim White. Can I let me just jump in here now, mate?
sit next to like Cundy and O'Hara while they're doing whatever.
Mate, but listen, on a serious note, I mean, what a difference it makes. And listen, I've been hypercritical. And listen, I still think more needs to be done. But I also can't be one of those people that sees a deal like this and still wants to find the negative. I can't.
Not for me. No, look, you're right. I think the key bit, right, is this is a top player. Like we're not. This isn't like we've gone and signed. You know what I mean? Just no disrespect, an average player. We've signed a top player. Whatever we think, this kid is good, very good, in fact. Look, and do you know what? Like, if Tottenham can pull the bag in finding a way to get Savio from Man City, like the immediate on two. I know we sit and say about getting it done quickly, but imagine, let's just say hypothetically, somehow we can get Ake and Savio through the door in the next couple of days. Immediately, in the space of what, 3 or 4 days, we've gone from having one of the worst windows to one of the best windows at a click of a finger. That's how I felt this transfer window was always. I think me and you spoke about this before. It's always been on a knife edge. This transfer window has gone from great to shit in a literal on a knife edge. And Simmons immediately goes from here to here. This has gone to a 6 out of 10 like kind of window, 6, 7 out of 10. Get one more, and we're now talking on the high numbers. But
aren't we talking about £50 million here? Is this £50 million? If I'm not wrong, 51 million.
It works out to about £52 million plus 8. So it works out in the whole package. If the add-ons work, it'll be about 60 million quid. What we would have paid Gibbs White for, basically.
Wow. And yeah, but by the way, yeah, this has to, Peter. It's dead. You can't have moves like this, and then expect people to turn up. It would be, how ridiculous will it look? And again, they'll say, yeah, but it's not one signing. But how ridiculous will the optics look?
Oh, it don't. Yeah, you just can't, right? Like it doesn't. This is why I think me and you had this conversation about this, Owen. If you're going to protest, don't do it in the middle of a transfer window, because immediately something like this can completely derail everything. Do it after. If, for example, if we didn't sign Simmons and all this at the end of the window, you can make an assumption, go, this hasn't been good enough. But right now, you got to like, you can't. It'll be ridiculous if they do anything like that. These are moments, and do you know what? Rob's bang on here. If you can't enjoy moments like this, why are you sitting there watching, doing all this? These are moments that you've got to get excited for. These are the moments. Now, do you know what? What a change. That going to West Ham now, when he'll make his debut after the international break, he'll go to the West Ham game, and you go, do you know what? I'm buzzing for that. I can't wait. He's a player that I go, I can't wait to watch you play football. He's that level of player.
Mate, hang on. I just want to show you guys something. Alistair Gold's posted something. We might be able to get away with video. Hang on, bear with me 1 second. Alistair Gold has just posted this. I'm going to bring this up for a few seconds. Hopefully, I won't get. Should be fine.
As long as it's, you don't go over, like, you just start and pause it like every 5 seconds, you'll be fine. So, or talk over it works as well.
Yeah, can everyone see this? So this is what Alistair Gold's just retweeted this and said, I'll show you, and said, this is going to be fun, isn't it? You ready? Look.
Yeah, like, just if you talk over it as well, then look, this is a player, man.
Xavi, this is Xavi Simmons. See you later. Boom.
Stop it. Stop it. Oh, this is so good.
We don't have anyone like this. Look. I
would probably, I think you might maybe take it down now just so you don't get copyrighted for now, mate, just in case.
Yeah. But listen, it's this is a player. And I'm seeing a lot of people now. He's not a player. He's not this. He's not what we think. Mate. You guys are blowing him up. If this doesn't get the heart warmed, if this doesn't get people excited, I don't know what will. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what will get people excited if we can't get excited over a Xavi Simons.
Yeah, fella in the chat, I think his name's Steve in the chat. This contract has been signed. It's been confirmed by every single journalist that it's been signed. So yes, that's lies. It has been signed.
Who said it's not been signed?
Steve around just a very recent one. Said the contract hasn't been signed. It has been. It's been confirmed by every known source.
Yeah, I feel like at a stage like this, there are people. I get that we've been hurt. I get it. But I feel like people are now going out of their way to try not to want the deal. Like,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'm happy. I'm ecstatic. I don't know. I don't know that Spurs could have signed a better number 10 in this window. I genuinely, listen, people can talk to me. There are players out there. Listen, I would have loved Eze. I can't pretend I wouldn't now. I would have loved Eze. I would have loved Gibbs White. But this guy, for me, I'm so happy. And what this does for me, Perchy, you see any other forward coming in now is going to go, well, I'm going to be linking up with Kudus and Xavi Simons. Like, isn't that mouthwatering?
Mate, in this 115 million pounds has turned our attack on its head, right? Look at the, you know my thoughts, technical ability. Look at the technical ability of Xavi Simons and the technical ability of Kudus. A click of a finger. Now, do you know what? The one thing that is great about this, when Maddison does come back, and he will do by the end of the window, at the end of the season, you're now looking at some real technical quality players. You've got players like Maddison that may not start every week. You've got players now in this team. Kulusevski, where's he getting back into this team at the moment? Do you know what I mean? And by the way, this isn't a negative. This is a positive thing, right? Players like Maddison and Kulu are going to have to fight for their place when they come back. Spurs are buying players that are better, if not on their level. That's what we expect. Our bench, let's think about it here, though. When those two come back and Dragoshin comes back from injury, who else is that injured? I've heard someone else I'm missing.
You got Kulu, Maddison, Dragoshin, Adogi.
Adogi, in fairness, is another one. I'm not really counting to Kyle. We've not seen him play. But my point is when you start seeing those players come back, our bench looks so much stronger. Right now,
sure,
you had Kulu, Maddison, Adogi, Dragoshin onto the bench. They're four players that go straight onto our bench, and that makes us better, right?
Absolutely. By the way, just quickly, Fabrizio Romano's on one today. He's saying that Arsenal are about to get a here we go for Piero Hincapié. So it looks like clubs
Could we?
Moving. No, we couldn't.
Imagine.
Could we? I'm starting to see a lot of people saying, Lookman. Like a lot of reporters and ITKs are now saying, Lookman. I would be over them. Imagine we got Lookman, Simons, Kudus. Like, this is just, we don't ever have transfer windows like that. Ever.
That's transformed our attack at a click of a finger. Transformed our attack.
Wow. Well, so I'm just, there is so much news. Here we go. Ben Jacobs just said, Chelsea have added Crystal Palace midfielder Adam Wharton to their list of long-term targets. Tough deal to do before Monday.
Who, sorry?
Wharton.
No, but who's put
Chelsea? Chelsea are a relentless machine, aren't they?
They just don't. They just don't care. I think that's the bit that gets. They don't care. They just go, PSR registration. Who cares?
Mate, listen, I'm so happy. I mean, look, if the contract signed, he can still be registered for tomorrow, but probably might be pushing it a bit late.
He won't have a work permit in time. They'll have to do the work permit. Normally takes 12 to 24 hours, and they can rush it through, but he won't be able to. You would have to have your work permit before you can register. So it would be, if they can get his work permit done in the next hour or two, then they could probably register. But I think it'll be, and even still, I don't even think he would even be ready to play, like, in that sense, like, because he wouldn't have trained, like, and all that. So it would be amazing if he did play, but I can't see. I think it'd be way too short notice.
Should we see how happy people are in the super chats? Should we have a look at some super chats?
Go on,
by the
then.
way, guys, 22,499. 99. We need one more subscriber to hit 22.5K, and that would be 130 subscribers in 2 hours. Also, thank you for helping us get over 1,000 likes. Keep hitting that like button. Let's get to these super chats. If you want something guaranteed to be read out, this is how you do it. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. By the way, Fabrizio Romano has just given a kind of here we go for Kiwior to Porto. So it's the domino effect. Kiwior's going to Porto. Hincapi's going to Arsenal. Hey, it's all happening. Are you ready?
Let's do this.
Really? So you can see how far back we're going. Really hope the Willian situation don't happen. It didn't, my man. Big up Sanctuary. Really appreciate you. Jacob has said our chairman has pulled it out the bag. What a baller. Xavi Simons also hearing Savio could be back on. We'll talk about Savio in a minute because him being unhappy and Man City agreeing to let him come are two very different things, but we'll talk about it. Big up Jacob. Thank you very much for that, my man. Aussie Frank Lover said Brian Dagel been streaming for 6 hours already.
7.5 in the end.
Go on, Brian Dagel, my man Dagel. Listen, if the king of the protests can be happy, I think everyone needs to be. Big up Aussie Frank Lover. Really appreciate you, my man. He's come back in again and said VDV spoke to Simmons apparently personally. Can you hear the dog screeching, by the way?
No.
Perfect. Good. Okay. The noise cancelling is working. VDV spoke to Simmons apparently personally. Listen.
He's also friends with Odegaard as well, if I'm right in saying.
VDV is friends with Simmons. Simmons is friends with Odegaard.
Yeah.
Nathan Ake plays with two of them for the Dutch national team. By the way, I'm going to call this person out. Eugene, who goes on to different channels, who yesterday said Nathan Ake is 30 and he wouldn't want him at Spurs.
Mate,
Give your head a wobble.
Ake brilliant.
We'll talk about it in a minute. Big up Aussie Frank Lover. I really appreciate you. Big up to Andrew Kiddle. My man, Andrew. How you doing, bro? Said nerves. We deserve this. Big up Sava and Manny. God, this was a long time ago. Big up to you, Andrew. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Dean Law on the super sticker train. Thank you very much, Dean. We appreciate you greatly. Thank you, bro. Simon Bergen, we appreciate you too on the super sticker train. I appreciate any of you that are basically supporting my business, essentially. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Big up to Mark Taylor. How you doing, mate? We are going to have a channel member only show this afternoon. Listen, I've got loads of streaming to do between now and I think I leave for the airport at 4 a.m. on Sunday. So I've got loads of filming to do. Sava, can Simmons use both feet? Well, you saw from those clips. Yes, he can. Yeah. He is predominantly right-footed, but is happy to carry the ball with his left, which you would expect from professional footballers. So, yes, he can. Big up to you, Mark. That was at 8:59 a.m., by the way. Big up. We're now into the 9 a.m.s. Big up D&B, DB forever. Really appreciate you. Alfie Gilchrist, by the way, is set to join Ryan Mason at West Brom on loan for anyone that cares. Big up to you. Thank you very much, DB forever. You'll see in a minute when we get through to the actual when he signs. Mark with a super sticker. Big up to you, my man. He said Xavi Simons is aboard the Frank engine. Choo choo. Everybody right now who questioned this man, right, should be giving their head a wobble.
My manager.
He's not a winner. We sacked Andrew, won a trophy. He can't attract players.
Yeah.
Come on. Big up to you, Mark. Really appreciate that, my man. Thank you very much. Big up to Dean Law, who said, Bomber, we got there. Bomber. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much. Sorry, more breaking news. No, same as before. Big up to you, Dean. Really appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. Sam, thank you, has said, AFC fan here, Chelsea in the mud. Listen, I don't think Chelsea are in the mud. Chelsea didn't bid. So as much as I love it, you know, Chelsea didn't bid. And let's be fair, Chelsea will do more business between now and Monday. That's what Chelsea do.
Chelsea spin loads of plates, right? And they must have just gone, we want it. I could tell that when the Garnacho one happened, a lot of people got really nervous going, oh, they're going to turn their attention. I went, nah, Chelsea are spinning a million plates at the same time. They're not going, Garnacho's done, then we're going to do Simmons. the fact that there was no noise at all from Chelsea, I was more quietly confident.
I completely agree. And by the way, thank you for getting me over 22,500. We're now on 22,520. So 21 of you just subscribed in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Big up to you, Waka. How you doing, Waka? Said, Xavi, you can relax a bit more during your holiday. Do you know the happiest person is going to be my wife? It's going to be my wife. Take that however you feel. Xavi is coming, I hope. Here's a $5 just because. Well, listen, we really appreciate that. It helps the business grow. Thank you very much, bro. Lee said signings like this make other top players sign. That's it. It's the domino effect, right? Someone like Savio, if City would let him go, you say, look, you're going to be linking up with Xavi Simons, who I believe he played with at PSV, right?
Correct.
All the links, and you're going to be playing with Kudus. You know, you're going to be linking up with, listen, absolutely brilliant. Big up, Lee. Completely agree with you. Luke has just quite simply said, here we go. Boom. Here we go. Here we go. Love it, Luke. Big up to Godfrey, who has said a juggernaut of a signing. I love that. A juggernaut of a signing. Have it. Come on. I like it. You Spurs. Bang on, bang on, bang on. Connor has said, do you rate him that highly? Yes. Yes. He's 22. He's got ridiculous stats. He's a Dutch international. He was wanted by Chelsea. Bayern Munich got rejected by him, if I'm not wrong, earlier in the summer or in January.
It was this summer.
This summer. There we go.
Lively rejected their bid, saying we would. They're preferring to sell him abroad, if that makes sense. They didn't want to send him to a rival.
Absolutely. Big up to somebody Savami, the artist formerly known as Mr. Pox Office and Lubo her up. I said, pardon the outburst. Tough last month. It all culminated with negative news. Ari, my beloved club. Grand's funeral yesterday. My birthday today. This lifts the mood. Listen, dude, I know we spoke last week and we know you're going through a little bit of a tough time. Always remember, this too shall pass. Everything that seems shit passes. It does. Everything that seems shit passes. It takes a day or a week or a month or a year. Everything passes. Big up to you. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday to you, by the way.
And happy birthday to you. And sorry to hear about your nan as well. Big up to Emma over there on T-side. Big up, Emma. Said, morning, Sava. Great news. Emma, you've been here dealing with this meltdown we've had for months. But yes, we do deserve this great news. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you, Emma. Aaron, thank you. Was just putting a super sticker. Love it. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. He's back. Somebody saved me and said, no striker ahead of Kane for me last decade. Kane and Sav. I don't know what you mean, but listen, Kane's been the best striker we've had at this club for a long time. So, yeah, absolutely. Big up to you. He's back in again. It's a PS on critical. Love nuance. Love the Netherlands. Xavi equals ace. Listen, we're there, brother. We're there. We're all loving it, my man. We're all loving it. He's coming again. He's coming again with a super sticker. Thank you very much. Very, very generous. You lot have been very generous. We are very close to a super chat record. So big up to you, my man. George, my main mod, one of my main mods and a channel member, said, morning, Savern chat. 2 signings and a loan. Although all 3 are game changers, it's still well short of what's required, but I'll take it. Listen, 2 more signings. This window could be epic. As it stands, it's good. 2 more signings and it could be epic. And this is what we've been asking for, right? This is what we've been asking for. Where are we? Big up to you, George. Appreciate you. Ryan Trestane said, Brian, I better start going to the clubs and pubs to pull a fit woman. There's still hope. There's always hope to pull yourself a lovely lady. Hey, pubs and clubs, though. I'm not sure that's where you want to be going. Just a little, not sure that's where you want to be going. But big up to you, Ryan. Good luck on the search for a lovely young lady. Big up to Craig Scott, DJ General Tracks inside the house. This is actually David House's nephew, believe it or not.
Wow.
So, yeah, big up to Craig, unless he's lied to me. But this is David House's nephew. But what a random lie that would be, wouldn't it? My uncle is the 1991 FA Cup winner for Spurs. Every time I work a double shift, we sign a player.
Get work more double shifts. Get back to work.
Get back to work then. Hang on, who's messaging me this? I don't know.
Oh, gosh.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
I thought it was news.
No. You never know. Big up to DJ General Tracks. Big up to Daniel. I can't believe we're on for a world record in chat revenue very soon, and for likes and possibly for subscribers in one show. You know when they say YouTubers love negativity, doesn't it show it's the complete opposite?
I've always said it.
Look, when it's positive, it's positive. Big up to my man Philly. I'll bring you in a second. Daniel said, do an alternative lineup with just subs. Yeah, I can do that in a minute, mate. I'll have a look at.
You had to read that a second time.
Huh?
You had to read that a second time, just in case.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, do it. Yeah. Big up to you. I'll do that in a second, my man. Mr. MB said, Eze or Simmons. Tell the truth, mate. Let's be fair. If anyone had offered you Eze or Simmons in this summer, you would have said either.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I was about to say.
I'm not going to start being reactionary. I love both. I love Xavi Simmons. For me, Xavi Simmons for the fact that he's younger. But listen, I would have taken either. It's difficult, right? It's a difficult one.
I think what the best way to put this, Mr. MB, on this one is this stops the pain of us losing Eze. Does that make sense? Now we've signed Simmons. I'm now not going, we missed out. Like, we're not sitting there festering that we lost out on Eze, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Where's Danny Kiriakou? Get your arse on screen. Look, Benji's joined us as well. There he is. In his Chelsea kit, apparently. What are you wearing?
Yes, Bertie. It's a Chelsea kit, mate. Well spotted.
You remember the old Chelsea kit with the Samsung thing? Oh, fair enough.
Come on, boys.
Just before I bring you all in, we've got 7 more to go. Big up to everybody inside the house. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. The numbers are mental. The fans are happy. Gerald said, go have a shower, Xavi. You smell. Dude, I went to bed and woke up. I haven't been out. I've not been playing sport or anything. I've literally woke up and said, do I shower or do I stream? And Perchy told me, you stream. you go live. So
you be first on it, man.
I'm live. Big up to you, Gerald. Thank you. I'll try not to smell too much. We had to let you guys get at least one this window. Cryptics AFC. Listen, you be happy with your Eze. We'll be happy with our Xavi Simmons. Yeah. Ours has got a much cooler name than yours as well. So don't you worry about that. Big up to you, Cryptics. Playful Spurs, very, very generous. We need Danny Kiriakou, don't we? We need Danny K to make this as well. Said, morning, Sava. Fantastic to get Simmons over the line. Fantastic signing. Have a great holiday. You deserve it with all the hard work you put in. Grab yourself a well-deserved pint. Come on, you Spurs. That is very generous. Thank you. Do you know what? I said yesterday to the wife, you cannot beat a holiday pint. You know, when you get around the pool, you first put your trunks on, you're at your hotel room, you go around the pool and you have that first pint in a glass that they've taken out of a fridge and you go, oh, I've made it. I'm on holiday. I cannot wait. I'll be honest. I have got streaming fatigue. I'm not going to lie to you, but it's the transfer window. Big up to you, Playful Spurs. Big up to Flips SD. I said, it's who we are, mate. It's who we are. Daniel Levy's back. Daniel Levy's back.
Our chairman.
Big up to you, Flips. Really appreciate that. Here he is. Here is that fraud. Danny the Bum Kiriakou said, let it all work out. Let it all work out. Danny K. Danny K. Here he is, the new Levy-in member. Thank you, Danny. If you want to come on, mate, just message me. By the way, Simicast is joining Roma on loan. He's got the here we go. Christopher has said, I am beyond ecstatic with the Xavi Simmons signing. Aren't we all? Aren't we all, Christopher? Really appreciate that, my man. Thank you very much. James Watts has become a new member. James, I'll have a channel member only show this afternoon when I've calmed down, had a minute to breathe, had a shower as well, apparently. By the way, I have brushed my teeth, just so you know. So big up to you, James. Look out for that. And also, Jonathan Dunn. Thank you, Jonathan. Said, we got Xavi. I just don't think you understand. He only cost 60. He's better than Eze. We got Xavi. Listen, I'm just so happy. And Ryan has said, big up, Jonathan. Thanks for that. And Ryan has said, have you seen me, Sava? I'm not looking. Ryan, don't do this to yourself, man. You know what? You know what I learned a long time ago? When people talk like this, you're defeated. right?
Yeah.
You want to go out, you want to meet a nice young lady, get yourself a haircut, sort your beard out, iron a nice shirt, get out there, have a little bit of confidence, have a chat, say hello. If you don't believe in yourself, mate, they're not
this,
gonna
man.
believe in you. So come on, man, don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Welcome, Benji. Welcome, Philly. I think Perchy might need to leave in a minute, I believe.
I do have to run. I want to say one thing before Sava, say it.
Oh, we are so back.
Yes, let's go.
We are so back. Yeah, I know
so-
you wanted the 4 words. I know you wanted the 4 words.
Yeah, so look, I'll leave it on this. Big up Philly, big up Benji, my guys. I've got work to do. But look, guys, everyone, this is the signing that unifies everything. No, there should be no Spurs fan going, oh my God, why have we wasted all this money on this kid? We have signed a top football player. I'm ecstatic. Roll on to the next ones. Can we go to Man City and do a double swoop for FK and Savio? I'm just saying. But look, I'll leave you guys to it. Enjoy the stream. Guys in the chat, if you're not liking and subscribing right now, you're all frauds. If you haven't hit the like button, hitting the subscribe button, you're a fraud. Anyway, guys, cheers for having me on, Sav. I will catch you later.
Thanks, mate.
And Monday, deadline day show. Just saying. Just
Yeah,
remind
it won't be me. Perchy's hosting that for me. So
Deadline
thank
day.
you, mate. Perchy's hosting
Cheers.
it.
Bye, guys.
What's that called again? Wait a minute, Perchy, say that. What's the name of your program again so I can finish it for you? What are we doing here? There are levels to this game, my friend.
What are we doing here? Do you know what we're doing here? We're signing top football players. Come on.
There are levels. Yeah,
What's
that's
that, boys?
right.
I've got to run. Ciao.
Right.
See you, mate. Benji, Philly, thank you for being patient there, lads. I had to obviously do the super chats. I'd let it build up to 28 of them. So I thought I better do it before it gets huge. Guys, what a morning, right? What a morning to be a Spurs fan. And for those of us apparently like Benji that don't wake up till about 10:30 in the morning, how you feeling?
Go on, Philly.
I'm excited, Savo, yeah, on the fact that Xavi Simmons, yeah, I need to see more of him. I wasn't impressed with him in the Euros. That's just me. But I want to see more of him so I can get a proper analysis of the player. But at number 10, yeah, you can't get a better number 10 than him at the moment. And I'm happy that Spurs have signed a player. I knew they would sign a player. It wasn't, and there was no doubt in my mind that Spurs would sign a player before the end of deadline day. So it's a very good thing. So yeah, I'm happy for that. And another thing, yeah, because this is getting annoying now. This positive and negative. If you're looking for positive and negative from somebody else's opinion, mate, I'm sorry, that speaks badly of yourself. Because you find positive and negative in your own life. You don't need somebody else's opinion to jump up and down, brother. You don't need my blessing to be happy. So anyone looking for positive and negative from an opinion of mine, I'm sorry if you're not going to find it. Because I'm just going to be myself at the end of the day. And if you think that it's a negative, that's too bad. Sorry.
Agreed. I mean, Benji, great news to wake up to. Xavi Simmons, top player.
Well, first off, I don't usually wake up at this time, people. Okay, I've had a day off, and yeah, who would have guessed? So I don't actually know what's going on this morning. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Have we actually done this? Have we actually signed some backup for Brennan Johnson? I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. Right. So, Brent, I mean, look, listen, Xavi Simmons, I've followed this guy's career with great interest. Let's just start off. I suppose he went from Barca to PSG. He played. This is what I like about him, right? So he went to PSG, played 10 games, and was surplus to requirement. What I love about him is then he moved away to a slightly lower league and absolutely smashed it out of the park. He goes to PSV, scores 23 goals, gets 8 assists in his first season there. Sublime. He then goes off to Germany and goes and gets double figures in GA for both of the seasons that he's been here. So here is a player that has come away from a big club and sort of not reinvented himself, but, you know, plied his trade. And he's a fantastic player. My question is, though, has he held up the shirt yet?
He's signed the contract. The contract
Has
signed.
he held up the shirt yet?
But why do we need to see that? He's signed the contract.
He has. Have we announced it? Has he held up the shirt? That's all I want to know, mate.
He signed the contract. He has signed the contract.
Okay, all right. So, you know, the vibe is massively different. Everyone seems to be absolutely losing their mind, which is amazing. The club announced him, and has he held up the shirt? That's all I want to know. Okay, because I don't trust Levy.
But listen, you've got to remember that the club announcement will be after the video's been made and all of that stuff. The contract's been signed, then they go and make all that video stuff. So you're always going to get the club announcement last because of all the world of media. It's not the days where a contract's signed and it's announced. They've got to make a media video, right? So they've got to make it look pretty. He signed a contract, Philly.
So, okay.
He signed a contract. Like everyone has said, he signed a contract. Deal done.
7 years apparently.
7 year, 5 year with 2-year option.
Maybe Spurs learning from Chelsea to sign long contracts, 7-year contracts now, and pay the whole fee over the duration of the 7-year contract. So fair play to Spurs for doing that. If that's done, we still haven't seen him in the Spurs. We still haven't seen him at Tottenham way, at Hotspur way yet. So
we have. There's photos of him from yesterday and in the evening at Hotspur Way. He stayed at Hotspur. You know, he stayed the night at the complex.
I mean, maybe he just wanted to stay in a nice hotel before he goes to Chelsea. Who knows? You know, he's 6-star over there.
Guys, I know we've got PTSD. This is done. He is a Tottenham Hotspur footballer, guys. You've got to believe it. He is done. Either that or every single reputable journalist is going to have egg on their face saying that it's 100% and he signed a contract.
But most journalists do have that already, Savo. Look at the summer.
Come on. What is wrong with you guys? What is wrong with you? This is done. Let me show you a few things. Right? So let's start with Ornstein. Now, this guy is never wrong. Ornstein, right? Xavi Simons signs contract at Tottenham ahead of move from Leipzig. Deal for the 20-year-old attacker is done. 2030 plus 2 years, right? Done. Let's have a look at Paul O'Keefe. Paul O'Keefe said Xavi Simons. Oh, that was medical done 3 hours ago. There you go. Spurs wrap up a deal that could reach 125 million. Let's look at Matt Law. Matt Law has said Tottenham have now signed all their paperwork on the Xavi Simons deal. 5-year contract plus the option. Announcement planned for today. Right? Romano. Fabrizio Romano, you have to forgive me. He's going to have to go a little way back. Where are we? Let's go.
Here we go soon.
No. There you go. Xavi Simons' contract until 2030 plus 2 years is 100% signed. Tottenham will announce the start today. If you don't like that one, Tottenham, Xavi Simons, here we go. Contract 2030 plus 2-year option. Guys, it's done. He's a Spurs player.
That's yeah. Didn't we get here we go for Morgan Gibbs White as well?
Can you not see the difference? Difference between that?
Do you blame me? Honestly, do you blame me? I'm a little bit skeptical. Who knows? I'm nervous, is all I'm saying.
Right. Okay, so let me break this down. Right? Morgan Gibbs White never did a medical. He was never at Tottenham, and he didn't sign a contract.
Okay.
Xavi Simons is at Tottenham, has signed a contract and completed a medical. Huge difference.
Okay.
Huge difference.
Do you know what this is? And this is going to sound terrible, right? Do you remember when we won that Europa League? I wasn't happy. I was in shock. So right now, I've just woke up. This hasn't kicked in for me yet. So you're going to have to forgive me a little bit. So you're telling me a set of guarantee. We've got him. He's ours.
Yes, he's a Tottenham player. If he's not a Tottenham player, right?
We hijacked Chelsea. Are you sure about this? Maybe I've woke up.
Hang on. Again, Chelsea didn't bid. For him. They agreed personal terms a month ago, but they have not bid for him. So Spurs have seen an opportunity, seen that the deal is doable, gone in, wrapped it up in about 24, 36 hours. Guys, come on.
Would you say the deal was close to the one that we got for Kudus? Because Chelsea were interested in Kudus before Tottenham were, and they didn't actually act upon it, and that gave Tottenham the position to go in and move on Kudus. Yeah, that's how we got Kudus before Chelsea did, because Chelsea had already signed João Pedro and Gittins at the time. Yeah, so we didn't sign. They didn't want to move for Kudus, so they didn't put a bid in for him. We came in and we got Kudus. Yeah, I think it's the same kind of principle, isn't it, or something along them lines?
Well, I mean, look, it all depends. Listen, when we use words like hijack, right? I think it's sensationalism, isn't it? It's good for YouTube. It's good for the internet. It's good for the media. Essentially, Chelsea didn't bid. And by the way, I'm not complaining about that. For me, I'm glad Chelsea didn't bid. So what everyone's saying now is that Chelsea are moving on, looking at different options like Fermin Lopez of Barcelona. They didn't bid. Spurs bid, right? We got the deal done. Guys, you need to believe it. This is done. He's a Spurs player. He's a Spurs player.
I will believe it when I see him in that pretty little top that we put likes to. Yeah. Look, as soon as I see him do that, I'm fine. I have every God-given right to be just a little bit nervous about this, okay? And I'm sure there are hundreds of thousands. I don't care. I don't care. When I get an official statement and I see the club shirt, then I'll be happy. I am still nervous. I don't care if we sign a contract or not. This is Tottenham Hotspurs. Who knows what can happen? Okay. For all intents and purposes, the building could blow up. It's just sort of Tottenham's luck, isn't it, really? But
it's done.
It better be.
It's done, guys. We need to. It's done. Well, I need some guys. Don't come on my show and kill the vibe with this negativity. It's done.
No, Reggie, I like you, man. I agree with you, yeah, in principle, yeah. I like to see the player hold up the shirt. But, yeah, I think this one is done, man. I think Simmons is going to go to Tottenham Hotspurs. And by the way, Tottenham weren't interested in Simmons before the window started. There were rumblings before the window started about Spurs going for Simmons. And then Chelsea moved for him. So... Yeah. So I reckon this one is done. And plus, this is the last few days of the window, so they need to get signings in. And it's a number 10, yeah, because we definitely need a number 10, yeah. Simmons is high up there on the list, so fair play to Tottenham for getting the deal done. Salva, just because my face is like this doesn't mean I'm not positive, bro. Trust me, I'm positive too. It's just that I'm happy, yeah.
What do you think of the player, Philly? What do you think of the player, Philly?
I'm still undecided, Salva. I saw bits of him in the Euros, yeah, and to me, yeah, it's his temperament. I don't think that he can handle a big occasion, but that's just me. But he's young, so maybe he might develop that as he grows up. But I just think that he just needs to understand the environment that he's at and the levels that he's at as well. But
Philly, have you watched a lot of him?
I watched him at the Euros heavily. I watched him for Holland, yeah, and for the Netherlands, I should say, at the Euros, yeah. And I just watched the way that he was, especially when he had chances in front of goal as well. He just didn't look to me as if he was composed, and he wasn't. He doesn't look like a composed player to me. But then I could be wrong. I just need to see more of him.
No, do you know what? This might be a really bold statement, and I apologise, but do you know who he reminds me of just a bit? Do you remember Gianfranco Zola? The way he was a bit of a magician. I'll tell you something. I don't want to, side to side compare, but when I watch him play, he reminds me just a little bit of that. I think he's a wonderful, wonderful player. I'm still in a little bit of disbelief. I'm still in a bit of shock. So this is really hard to process for me. And again, I've just woke up, so I'm not quite with it. You know what? Honestly, look, you say maybe I'm listening to what you're saying, but if you look at Xavi's stats over the last sort of 3-4 seasons, I mean, the kid has smashed it out of the park. His numbers are fantastic. I mean, I haven't seen his percentiles or anything like that, but just going off where he's been, what he's done, I think he could do wonders for Tottenham. I feel like this is a player, like, for instance, Nico Paz. Nico Paz feels like a good player, but I don't think he would do much for the way Tottenham play. Whereas someone like a Xavi Simmons, Jesus, I mean, this kid is truly something special. Is this the best signing since Van der Vaart?
Yes.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay.
So when Rob said, when you say, still don't take YouTube channels as official announcements, which YouTube channel has officially announced it? We're just passing on news, mate. We're not officially announcing things. Don't do that. Come on, let's not do that. I'm not trying to claim that I've announced it. Ben, can you bring a bit more positivity than these two up there? I can't believe it. I'm bringing people on thinking that Spurs fans are actually going to be happy. And they're like, nah, I don't believe it. It's done. He's a Spurs player.
Ornstein said he signed the contract. He's a Spurs player. The only better news is if the heavens open up and God himself puts his hand down and slaps you around the face. I can't believe this is like Christmas morning. It's an unbelievable day. I woke up to find that Brian Dagel had streamed for 7.5 hours. Xavi Simons had signed for Tottenham Hotspur. I've done a Basuma and turned up an hour and 20 minutes late for work. Be excited. This is an unbelievable. This is the best signing Spurs have made in the Premier League era.
I'm so happy. I'm
unbelievable
so happy.
signing. This is the biggest signing since Jurgen Klinsmann in 1994. This is the biggest signing since 1994, and I wasn't even born.
I was, unfortunately.
Yes.
I was born.
Yes, we can say we still need players like Ademola Lookman. People that are saying no to Nathan Ake, I'm gonna have to shout at Eugene later. I'm gonna have to shout at him. I love him.
I was sent this clip last night of Eugene saying, "Oh, but he's 30." Like, when? Can I ask a question? When did a player being 30 suddenly become they are past it and too old? Like, this era, this new generation of football fans saying, "Oh, Nathan Ake." Eugene, I'm calling you out. If you're about, mate, hopefully you're in the chat. Then, oh, but if he was that good, why would City be letting him go? What?
Paulinho?
If that was the case, you'd never sign any players, would you? You'd never sign good players.
First and foremost, I stopped listening to Eugene after last summer's debacle, mate, because my man was one of the ones who said, let's sign Timo Werner for a second time. And I was looking at his comment and I thought, oh my word, jeez. So from that moment there, I stopped listening to Eugene when it comes to his taste in players, because he really doesn't have a good taste in players. What was it now? Jimenez, Solanke's a better forward than Jimenez. And I'm looking at him thinking, mate, have you actually watched AC Milan play? Have you actually watched Jimenez play? Not just for Mexico, but have you actually watched him play for like AC Milan and Feyenoord? Have you not seen him score in the Champions League? What are we doing here? But yet you want to tell me that Solanke, who's never played in the Champions League, is a better player than him? Based off what? What you based it off? Oh, no.
Oh, mate, it's mad. But Eugene was in a chat the other day telling me that, like, I don't want Akliouche. He's not done it in the Premier League. And it's like, well, none of these players have done it in the Premier League until they've done it in the Premier League. Like, the Premier League, by the way, is 68% foreign footballers.
Yeah.
68%. We're the highest of all the European leagues, by the way. We're the highest proportion of non-homegrown players, if that makes sense. Right? So when people go, oh, these foreign players, they can't hack it over here. What do you mean? These foreign players make the bloody league. Yeah. These foreign players are the reason the Premier League is the Premier League.
And in regards to Xavi Simons, it's not like he's doing it in a Farmers League. He's doing it in the Bundesliga. And I don't think people said the same things when Erling Haaland was scoring like 5 million goals a season. I don't think they were saying, oh, it's only the Bundesliga. No, it's the third best league in the world. And some people would say it's one of the most entertaining leagues in the world.
Mate,
I mean, he nearly hit double figures for both seasons, by the way, in goals and assists. 10 goals. His last season, he got 10 goals, 7 assists. And then the season before that, 8 goals, 11 assists. This guy means business. He's no joke of a player. That we genuinely have someone special here. Genuinely have
22 years of age as well. We're going to have him for the majority. We're going to have him 7-year contract as well. Yeah. We're going to have him now, and we're going to have him in his pomp. I don't know if there's a release clause involved. I heard there was a release clause. But if there is a release clause, I bet it's something idiotic like 150, 160 million.
And by the way, just quickly, sorry, Adiz, no. The transfer fee doesn't get to 125 million, the package. So when they talk about the 125 million, it's the transfer fee plus what his wages would add up to over the years. So this is normal for any top club. When they buy a player for 60 million and pay him 200 grand a week, if he stays for his contract, you're talking about £10 million a year in salary. So that's what they mean, mate. It's not 60 million rising to 125 on a transfer fee. This fee essentially right now is £51.5 million.
That's crazy.
With
Crazy.
add-ons that will get that up to about 60 million. So the Euros number kind of changes it and skews it a little bit.
I mean, if you compare that sort of money to Larson, 55 million bid for Larson.
Hang on,
Wolves.
I've got news.
What?
I've got news. Tottenham Hotspur. We've got news from Romano that Tottenham, and this is a new one. This is a new one, people. A new name has been thrown into the Tottenham Hotspur hat. Not that one. There you go. Tottenham Hotspur have made an approach with Man City for Manuel Akanji, one of 3 names on the shortlist. AC Milan are also in talks over move for the defender, ready to pay 15 million fee, but still in talks over personal terms. Tottenham and Milan want the centre-back before the end of the window. Tottenham, are we back? What are we doing?
We're back, Sava.
Control, fellas, control.
We're back.
Mate, listen, no, I want to get excited. Let me get excited. Guys, Manuel Akanji.
Brilliant player. I went in from Dortmund, by the way. He's a very, very good centre-half. I do like him as a left-sided option. And plus, do you know what this does, Sava, yeah? And Ben and everybody else? It actually gives you competition for places, yeah, where players look into the team. And this is about time that Tottenham had this competition for places in this team, yeah? Because basically, we've had players dropping absolute stinkers, yeah, and then still being in the team on the Saturday after they dropped a stinker on the Wednesday. And you're thinking, you haven't earned your right in this team, but now we've finally got competition for places. You're going to see players actually perform because they know if they don't perform yet, they're going to be kicked out of the team. So I'm ecstatic Spurs are going for players like Manuel Akanji because you can actually see what they can actually do.
How old is Akanji? He's like 24, isn't he?
30. No, he's 30.
Is he 30? Really?
I think he's 30, yeah.
Ake's 30. Let's have a look.
I will check for you. I'm pretty sure he's around 30.
See, this is squad building at its best.
Oh, no, he's 30. You're right. He's 30.
Oh,
if you've got Akanji and Van der Ven and Romero and Danso as your 4, this is a top defender, by the way, that is very comfortable on the ball, won everything at Man City. Mate, this is it.
Thomas Frank's the man, Sava. Thomas Frank's the man. Give him a statue already. He's not even been here 5 minutes. Give him a statue. He's signing potentially world-class players, top-class centre-back who's Premier League proven. My man, Thomas Frank. I'm not waking Dagel up, by the way.
I was told that no one would want to play for him. I was told that no one would want to play for Thomas Frank. He's not a winner.
From who?
Right, Akanji. Talk to me about Akanji quickly, guys, because that's mad. That's come out of nowhere. We knew Ake was an option, but guys, that's a quality signing if you can get that done, isn't it?
Oh yeah, left-sided centre back as a potential for replacement for VDV when VDV eventually gets an injury through his hamstring, or Thomas Frank has seen that he needs to rotate him, and some games we're going to have to go 3 at the back. If you need to put a really defensive team, Akanji, Romero, and Danso, you're not getting past that. With Paulinho in front of it, you're not getting past that. Solid. That's a solid back 3. That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see.
Guys, anyone else? Akanji?
It also gives Spurs the option to play Van der Ven as a left-sided wing-back, because he actually does that for Holland, doesn't he? He plays as a left-back / wing-back for Holland, or for Netherlands, So therefore, it actually gives Spurs the option to do that as well, which means that we've also got more options in defence. So, yeah, I'm happy with Akanji. More than happy with Akanji.
I mean, what more is there to say, really? Plethora of experience. He's done it at the highest level. I mean, the only thing I'm a bit confused about is 15 million. I think that's a tad cheap. I saw this reported about a week ago when Milan were interested. 15 million for a Kanji.
It was breaking even, isn't it? Yeah, but it's Man City breaking even because Man City paid 15
It's
million
because of
for
his
Dortmund.
age, isn't it? I didn't realize it was only. I didn't realize it was 30. It's because of his age.
He's only just turned 30. He's just in July he turned 30.
He's got 2 years left on his contract. But the thing is as well, at that age, how much are you going to command for footballers? At the age of 30, with 2 years left on the deal, is anyone going to rock up and pay 30, 40 million pound for them? It's
yes. Absolutely. Do you not think? Yeah, I think so. Someone like a Kanji, why not? Really?
I don't think.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, tell me who. I don't think it's gonna.
I just think someone with his experience. I mean, the fact that he's only just turned 30. I don't know. I think 15 million is. I mean, I'm over the moon. Don't get me wrong, but 15 million is just a tad cheap. I genuinely, I'd be quite happy at sort of 20, 25, 30 million for him. I feel like that'd be a steal as well. To be honest, you know, you're not buying a ifs or maybes here. You're buying guaranteed quality, right?
Oh, for sure.
If we go to City and take both Ake and Akanji, I'm delighted. I'm delighted. We get both those boys in. I'd happily have both of those two in the squad to build a squad that can actually compete in 4 competitions.
I love that. Right, my problem here with Nathan Ake, I like Nathan Ake as a player. Don't ever get it wrong. But this is Tottenham Hotspurs, and he's got injury issues. Big time. And this is Tottenham Hotspurs, and I'm not playing with the medical department of Tottenham Hotspurs, because if he gets injuries at Tottenham Hotspurs, we know how long injuries take with this medical department. So I'm against that signing for that principle alone. But other than that, he's a very good player. But just the injury
at 30, Philly, though, he's not going to play over Jed Spence every week. He's not going to play over Udogie every week. They can manage his minutes. They can manage his minutes as a 30-year-old, even with the injuries. And it seems like with Thomas Frank, I think he has brought over one person for medical reasons, which is why Richarlison hasn't been injured. Well, I can't believe Richarlison's not injured yet. He's played 4 games in a row. I can't believe it. It is World Cup year, though, so it is silly season. Expect Richarlison to not get injured the entire season and play for Brazil and be awful for Brazil in the World Cup. It is World Cup year. It is World Cup year. People will do anything to play in a World Cup.
This is why I think the loan market will explode. I think the loan market in the next few days, I think you'll see it explode because a lot of players, a lot of clubs are going to players out, so they can clear their wage bill. But a lot of players are going to be desperately searching for game time as well. So you're going to see a whole heap of names coming out here on loan. So that's another thing I'm going to be looking forward to in the next couple of days before the window closes.
Sorry, can I just bring something up about Xavi Simons as well? Mr. Levy, this is what happens when you turn up and you slam the money down.
No. Let's not.
Don't you dare, Sava. Don't you dare.
No, let's not do this. This is such an overused phrase from people who don't understand how transfers work. This is so frustrating to constantly hear this. Right.
So because we're doing some business for a player, Sav, you're automatically going to switch back to no, deals are complicated. Because let me tell you something, when those 2 deals previously fell through, you then went from, come on, stop mucking about. What are we doing here? Just go in, pay the money.
Benji, Spurs haven't even gone big. This isn't even a big money signing. This is about it's 51 million quid.
Still a lot for Tottenham Hotspur.
Well, we've signed many players for above 50 million pounds. We've signed 3 or 4 players above 50 million pounds.
Solanke's 65.
Yep, I know.
You think why this deal got done? It's not just putting the money down. It's convincing the player that he can come. It's finding the right moment. So Chelsea aren't moving for him. Right, we've nipped in. It's the convincing the player, convincing his family. Does he want to move to London? I hear this all the time, this notion, just put the money down. Agents laugh at ridiculous comments like this because it's silly. It's so silly. There are 10 to 15 different things that have to happen for a deal. Just slamming the money down is not the biggest one, believe it or not. It's not. It's not.
When it comes to Daniel Levy, I guarantee it is. There we go. You say about the players deal, Sav, not every deal is complicated. And most of the time when these things get reported, that means conversations already been had with Eze's, with Gibbs White, with Savinho, which would indicate they're quite happy. So it is really and truly just about don't piss around with the deal structure and put the money on the table.
Benji, as I said, I don't want to do this. I've worked for 2 professional football clubs, speaking to intermediaries and agents all day long. When you say this, it is factually incorrect. This is what fans say. Just put the money down. If that was the case, every deal would be very simple. If that was the case, every single deal would take 1 day. If that was the case, every player would be playing in Saudi Arabia that's offered to go there. This is fine. I'll go with it because this is what people think, but this is not the case. And speak to agents. They will laugh at this sentiment. It's not true.
Yeah, but it's the same when you go for any job, though, isn't it, Dagel? Where you have to put in the variables. Yeah, where am I going to live? What am I going to do to get there? How am my family going to cope? How am I going to do? How am I going to put every? This is why I never like the notion of just throwing the money down, mate. You kind of have to think about everything that comes into play when you're talking to a player. What makes you think that when the player comes over here, yeah, that it's going to be. That he's going to enjoy it. So he has to put all that into motion before you make the decision whether you go to a club or not.
But when these things get reported,
what about who else is in for the player? Yeah, are we one like with the Eze thing? Everyone assumed. See, if Daniel Levy had just paid the release clause, we would have got the player, right? All the reports from the likes of Ornstein came out and said that Arsenal asked to be kept tabs. So which meant the moment Spurs agreed to play the release clause, Arsenal would have matched the release clause. This is where people don't understand how transfers work. Arsenal as a football club monitoring Eze, right? Monitoring Eze would have said, we want to be kept in touch with everything. Now, that would have been an intermediary, an agent, somebody involved with the club would have said, right, the moment Spurs or Bayern Munich or whoever, the moment they get a deal agreed in principle, we want to know, right? Then that team has the option to go. I.e., yesterday, Chelsea would know that Tottenham have had a bid accepted. Chelsea make the decision last night, don't they? We either go or we don't. Chelsea didn't go, right? We get the player. Arsenal did go. The moment Arsenal heard that we had reached a fee with Palace, what did Arsenal do? Boom.
Yeah.
Deal done, right? So it's too simple. And that's why when people just rock up and go, see, if Daniel Levy had done this, I blame Daniel Levy for lots of things, but deals like that, it's not that. Benji, you can shake your head. That's how the world of transfers work.
You changed your tune on it, is all I'm saying, mate, because the day after the Eze thing, you were not saying this, mate. I'm sorry. I'm going to listen.
Hang on. No. I was angry we didn't get Eze done. But I have always said all summer, Benji, if you're going to call me out on my show, let's do this, right? Let's fucking do this. If we're going to call me out on my own show, we'll go for it, mate, right? You have demonstrated you don't understand how football transfers work. Anybody that says just throw the cash down demonstrates to me they've played Football Manager and never, ever understood how intermediaries work, agents work, transfers work, players' families, players' kids, yeah, length of contract, salary. There are variables that go into a transfer deal. So no, just throwing the transfer money down isn't a universal rule to getting a deal done.
Right. So that's fine. So when
also not many people are going to just stomp £65 million on a table. No club pays 65 million up front. Not even Chelsea, not even PSG. No one does it.
Obviously, deals are structured. Yes, of course.
Deals are structured. So you've actually just disagreed. You've now gone on your own point, saying no, just throw the money on the table. Because throwing the money on the table is putting all the money up front and said, "There's the money, take it." No, it's structured. When you're dealing with this much money, you've got to structure it. Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? Blah blah blah. This is this. This is that. You've just gone on your own point. Just throwing the money on the table is saying there's 65 on the table. That's just throwing the money down. Mm-hmm. Paying all the money up front.
Benji, what did I say last night? I said on my show last night, I fully expect Spurs will get this deal over the line if Chelsea don't bid. If Chelsea bid, you've now got a completely different scenario. If Chelsea had bid this morning and Simmons had chosen Chelsea, right, would you have found a way to still blame that on Levy, even though he put the money down?
No, the same way I didn't blame Eze.
So,
no,
so
hold on a minute. Let's just
hang on,
examine
so what's
Eze.
the point then? So what's the point then? So
My
we
point
put the money
is,
down on Palace.
no, because my point is, Daniel Levy pisses around, likes to lowball clubs, likes to make the structures most favourable for him. We're not in a position where it's a case of, hey, look, no one else is going in for this player.
How do you know
Because
that?
I think it's fairly obvious. I think when these top tier, journalists come out and they say, okay, players quite happy to go. Contracts have been negotiated in principle. He's happy to come along. So a lot of the problems you're talking about, for me, are out the window. I think it solely comes down to, especially with Daniel Levy, and I hope people agree with me here, Daniel Levy is the sole cause as to why we don't get a lot of deals over the line, because he likes to piss around. And but with that comes the...
Benji, you're conflating two arguments. If the argument is just put the money down, clubs get players. This isn't just about Daniel Levy. This is about all clubs. Just putting the money down works if the player 100% is committed to you only, wants to join, has 100% given his word that he's going to join, right? So, for example, on Eze, all the reports we're hearing is that was not the case. That Eze was not 100% committed to Tottenham, that he was waiting for Arsenal. Right? Arsenal, Spurs put down the money, got a fee agreed in principle with Palace. Arsenal came in, matched it. Where does he want to go? He wants to go to Arsenal. The narrative was, this is because Spurs didn't slap the money down.
But tell me I'm wrong. He was happy to join. He was happy to join Tottenham Hotspurs. That was widely reported. And if we'd not pissed around, we would have got him 2 weeks earlier.
But Benji, this is where fans versus reality. And I always say this to bring logic to this. Because he was happy to join Spurs doesn't mean he would have chosen Spurs over Arsenal, which is the point.
No.
As I've just said to you, if Spurs 2 weeks earlier had hit the release clause for Eze, Arsenal would have jumped in at that moment and hit the release clause for Eze as well.
But you can't guarantee that. I mean, realistically, Arsenal only went back in for Eze because of the injury to Kai Havertz. The fact of the matter is, if you tie up a deal quick enough, you might not give your opposition time to react to it.
Sure, but this is what big clubs do, Benji. Big clubs ask to be kept informed. How many times have you seen it, right? This is infuriating. I think because I've worked in this, it just infuriates me how simplistic people think it is, right? Arsenal agreed personal terms with the bloke a month or two before we did. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you think...
Same with Xavi.
Hang on. So you think in no reality, Arsenal are saying to whoever's running this deal, the moment a fee is struck with a club, we want to know. In that reality, you don't think Arsenal react on that news?
No, of course. But I just think if you get things wrapped up quick enough, there might not be that much time to react. I mean, realistically...
There's always time to react.
Well, again... We don't really know the ins and outs. All I'm trying to say is this.
We know the ins and outs of how transfers work. This is the difference, Benji. When we're saying we don't know the ins and outs, Arsenal would have had an intermediary that would have been alerted immediately. Right. Spurs have agreed a fee over here. Arsenal then have a couple of hours, an hour to go. They've agreed a fee over there. What are we doing? That's where the phone calls are to the chairman, to the owner. Are we matching it? Are we going? Pull the trigger, go, boom, done. The Havertz news seems very convenient, right? For a player, by the way, that isn't even out that long. It's going to be a couple of months, right? Arsenal jump in, and Eze, if Eze wanted to come to Tottenham, why did he so easily go to Arsenal? Why was it not a battle? Why was it so easily Arsenal have entered the race? Here we go. If he wanted Spurs.
No, I completely understand it, and we all know that Eze is a boyhood Arsenal fan. That's fine. But from what I'm understanding is Arsenal offered the same money, but the structure was better. So at the end of the day, look, I know what you're trying to say, but you kind of have to take my point as well. I mean, I know transfers are not easy. I'm not saying that they are. You know, you'd have to be a fool to not think they're more complicated than just throw the money down. But I just think when it comes to Daniel Levy, I think the money he offers and the structures he offers are the reasons why we lose out on so many transfers.
Or they go to bigger clubs.
Look, that is obviously part
Like,
of it
I
as
know
well.
that's not a popular opinion, but who has that happened with where they've not gone to a bigger club that we've lost out recently? He put the money down for Kudus. No one was in for Kudus, right? Deal was easy to do because no one else bid for Kudus. No one else has bid for Xavi Simons. So we've got the deal done. When you've got Eze and Arsenal are there, right? When you've got Kolo Muani, who Spurs bid for. Spurs bid. Here you go. Here's something that blows your fear out of the water. Spurs actually bid to pay for Kolo Muani on loan, and we offered to pay his full salary, and Juventus offered to pay none of his salary, right? None of it. Where did he end up going, Kolo Muani? Why? You said just chuck the money down. Well, Spurs chucked the money. Spurs chucked the money down to PSG and said, PSG, save 5 million or whatever it is for half a year's wages. Kolo Muani said, nah, I want to go to PSG. Desiree Doué. Spurs offered the same salary and the same transfer fee as PSG. Where did he go? He went to PSG. So Daniel Levy put the money down. He's paying the wages. Why did he go to PSG? That's right. They're a bigger football club, more attractive. Every player is different. And this is what I'm not saying just putting the money down can't work sometimes. But you guys use it so flippantly that it's all that's needed in a transfer deal. And that's what infuriates me.
There's good reason to it, though, given our past with Daniel Levy. Can you blame people for having that mindset?
I think if that is your mindset, then I think that people have been playing Football Manager too long.
I mean, that's just insulting. I'm sorry, but we go off what gets reported, Sav.
Agents talking about this, where agents laugh at this saying. There are podcasts where agents are asked, surely you just put the money down, and they go, oh, you've got no idea what happens. But fans still come on and go, put the money down. Sure.
Can't we just be happy that we made an amazing signing today? Why have we got to be so upset?
We are.
Why have we got to be so upset?
We are happy.
No, I'm not upset.
I can't stand it when someone says one thing and then goes to another, like, as soon as something good happens. That's all I'm saying.
I'm called Eeyore Benji, and you're more miserable than Eeyore on the stream. What the hell?
Sorry, have I not been consistent for years in talking about how transfers work and how agents and intermediaries work and how the deals? I've been so consistent, so please don't tell me I flip-flop, Benji.
I'm just saying, after that Eze deal fell through, you were very much on board with just get it done. What is the issue here?
I'm frustrated. When the Eze deal falls through, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated in the heat of the moment because I wanted Eze. But I've been very consistent in any WhatsApp group I've been on any panel show I've been on, as to how transfers work. And I will debate with anybody that uses this flippant term of just put the money down. It's a nonsense statement. It's silly.
Right. Okay. In your opinion, it's silly and a nonsense statement, yeah? But
because
I think you misunderstand.
So I know it's silly.
So you've done the business side and everything as well, yeah?
No, listen to what I said, Dan. I've worked.
Well, you just said you worked in it. Okay, fine.
Where you speak to agents, you speak to intermediaries, you speak to the transfer team, the recruitment analysts.
But I think you miss what people are saying. When people say put the money down, get the job done, as in, instead of pissballing about like Levy does, trying to mix everything up and that, what the club wants, give it to them, then we can go to the next stage. And we all know for a fact that we have lost out on players because Levy have messed about with the money so much. That is what people mean when they say put the money down. No, of course it doesn't sort out the whole transfer because there's more to it. But how many players have we lost? No.
That's what you all say.
No, put the money down. We all know it goes further. But the first bit is you got to buy the player. And if you don't give the club what the player wants, what the club wants, then you don't get the player. And you were
That's
the one who
actually
said on here
incorrect.
the other day.
That's
Okay,
again,
so
this is incorrect.
so that
That's
is
not the
incorrect.
first thing you do. Again, see, this is the difference. You've just said, you don't understand how transfers work. The first thing that is agreed isn't the transfer fee with the club. That is the last
Okay,
thing that is
fine.
agreed.
Okay,
It's the
but then if
last
you
thing
still
that's
don't get
agreed.
okay, if you want to say it's the last thing, then fine. But if you still don't give the club what they want, you ain't going to get the player, are you?
Sure, but you
So
have to have
so it's a
everything.
big part of it, putting the money on the table of what the other club wants, is it not?
Yeah, but this
Is it a part of the business? Is it a part of the
It's
job?
just madness. It's just madness.
No.
Sure.
Is it a part of the job? Is it part of the transfer that happens? Whatever order it goes in is not giving the club what they want for that player a big part of the transfer.
Of course, it's a big part of the transfer.
Right, and
Right?
that's what people say. And we have
No,
lost
no,
out
no.
on
That's not
players
what
'cause
people
Levy
say.
has-
That's not what people say. People always just say, just put the money down, you get your player. That's not true.
Right. I think it's where people just put it in a different way. Yeah. Now, what I have just said
The wrong way.
is
Yeah.
a big. Okay,
It's
if it's the thing that happens at the end and not at the start, then fine. But it is a big part of a deal. If you do not give, no, it's not. Right. So the fact that I don't offer the club what they want is not a big part of the deal. No.
Listen to what I said. I've already said it's a big part, but it's this notion that that's what it takes to get a deal done
It's not the only thing. There's a lot more to it, but it is a big
but you
part
guys never
to
mentioned that. But see, this started because Benji rocks up and said, just
Mhm.
goes to show this deal, put the money down, you get your player. No. What this deal
No,
goes
you
to
got
show
to get
is
everything else with it.
what this deal goes to show is that no one else bid for the player. Tottenham nipped in and got it done.
Mm-hmm.
This deal
Chelsea
wasn't.
have other players they need to buy before
There
they
you
need to
go.
buy Xavi Simmons because
There
they've already got Cole Palmer. They got Gittins from Borussia Dortmund. They've got 2 forwards already. Unless Chelsea have said maybe because Hijack hasn't officially gone to Liverpool yet. Maybe Chelsea are saying maybe we don't want to spend 60 million because maybe Hijack might be available and we'll go for that instead.
Mhm.
Maybe we'll do that. They've got so many plates spinning. Garnacho's just gone to Chelsea. He could possibly play in the 10, even though he's mostly plays on the left. They've got other players that can play in that number 10 position. Maybe they thought, do we really need another number 10? We'll walk away and we'll look at other targets because they're building a squad. That's the reason we've got this deal done.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
That's the reason we've got this deal done.
Have we signed Simmons?
Yes, he signed the contract.
Is it actually done?
He signed the contract.
Know. I haven't been up long. I'm asking a question. I haven't been up
According
long.
to David Ornstein, he has signed the contract. He is a Tottenham Hotspur player.
Great.
On a 7-year deal.
Great. So we got everything
something.
sorted with him and that. We got everything sorted with him and we got his contract sorted and that. And we paid Leipzig the money they wanted for him and the deal got done.
Right.
51 million euro, 51 million pounds.
Right.
Good deal.
51 million euros, brilliant. So we did
51 million pounds, 60 million euros, full package.
Okay, as I say, I haven't seen it yet. I don't know the deal. So what we did then, we spoke to whatever way it goes. We spoke to him, gave him the wages and everything we wanted, gave him the contract. And then if it is the last part of the job, I don't know. I don't do the job. And same as most people, if it is the last part of the job, we gave Leipzig what they wanted and it got the job done. The reason we lost out on Eze, in my opinion, none of us know for a fact, is because we took too long messing about and then all of a sudden offer Richarlison and everything else. I do think that Arsenal wouldn't have gone for him if Havertz were good.
Eze was offered.
You can't prove either way.
Arsenal
we got the job done.
They matched the deal. His agent said to Eberechi Eze, where would you like to work? Tottenham Hotspur or Arsenal? And he said, I want to join Arsenal. That's why the deal was done. Straight up. So, that's why. Because he wanted to, he had already agreed a month before that he wanted to join Arsenal.
The terms agreed with Arsenal for a reason.
We've got it.
But hold on, it took a week to negotiate with Eberechi Eze, yeah? Roughly about a week. And we were being told,
I think we were
it was
3 weeks.
Oh, okay. So now we got to the story of, Crystal Palace are just waiting to get a replacement. Well, it's funny because that replacement wasn't needed when Arsenal walked in, was it? So all I'm trying to say is that to me suggests there's an issue with the structure of the deal. That's all I'm trying to get across with him.
If Arsenal was going to come in for him, he wanted
the player.
Arsenal were coming in, or it suggests to you that he was waiting for Arsenal to come in.
So are you suggesting the player himself delayed the deal?
According to the reports, Eze was asking the English players at Arsenal to talk to Arteta to get the deal over the line. He didn't want to come to Spurs. They've spoken to his cousin. He said he didn't want to go there. He never wanted to join Spurs. He would only have joined Spurs if it was a last resort. Arsenal were always going to come in for that deal. He wanted to join Arsenal. We just need to move on. He's an Arsenal player.
Exactly.
Let's move on. And let's be happy that we've signed someone at 22 years of age, statistically, is better than Eze. If you look at the two stats of the two players, Xavi Simons has better stats. Yes, it's in the Bundesliga. He has better stats than Eberechi Eze at his age of 22. We have signed a real superstar.
Yeah, if we've got him,
we should be ecstatic instead of being miserable on a stream. Let's move on. It's Christmas now. Sign Ademola Lookman, and we will cook. And we will cook. Oh, Kopp is the most positive person on the stream. What the hell was happening?
We got the job done. We got the job done.
Well, I was very happy about Xavi Simons, and as always, it got turned into Daniel Levy. I was very, very happy that we signed him, and then Benji and Philly rocked up with no excitement at all for signing a quality player.
What was the no excitement? I don't know.
Listen, Dan, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? We've not seen the shirt. No, it's not zero excitement, Sad. We've not seen the shirt. I've heard here he goes before.
I need to see the shirt.
So it panics me.
Right.
He signed the contract.
Yeah, that's fine. All I'm trying to say is at Tottenham Hotspurs, I want to see a goddamn t-shirt and I want to see a goddamn announcement from the club. Then,
if you want to see a t-shirt, Big Benji, you can go to the top left corner of the stream and you can go to okshirts.com and you can put the coupon code SAVA for 8% off. okjersey.com.
Has anyone actually? Hold on. Anyone on the panel? Have
Get your phone out, Benji. I want to see you buy a t-shirt right now. Scan that code and put in coupon code SAVA. okjersey.com. Now that is a plug for a sponsor.
But Ben, a lot of people have turned around and said here, I ain't going to believe nothing until I see a player in a Spurs shirt after what happened. A lot of people have said it, haven't they? If it says the contracts and everything are done, Ben, as all I'm saying is a lot of people have said it. A lot of people have said it because of how hurt they've been. From what I see and everyone said, I'm checking it up. The deal's done and dusted. But there's that 1% of me that says, right, I will 100% go with this when I see him in that Spurs shirt because of how we've been burnt. Take it as a bit of comical than anything. But I can say at least like 80% of Spurs supporters sat there and said, I will never believe a deal is done again until I see the player in the bloody shirt after what happened with Morgan Gibbs-White.
But he signed a contract. That's those other players.
I'm agreeing.
Those other players hadn't done a medical and signed a contract. This guy has. So it's...
if he signed the contracts and that, I'm checking it. I agree. But there is that one side of me that wants to see him in a Spurs shirt as well. It's done. Brilliant. Great deal. Now let me see that final bit of him in a Spurs shirt. Yeah. I think it's more of a comical thing at the end of the day where so many people said, I will never, ever, ever believe again that Spurs have signed a player until I see him in that bloody shirt. Because that is what the club has done to people. It's just that final bit that someone wants to see, basically.
Yeah, look, I understand. Listen, I'm just going to.
I believe the deal's done.
Ben, can you run the show 5-10 minutes?
I can run the show. I'm in charge. Really quickly. Feed Philly. This is why I'm the tribal chief. Sava puts me in charge. This is why I'm the tribal chief. This is why I'm the tribal chief.
You're Sammy Uso, mate.
This is why I'm the tribal chief.
No, you're Sammy Uso, brother.
Right, let's talk about...
You like big people for Usi, bro. Now, finally, can I get some words out edgeways here? This Eze one, yeah, that was actually negotiated before the Arsenal deal was done, before the Community Shield, by the way. He actually wanted to stay at Crystal Palace to play the Community Shield, and then he was going to go to Arsenal. That deal was flagged all summer that he was going to go to Arsenal anyway. So Tottenham going for him, was an opportunist chance that we could try and get him. But really and truly, Arsenal had already put the framework there already. So once Tottenham had negotiated a fee, all that Crystal Palace had to do was ring Arsenal and tell them what the fee was. Arsenal then came in and said, look here, we'll pay you the same amount as Tottenham. We'll just pay you faster than Tottenham will. And that's what, and that was how the deal was done. But he always wanted to go to Arsenal. So please don't just bring that, because I slammed Daniel Levy. Believe me, I slammed Daniel Levy, and I refuse to put any money into this club. But I will not slam him for no reason, dude. I will blame him for the stuff that he does, but I will not blame him for things that are out of his control. And the Eze one was not in his control because Eze wanted Arsenal, and everyone knew Eze wanted Arsenal.
What do you boys think about the potential signing of Manuel Akanji? We'll move on to that for the next 10 minutes before Sava comes back. This sounds like an absolute if we can get him for £15 million, our centre-back options look brilliant. If you have centre-backs like our two starting ones are Van der Ven and Romero, then you've got Dragusin who can play in the centre. You've got Danso that can play at the right side and also potentially play at right back. And now you've got you've got 5 really good, solid centre. We'll start with you, Benji. What do you think of the signing of Manuel Akanji, potential for £15 million, according to Fabrizio Romano? I'm not believing until Ornstein says anything, but what do you think of this signing?
Yeah, I mean, look, we spoke about this earlier. To be fair, I'll say the same thing I did then. I just feel like, you're signing a Premier League, quality proven player who's done it at the tippity top, the highest level. And again, I couldn't be more excited if I tried with something along them lines, if it does come off. But I said it earlier, I'll say it again. 15 million for a player of that quality seems absolutely insane to me.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, I'll take him all day long. All day long.
What do you think, Dan, of a potential signing of Manuel Akanji from Manchester City to be another centre-back option going forward?
He's another one I'll quite happily take. I think I'd prefer the other Dutch fella there. What's his name?
Nathan Ake. I agree.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer Ake, but again, it's another player. If he's 15 million, he's also good. I mean, how old's the fella now? He's got to be about 29, isn't he?
29. He's 30. He's just turned 30. He's
30 in July. 30. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see. Some older players with experience as well, not just 21-year-olds. I think that's what a lot of people have been saying. I mean, for me, yeah, well, he's better than Ben Davies, isn't he? So, I think he's quite a good player. I don't think he's nothing special, but he's definitely not a bad player either. I think he's more than good enough for what we need, whatever way we're going to play him, sort of thing. But I would rather we went for Ake personally. But
I agree with you because Nathan Ake can play left back. I agree with you in that. I'd take both of them. I would go to City, put 30 million and take both of them because Ake would be your left-sided backup, which would mean Jed Spence can play in his official position of playing right back, even though I think he's actually shown that he's better at left back than he is at right back, because that allows him as a ball carrier to get on the ball and then drive in the middle of the pitch, which gives a bit of an overload in that centre midfield position. But it's just options, isn't it, boys? It's options.
Ben, do you think that's necessary with Van der Ven in the squad, though? Because he plays left back for the Netherlands, doesn't he? Yeah.
Mickey Van der Ven has got one specialist thing he's unbelievable at, and that is his pace. And you want that in the centre-back position. Because if we are playing a low-block team and we are going to be much higher up, this is why we all wanted Thomas Frank as the manager. Because as Dan says, he plays with the cards he's got. If we're playing a team that is a low block and they do counter us, Mickey Van der Ven is the best player in the world at stopping a counter-attack because of his sheer pace and height. No one covers ground like him. So in some games, you're going to need Mickey Van der Ven as your set. He could play left back, and I think he's got the technical ability to.
He does play left back. He played. That's where he first started playing, and he played left back for Dutch under 21s every time he played. He does cover a left back very well. So if it was a worst case scenario, this is what I have said to people before. We have actually got a left back cover. And now if we've got a defender there who can also take a better where we've got Danzo, and if we get the player we've gone for sort of thing, instead of Ben Davies, it also gives us an option of pushing out Van der Ven to the left to play as a wing back. Now, Van der Ven as a wing back is very good, and he has been for Holland under 21s many a time. And the pace of him up as a left wing back would be excellent, or a left back, whatever way you want to call it. It gives us options, depth. Yeah. This is what we need.
It's what you need, isn't it? Depth with experience. That's what you need. And it sort of blows that, because we were all laughing that Spurs were more of a daycare centre, weren't we, Philly? We were laughing that Spurs were more of a daycare, only signing 19-year-olds. If this window we sign potentially Ake, Akanji and Paulinho, that blows that out of the water, doesn't it? This manager has come in and said, I need experience. We can't just have youth players. And he signed 3 30-year-olds. What does that say for Thomas Frank of changing the philosophy of the club?
Well, hey, I've go on. No, go on.
I was just going to say, yeah, right. This has been brilliant for the likes of Takai as well, and like you said, if you're Archie Gray as well, they actually got experienced players that they can actually learn from. The only problem for me, some of them, is they've been here a year and they've not had much game time in their actual position, so they still need to go out and learn. For me, in some cases, but like you said, this has been a crash for so long, bringing experienced professionals, who could do the job now. We'll take the pressure off the kids to have to perform. Because last year, and the year before, I thought the kids had to perform because the squad itself wasn't good enough.
Yeah, they physically had to, which puts a lot of pressure on young. It puts a lot of pressure on young minds. It puts a lot of pressure on them. And having experienced professionals, you're going to be, if you're an Archie Gray, if you're Bergval, if you're Tell at 20, if you're all these young players, and you see experienced professionals, you're going to look at them. What do they eat? What's their routine? How do they get physically fit for a game of football? What do they do on the treatment table before a game? How do they prepare? That is invaluable experience for young players, because it's not just what they do on the pitch; it's what they do to prepare themselves for a game, to get their mind in check. That's why you need experienced players around. It's so important.
Spot on. It's the same principle, at Real Madrid with Modric, the same principle that you get at Barcelona, with players like Yamal, when they've got the likes of Lewandowski right next to them, or they've got the likes of Frankie de Jong next to you. Players who've been there and done that, and experienced the highs and lows and the joys of football, in and out of football, right? So these players, like Yamal, can actually learn from these players and learn how to compose themselves. And there's no pressure on them to have to perform, because you know that these players are there to carry the team, so they can just relax and just be able to just go out there and express themselves. And that's for years has been my practice with a lot of the kids at Spurs. It's like you've been thrown in the deep end and have to perform because the squad is not good enough. Now you've actually got decent players to come in, like the likes of Paulinho, the likes of Xavi Simons, who've been there and done that. That would be good for the youth, because there's no pressure on them now to have to perform.
It's the perfect thing, isn't it, Benji? That have all those experienced players around there, all these young kids, all these talented kids that we've got. They're going to see experienced players, and they're gonna see what it takes to be a champion around their dressing room, and that's what you need.
No, absolutely. At these bigger clubs, that's what they do. They sprinkle the squad with a bit of youth, but they've got that initial setup, that initial 11 that has experience, has the quality. I think it's going to work wonders for us. I really do. However, I do have a very quick question for the panel. Right, given the fact that we went out, we got Kudus, we got Paulinho, we've got Xavi Simons now, and possibly getting a Kanji. Where does that put us in transfer window ratings right now? Where are you boys in terms of out of 10 this transfer window as it stands? If we do bring in a Kanji as well.
I personally think it's a 7 out of 10 window. I think we need a couple more for squad depth. And I am putting it's late moving. But if you told me at the start of the season we'd got those players in, I would be absolutely delighted. Yes, the timing isn't brilliant, but we've done really well, and Thomas Frank has done really well at convincing the club to go for experience rather than youth. And Thomas Frank is the guy. We'll get Dan's opinion on this next, but has Thomas Frank changed the mentality, or is it just the mentality of the club is changing after seeing that the youth project doesn't necessarily work? Finished 17th last year. Maybe that's down to management, but it's got to be down to having no experience in those games as well. What do you think, Dan?
If I look at both sides of it, if I go by timing and that, it has not been great the way we've done a few things, like getting Simons with a couple of days to go is not good. The fact that we've got him, excellent, but the way it's been done and waiting that long isn't good. But I've been one who said for a long time, as long as they get the bloody deal done, just get it done, even if it's on the last day, because I know how Spurs work. If you go by quality that we've got, if I go by what you'd say, all the transfers, we've got one absolutely stupid buy with Tell. We've got a good buy with Danzo, and I think with the loan with Paulinho, I think that's excellent. I think the loan was the right way to do it because of the injuries he had the pre-season before. And then when you look at Kudus and Simmons, you can put that right on the top of two of the best signings we've made in a very long time. And Simmons, you could probably say that's the best. I think some would say that's the best signing since Romero. I think that's how some people would put it. So the fact that it's been left to the last minute again, for me, knocks a few points off the scale as such. So I'll give it a 7. But if I go by what we've got, I'll give that a 9. See where I'm coming from? The time that we've left it this long,
it's all encompassing the entire package of the window.
That's why I've said I've split it out onto two sides. For the time we've taken to actually get this player in, or Eze, or whoever we wanted for this, we have left it to the bloody last minute and left it too long again. But like I've said, as long as we bloody get them, at the end of the day, you've got the bloody player. So for the
what do you think, Vinny? Before we hand back to the host with the most, what do you think? Before we hand back and we transition.
Well, you say the best to last, Ben K. You know how it is, man. You say the tribal chief to the end, so I'm going to say it how it is. Yeah, I'm going to say it's a 7. you say the best to
mate. Have handed it over to the real one.
Well, brother, I can put my hoodie on if you want, man. You can see it for yourself, just how class I am.
If you want to wear a hoodie in this weather, that's up to you.
I'm the original OTC, you know, them ones there. I'll just put it in your face, you know, them ones there, blood. I'll just put it down how it is.
Looks like I'm buying a hoodie later today.
Oh, well, you can buy my merchandise, man. Or you can buy it from okjersey.com as well, you know what I mean?
Big up okjersey.com. Save 8% on a shirt if you put in the coupon code SAVA. That is 8% off if you put in the coupon code SAVA. Scan the QR code in the top left of the screen, and that's also...
listen,
sorry, Sam, but 7 out of 10 for me this window, right? They bought in the DM, which I asked for all year because we barely needed a DM to cover the defense. They bought in the right winger and Kudus, and that was a problematic position for Spurs for multiple years. The left back, the left-sided wing, the left-sided inside forwards, that we need. We haven't done that yet, but there's still time in the window, and there's still loan signings available. The strike force, I'm not a big fan of Chesney Hawk Solanke, and I ain't a big fan of the other one either. The Pigeon, I'm not a big fan of both of them. And it's not even the injuries. I just don't like them as a player. I don't think they hold the ball. For me, the first touch of the Pigeon is so bad. I just don't like him as a player.
Are you talking about Timu R9?
Yeah, your Brazilian R9. The worst Brazilian team in a generation, by the way. Believe me, the worst Brazilian team in a generation. So I wouldn't even put that up there.
But we ain't going to build a whole team in a matter of a window, yeah? But what we've gone and done is got 3 very good players there. What is it? Simmons, very good player. I ain't going to say he's bloody world class like people are already saying, because he's not, because I think it's a phrase that gets used too much. But very good player who you can see also has the potential to become a quality player, or maybe even a step further. And when it comes to Kudus, another one, I think a very good player who's got potential to come up another level, maybe to a quality player. And then Paulinho, we already know he's a quality player. It just didn't work for him at Bayern Munich. Danzo, good player, good to have in the team, very stable. The only thing that really puts it down on the players that we've bought is Tell for 45 million, another waste of money in that aspect that could have gone somewhere else, in my opinion. But yeah, for the time we've taken and messed about with things, it knocks a few points off. But you can't say the signings haven't been quality. And what a lot of us have asked for, well, I speak for myself here, I would rather we go and buy 2 or 3 very good players instead of just go and get 6 quantity over quality players as such. And I feel this is one of the first windows where you can actually look at it and say there is 3 very good players that we've bought.
It's nice to have players, yes, exactly, that walk straight into your team for once. It's a thing.
That's what I'm basically saying. Yeah.
Hang on. Mr. Waffle House has said something, hasn't he? Here's Sava telling people we're not happy. Xavi Simmons are never happy. He does it again. Alex, the fact I don't even understand your terribly written sentence, I don't even know what to... Here's Sava telling people we're not happy. Xavi Simmons are never happy. He does it again, never learns. Anyone break down what language this is for me? Anyone? Well, what does this mean?
Oi.
So we're not happy at any signings that Spurs make. Is that what you're saying? Is you're trying to say? Here's Xavi telling people we are not happy. Xavi Simmons are never happy. Well,
who's not happy?
I've
been live for 3.5 hours, ecstatic.
Have you?
Alex, if you're doing this thing again where you need validation to come on a show, why don't you just message me and say, "Can I come on your show?" You do this nonsense where you chat absolute waffle, and yet no one understands what you mean. You're trying to mug me off. You keep doing this, mate. You keep doing this. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Sorry, I hate it when he does this every time I'm live. He does this nonsense in my chat. Come on and back it up with more nonsense that you won't be able to be happy about. Look, thanks for doing that, Ben. I really appreciate that. Yeah, listen, it's a great day. It's a superb day. Xavi Simmons is a top signing. Listen, does it solve everything? No, but it solves something, right? You know, now we're talking about a Kanji or Ake coming in. Does it solve everything? No, but does it solve something? Absolutely. It's another. A Kanji can play right back, centre half, or can even go into centre mid, into the number 6 position. A Ake can play left back or left centre half. Right?
I think it's an extremely good signing there, Sava, because we know he plays number 10 mainly, and when I have seen him play, he's got that playmaker ability on him that other number 10s don't have as such. It's like I say with Kulusevski. His position is a number 10, but more of a shadow striker or attacking midfielder. He's not a playmaker, not what I would call a playmaker. Maddison, Eriksson, players like that are playmakers because they know what they want to do with a ball before it hits their feet. They've already got an idea of what's going to happen, what they want to happen. And Simmons plays that way as well. He's got that extra creativity in him as such. And he also scores goals. I'm just very happy that we got him because I personally feel we needed a 10 more than a winger. If we can go get a left winger now, then excellent. But he can also cover left and right in an extreme situation as well. I think we bought a brilliant player there.
Oh, superb.
10 is the main one I wanted personally. Now, if we can get a left winger, brilliant. If we don't, I'll still be satisfied with it.
We have to sign Lookman, don't we, Dan? We have to sign Lookman. I know Savio wants to come to
a lot of people say he's not good
Lookman.
enough. A lot of people say Lookman ain't good enough, and I know he is.
By the way,
would be brilliant.
People in the chat, can you stop being rude to some of my guests if they've got different opinions, please? I don't understand. You can say you disagree with someone without having to call them out or be rude to them, right? It's really mad in this world. Like, surely if you don't agree with what Philly's saying or Benji or Ben or Dan, tell them you don't agree with them and tell them why. It doesn't have to be, oh, that guy's an idiot. That guy's a dick. By the way, this is about me as well. You guys call me a lot of names as well. We don't need to do that. Let us debate on show. Alex, what are you doing? You're making yourself look really silly and childish. What are you doing?
Alex, come on for a hug, man. Come on. Come on, stream,
I don't understand what he's trying to... Alex, what are you trying to achieve, mate? Every time I'm live, I see this in the chat. Sava does this, Sava does that. You come on and then absolutely have nothing to say. And then you go, right, oh, bye then, Joker. Like, I don't understand why you're always looking for a fight. You're I'll be honest, you're weird at this stage. It's very weird. Yeah, listen, anyway, back to the Akanji thing. Listen, I think that would be, Dan, I think you've hit the nail on the head there with your analysis there. What it would be is, you know, Vuskovic has gone out on loan. We know that this morning. Vuskovic has gone out on loan. And I think that's right. He's young. I want him to play. There's no point in him sitting on our bench playing once every 3 months just because we've got injuries. That would allow Van der Ven and Romero to have a rest. That would allow, if one of those two gets injured, we don't panic. I think that would be a brilliant signing.
It's the options, isn't it? It's having different options in the defense here, which we haven't had for years. It's the options that if you want to drop it back here to having a steady backline, you've got Danso and you've got Akanji if that's what you want, or you could have it with Romero and Van der Ven. It's up to you. It's up to the manager on the day here. So no opposition team here can actually put up against us because you don't know what to expect at the back. So you don't really know how to set up against Tottenham. So you've got some air of mystery around you, which is exactly what we needed for years.
Completely agree with you. I mean, anyway, is anyone against an Ake or an Akanji? I mean, I'm saying Ake, that's been the link for 24 hours. Now today we get we're going in for Manuel Akanji. And by the way, not every signing needs to be the big blockbuster signing. I think a signing like Akanji, by the way, he's a really good defender. This is somebody that just comes in, steadies the ship, Champions League experience, Premier League experience. I just can't see any negatives to it, guys.
No, it's again, like I said earlier, Sav, I think that's when you'd walked off. I think he's a good player. Don't think he's nothing special as such, but he's a good player. And I want at least good players at Tottenham, not players that have got potential to be good because they've had a season, or players that are okay. He's a good, stable player. Give me a choice, I'd take Ake over him all day long. But we go and get him. I think that gives us more stability at the back and gives us more of what we need at the back. And in a worst case scenario, if we're done on the left, we can stick him or Danzo in the middle and play Van der Ven on the left. It's given us options at the back, basically, of what we can do instead of having to rely on a Ben Davis.
I'd love both Akanji and Ake. I think those two go into our squad. I'd love both of them. I don't think we could get both of those over them. I think we could get both of those over. I think both of those go into the squad and make our squad a much better outfit, especially because we're in 4 competitions this year, and we're in 4 competitions. Depth and quality. That's what gives you both of them.
No, absolutely, squad depth.
And he's a good player.
It's not just that. It's not just that either. I think something that's really underrated is you're bringing in another winner, someone who's been there, done it, and won it all. And I think that can be really underrated in some squads, can't it?
Yeah, I agree.
But look at the impact Edgar Davids had when he came over here from Juventus to Tottenham. Look how much he influenced the rest of the members in the Tottenham squad, and how he upskilled every single one of the people that were in the team at the time. Yeah, when his signing came in, so a lot can be said of having experienced winners in there coming in, especially for a young group of players as well that haven't been there or haven't experienced it.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And by the way, it says what Romano said, it's one of 3 names on the shortlist. So one of 3 names on the defensive shortlist. Now, we know it's not Hincapi because he's about to get the here we go to Arsenal.
Yeah.
Ake, Akanji, and who's the 3rd name out there? Who is it?
Do you reckon this is what Spurs have done, what they usually do, and left it to the last minute again to try and pick up the deals at the end of it as such?
Yep.
Like with someone like Ake and that. Like, okay, he's still there. No one's gone for him. Man City possibly don't want him anymore, and we'll go for him to get the cheapest deal possible. If we get it, like I said to you before, Sava, whether it's at the end of the window or the start, I'm just happy we've got the bloody player, even though we should perform better in that aspect. Do you reckon it's another one of them deals we've looked at? I'm not saying it's bad if we do it. Yeah. I want him, but it's just a question.
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I mean, listen, I'm all for opportunistic. And I think we've known we've needed a defender all summer. And whether or not we all go, oh, defense isn't important. Listen, Thomas Frank will decide whether or not needing a defender is important, right? Listen, I think, Dan, Thomas Frank is ridiculously intelligent. This is a proper football guy. Do you know what I mean? Every little detail. He will know, right, have I got enough at the back to cover me in 4 competitions? Right? So when everyone's going, oh my God, but if we buy this, why buy this defender? Where will he play? I think all the fans now need to get into this mindset that this is a squad game. This is a squad game. And it might mean that Van der Ven or Romero don't play week in, week out. That's fine. That's how the big clubs operate, right? Unless anyone thinks differently.
No, I agree with you totally on there. We need the depth to it. We can't afford to play the players. I mean, especially with two people like Van der Ven and Romero, who have so far been very, very injury prone. I do think Van der Ven's one was more down to Frank's way of play, same as it was with a lot of others. But you need the depth on there basically as well. The fact that you can say take Romero off for a game or two and put a good defender in there, or Van der Ven, or that you can take one that you can rotate basically. Because look at Kulusevski. Did he end up burning out because he just got played down to the ground? It looked like it happened to Porro a bit as well, or was it the injury that done him? We don't actually know yet, but some of it looked like some of those players got run into the ground basically. I mean, how Porro never ended up with a serious injury, I don't know, but we need the depth as well as we need the quality. But when we get the depth, we at least need some sort of quality with that as well. And I think he'd be a good buy from City. He's experienced. He's been there, done it, got the storybook. Like I say, I don't think he's a very good defender, but I think he's a good, solid defender, like Danzo, basically.
Yeah. But listen to Alex. Stop. I will block you. I like you. I will. Unless this is a fake account. Is this a fake account?
No, I think this is a fake account.
No.
I think this is a fake account.
Is it maybe? Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah, joined 1 minute ago.
Right, there we go. All right, cool. All right. Oh, idiot. What is wrong with the world? What is wrong with the world? Danny Kyriakou, welcome to the show. How are you, buddy?
I'm great. I am absolutely great. Let it all work out, Sav. Let it all work out, my friend.
Easy to say when it doesn't work out, Danny.
It does. I know, but mate, I've tried to be as positive as possible. And people like those frauds in the comment, like Nick Barrison, Fraud Royale, right? Being so pessimistic, right? But I kept saying, you know, Sav, I had in one of the group chats, I was like basically mobbed because of how optimistic I was being, right, when it came to us signing players. But the fact that if you look at what we've done so far, right, just alone, Kudus, Simmons, and Paulinho is something I've never seen at Spurs, right, under the ownership. And it's 3 players that walk into this first team who are levels above what we had, right? And I don't think it's going to stop. I think we're going to get at least one more player in an attacking position. And it's just what you want to see as a Spurs fan. That's what you want to see. You want
just quickly, Danny. Danny. Jed Spence has been called up to the England squad.
Good.
Good. Deserved.
He's the best left back in the country at the moment. And I know Lewis Skelly's
good. Been left out. Trent has been left out the England squad. Jed Spence is in rubbish. The England squad. I think he's the only Spurs player from what I can see. Yeah, I think he's the only Spurs player that's in the England squad. There you go.
I just think, right, that what we're seeing at the moment is something none of us have seen. And it's funny, I put on Twitter, right, that he's the best signing since Van der Vaart. And then someone replied on the comments saying he's the best signing since Kudus. So it's like, actually, it probably makes sense, right? Because
I went further, Danny. I think Xavi Simmons is the best signing. I think he's the best signing since Jurgen Klinsmann in 1994.
Well, the thing is, we won't know that until he's had some time at Spurs to see what he can actually do.
Sure.
But in terms of what in terms of like the quality, the level of the player at his age for the price we got, it's just it is magnificent business, right? And I think, look, I don't think any Spurs fan can be disappointed with this. I mean, there were some Spurs fans I've seen in some chats that are like, oh, he's not as good as you think he is, and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, what planet are you living on? Like,
just look at his stats, Danny. Look at his
stats. I know. But the thing is, Ben, right, this is a guy, right, who not one single there was a lot of Spurs fans, right, that actually wanted him as the number one target, as that dream signing, as that number 10, right? But so many Spurs fans were like, well, Chelsea in for him, that's it. We're not going to get him. We're never going to get him if Chelsea are involved. But the fact that it's worked out the way it has, right? I think it's honestly, everything happens for a reason, man. Let it all work out. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because the fact that we missed out on Eze and we've gone and got someone who I think is an even better number 10, who's younger as well, who's 22. People forget that he's 22 years old, and we've got a coach, right? Everyone bangs on about Thomas Frank as a great coach. We've got someone who can coach this guy and maybe unlock his full potential. The sky's the limit for this kid, and if he can stay injury clear, mate, I'm just buzzing for this, and I'm all for it.
I mean, for the scope of quality, he's not failed to produce double figures in GA for the last 3 seasons running, and he's only played
some of his goals as well. He's like long ranges. He's got all ranges of goals. And I think
it's also the 360-degree turn, isn't it?
Yeah.
He can receive the ball.
If you're not happy with him, you're not never happy in life. That's the thing. You know what I mean? Because Sav is so easy to rattle in the chat. You know what I mean? You're so easy to rattle in the chat, by the way, Sava. Yeah,
Alex, don't hold your mic to your mouth like that.
Whenever I do something in the chat,
Alex, I'll just kick you off if you start being an idiot. Let me just put that right out.
I'm not being an idiot. I'm not being an idiot. And the thing is, I've never am an idiot, bro. Because you know I'm not an idiot.
You've just literally said I'm so easy to rattle in the chat.
Yeah.
So why
you are easy to rattle in the chat? Because whenever I say something, because
you say stupid things.
No, I don't say stupid things. I don't say stupid things, and I'm not a stupid person.
What did you put in? What was the message?
Well,
Alex,
I put in saying that you said this is your words, right? Because I'm not here to kiss your backside here, right? I'm here to try and chat you out a little bit as well, because I'm not here to make it life easy. You know, I'm not. You know what I mean?
Are you trying to get some viewers for your channel? So you're going to ride off my channel?
I don't ride off your coattails, bro, because I haven't asked you on my channel.
So let me ask you a question, Alex. So Spurs sign.
It's funny how you're doing this to me now, right? When I've not watched your channel for a long time.
Alex, let me talk.
For a long time. No. So you're having a go at me because you've.
I'm going to go at you. I haven't said anything yet.
You've insulted me. I was in the chat.
I've insulted Alex. Alex, stop talking. Take a breath.
No. Let me finish. Because I think I'm allowed to say something to respond to some of the things you said when I was in the chat. Because this is what you do when I'm in the chat, right?
This is what I do.
You've done it to Dan, you've done it to Danny, you've done it to me, you've done it to other people as well, right? By the way, I've got nothing against you, Saba. I like you, Saba.
Go and stop the waffle. Tell me what I do.
I'm just trying to put some context to it, Saba, right? Because so I can just. There's no need to be insulting, bro. You know what I mean? I'm actually
Alex, he hasn't insulted you once.
Alex, if I was going to insult you, I'll insult you. Don't worry, I haven't.
Don't patronise me.
Are you going to stop talking for 1 second? Are you just going to?
Don't patronise me.
Alex,
what is it?
Don't patronise me. Yeah.
I haven't.
Little man.
I've got to put him on mute. He has not shut up.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh, Manny. You're taking.
I've put him on mute. I have no idea what he is going on about. I haven't even.
I know what you're doing. Though.
I haven't talked yet, and you said I've patronised you. What are you talking about?
Don't do that, bro. Don't
do
that.
What? I haven't talked yet, Alex.
Waffling, like, you know, I mean, what's going on,
Alex?
Okay, this is why I don't.
I haven't talked yet.
I don't ever come on channels, man, because
you haven't shut up. You haven't shut up since you come on.
Shut up now. You know what I mean?
No. Oh my God! No one told you to.
Okay, cool. This is why there's no point in me saying
he can't. He won't shut up for 1 second. So let me talk. He will not shut up.
Leave it.
Leave
because
what?
the fact that you're going to kick me off shows you the loyalty you've got.
He's not.
Thank you very much. This is why Stell was always right about people. Yeah, that's why Stell was saying.
Alex, what are you talking about?
Alex, no one knows. Alex, when I call him weird and he doesn't understand. What was that?
I don't know.
What he does, what the box office does, he does this all the time. He rocks up into chats and says really triggering things, right? Then he rocks up there going, I've said this, that, the other, when he's not letting me speak. Then what he always does is he has to bring others into it. This is why so-and-so's right. This is why so-and-so's right. By the way, I did not kick him off. By the way, I did not kick him off. He's rocked up, waffled about. Does anyone know what he was talking about?
No idea.
Something about everyone should be happy because we signed Xavi Simons, so everyone should be jumping up and down for Xavi Simons.
But that is,
first and foremost,
he's just come on there, Philly, not let anyone talk for like 5 minutes and says, no, don't patronise. No one's actually said anything to him, and then jumps off. Like, this is weird, man. This is weird. This is Barry. What was that?
Oh, speaking of weird, look who's
Speaking
here.
of weird,
Look who's here.
Barry.
Oh, Barrison Royale, you
Look
fraud.
at the fraud.
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 Like 2 frauds at the bottom. You got Danny Kiriakou, fraud with his bum, and now you got fraud number 2.
Let it all
loving
out.
fraud next to me. Like, so what I understood from this that thing that it was, I don't know what to call it, that episode, let's say, that you can cut and put as a short maybe, was that someone was pretending to be him in the chat, or was it actually him in the chat?
No, he was pretending.
The
So someone
first one
pretending
was
to
him.
be it,
The first
which
one
is
was
why
him.
which is why you blocked him. So you said,
I didn't block him.
Alex, if that's you. No, you didn't. But okay, anyway. Don't confuse the situation, Sav. I'm telling the story here. I'm getting everything back to normal.
Don't
So-
let facts get in the way of a good
Hey,
story, Sava.
Don't you start, Kaufman, all right? You massive fraud. So what then happened was he thought you were talking to him, and it wasn't about him because it was a fake account. And then he came on and he did his usual, went round the houses like a waffle goes round in a circle, went round the waffle. No one understood what he was saying, didn't allow you to talk to him, and then rage quit. That's what happened, everyone. So that's my take on it. And Tottenham, what I'm more upset about today is that Danny Kiriakou is right for the one time in like 1,000 with his ITK knowledge. All the other ITK knowledge, frauds. We're getting Morgan Gibbs-White. We're getting Savinho. We're getting Yamal. We're getting all these players that he's come out with, right? And now one hits, throw enough mud, Danny, and it's going to stick, mate. You're an absolute fraud. So I'm calling you out live now. You are a fraud. Oh, look
Mate,
at
I wasn't wrong though. I wasn't wrong.
Danny, you said about 4,000
wrong.
things this transfer
I
window,
wasn't
mate.
wrong.
One of them was
I wasn't
gonna be
wrong. I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The amount of shit everyone was so negative. It was unbelievable. Negativity in some of these groups is unbelievable.
Yeah, but Danny, why do you expect? Did you think this was going to happen?
Nick, you got Nick.
I'm with Benji.
You got to
I'm
see the
with
bigger
Benji.
picture,
He
mate.
ain't got the
Nick.
shirt up yet, mate. He ain't got the shirt up yet. There's still time for Levy to screw this up.
Shut up, Nick. You signed the contract, you fraud.
Nick, yeah, you big fraud.
There's
You
still
big
time for
fraud.
Chelsea to go to Hotspur Way, pretend they're like going to clean the
He
place.
signed the
and then they
contract, Nick.
put
It's
him into
done.
the thing.
It's done, mate. It's done.
Wow,
It's
good.
done.
Good. Now go and get. Now what's next? Like Sava says, what's next? And yes, Paddy, I see you in the chat, mate. I do need a haircut, and you're right. So
This is why you're a fraud, Nick. You still haven't done your Emerson Royale haircut that you promised on Tottenham on tour 2 years ago, you fraud. Grow your hair out and do the Emerson Royale haircut and a dance.
Well,
You've
no,
got to do
until,
both of them.
until my boy starts getting some respect, you're getting no haircuts from me.
You're getting no respect.
Nick is a man.
Just for everyone in the chat who doesn't know Nick, he is the biggest fraud on YouTube.
No,
Nick doesn't offer
Danny,
his bet.
Danny, do you know what I do need?
Ben knows it as well, isn't it,
Hang
Ben?
on, hang on. Do you know what, actually? This is all down to me. Bilbao, I didn't go. We won the trophy. I gave away my season ticket. We're 2 for 2. Clean sheets.
Shameless.
This is down to me, Danny Kiriakou. I stay away from Spurs, and look what happens. We sign players, we win games of football, we keep clean sheets. And we what is going on here? What are we doing?
Nick, everything happens for a reason, mate. You gotta let it all work out.
So I was the problem all along. So you should
Yes,
be
you
thanking me. You should be saying, Barrison, we thank you for your rubbish football views. We thank you for White Hart Lane Stadium. We thank you for giving up the your season ticket. Thank you. But no, where am I getting? All I'm getting is Danny Kiriakou throwing mud as usual and Philly talking about my boy in the wrong way.
There you go.
In the right way.
Oh,
So
God.
who's next? Who's next? What can we do? Who's next?
Lookman or Paqueta for me. That's what I want.
Well, I want to know now, Danny. Danny, who are you putting your money on with your ITK knowledge? Because we want to clip this and then we're going to fraudulently get you because you're going to get it wrong. Come on.
I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know. I think we'll go for Lookman though. I think we'll go for him. I'd be surprised if we go for Paqueta, but if we do, it's got to be for me. It's got to be one of those two. It has to be.
I mean,
But
after Simmons, it
I
can't
just-
be Paqueta, surely.
Yeah, I
Surely.
don't think it will be. I don't think it will be Paqueta just because I think they've obviously told him that he's going to play a very important role in that number 10, and that's where his main position is. He probably will play on the left at times, but I think Lookman is it's a no-brainer. It really is. It's an absolute no-brainer because he can play in multiple positions.
And you need a bit of Charlton in your team, Danny. Every team needs a bit of Charlton in, and Lookman brings that.
You
Big
do.
up, Charlton.
And the thing is, with Lookman, right, I honestly think people underestimate him because he came to the Premier League. He was in the Premier League when he was 23 years old, and now the geezer's 27, and they think he's the same person. It's like they obviously clearly haven't seen his development over the years. And Dan watches Serie A, and he knows how good Lookman can be if we were to get someone like him in. So for me, Lookman, it's got to be him. I can't see anyone else realistically who we'd go for because unless we were going to have this audacious deal out of the blue of Savio, I can't see anyone else. And I know some people said Rafael Leao, but again, Leao for me, I don't think he's a type of player that would suit Frank, in my honest opinion. I just don't think that he's someone who can consistently perform at that level. He has unbelievable games, unbelievable moments, but I think his overall game, from what I've seen of him, he's not as good as what I think, say, a Lookman's work rate is, or even a Savio. So Frank likes people who have got engines on them who consistently run up and down. Look at Kudus, what he does offensively and with the ball, and defensively, sorry, off the ball. He wants players like that who are going to non-stop run. So I think Lookman would be a great shout.
Excuse
my
ignorance.
Be a dream signing. Go on.
Excuse my ignorance. Could Lookman play on the left?
Yes,
that's his
he
main
does play on
position,
the left.
yeah. That's his
Lookman,
main
majority
position.
of the time he plays on the left.
Oh,
Right. It's definitely Leao, yeah, right. He's a good player. Don't ever get it wrong. But he fades in and out of games too much for me.
Yeah.
I've watched AC Milan.
Lazy.
Yeah, he disappears in games big time. There are games with AC Milan where you look at him and you think, are you even on the pitch? That's how bad he fades in and out of games.
Yeah.
So for me, I would take someone who is going to be more reliant in the game than someone like Rafael Leao. That's just me. I'm not paying 70, 80 million pounds here for a player that I don't consider that has much impact in some games. Because to me, like I say, I've watched him play for AC Milan. He drifts in and out of games way too much for me. Way too much for my liking.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think Leao's more this sexy name, right? Because it's been built up over the years that Leao's got these magical tricks. And by the way, let's be fair, he's better than anything we've got on the left. But I think if you want the output and the consistency, I think you've got to look for a Lookman type player. He's done it consistently. Savio, the other end of the age spectrum to Lookman, will get a million assists, and we've seen him score goals in Spain. But it's just crazy, isn't it? Because if you suddenly get a really top left-sided player, that three guys, the three behind the striker, just looks scary. It's going to scare teams. And I can't wait. But will we do it? I mean, Paul O'Keefe said we want two more in the forward area and the centre half. But again, you've got 3 days and 6.5 hours. 3 days and 6.5 hours. It's it's going to have to be another crash, bang, wallop. Get the deal done, isn't it?
A Levy time special? Am I
Levy time died when the Van der Vaart deal happened. That was the last time we had Levy time, wasn't it? But yeah. And I mean, yeah, maybe does anyone think there's any left field names? Is there anyone on the left wing or the centre half, a name that no one has talked about?
Come on, Danny. You must know with all your connections.
I'm trying to find out.
Give me something. I'm on stream now. Harrison's going to mud me. Get me some names.
No, only name I know is Lookman. It's the only one at the moment.
I can't have you being right, Danny, twice in a couple of days, mate. I can't have that.
It all worked out. It all worked out for the best. It all worked out for the best because
went and done it anyway.
If you actually look at like Eze's stats compared to Simmons, it's night and day in nearly all aspects of his game.
No, not night and day, Danny. Simmons is slightly better at his age.
Well, but I'm saying, like, if you look at, like, for his age, the difference in the quality of the player, like, imagine if Simmons in the next few years, if he can get coached the right way, it'd be unbelievable. Yeah, my dream signing would be that Yildiz from Juventus, but he's not going anywhere. He'd be or Semenyo. Semenyo would be unbelievable, but they're both not going anywhere right now. Do you know? I think Lookman makes sense because he's not expensive. You can get him for around 35 to 40 million pounds, and then maybe next summer you look to bring in an even better left winger. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't know. You could go for a Semenyo next year. You could go for Semenyo next summer, and then you've got someone even better. But yeah, there's a lot. The thing is, there's a lot of players out there.
Hang on, Danny, 1 second. Right, Alex, I'm going to bring you on for 1 minute. I want to hear what you've got to say, but do not dare come on, start shouting at me and try and derail my show again. Right?
In your show though, so I don't know why you're saying derailing my show.
See, you come on hot again.
I wasn't derailing your show though.
Alex, calm down.
Alex, you've done it again. Stop.
Can I just say something? No, because I'm a reasonable human being. You know this as well, Sabah. You know I'm a reasonable human
Alex,
being.
but lately you've not been, Alex.
I have been. You've just been talking to other people like
Alex, let me talk. Alex, let me talk. Alex, let me talk. Let me talk, right?
Sean.
Alex, you keep doing this thing lately in the chat where you say something antagonizing, I call it out, and then you get offended that I've called it out. I let you come onto my stream and you just lost your head for 5 minutes screaming and shouting. No one knows what you were actually talking about.
I wasn't screaming and shouting.
Then you start talking about Danny and Stel, and I'm like, what? No one actually knows what you're talking about.
No, what I'm saying is that you have a guy at me saying, and then you said I wasn't English coherent, which I don't understand. What was that all?
I said I didn't understand your sentence.
Exactly. So there's no need to go in about my English language because there's only certain characters you can say in this chat.
Alex, if you're gonna listen, let me tell you something like that a long time ago. But if you're gonna go at someone, right? You tried whichever way you tried to antagonize me. Well done, you won. Right?
Oh, yeah, I didn't do it on purpose to try and do that. To try and do it personally.
So what was your message? What did your message mean to say? Because you said Sav always does this.
Yeah, because I was saying that about Xavi Simmons, saying that Xavi Simmons, if you're not happy with Xavi Simmons, you're not happy in life. And I said, well, I think that's a bit rich saying that because
I've not once said that sentence, but sure.
Yeah, and it was around those lines anyway. Right, and I said that basically, right? It's like,
so should Spurs fans not all be happy with Xavi Simmons today, Alex?
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that at the moment that I don't think that's I think you can get a little bit. Anyone's have a right to be excited, yeah. But for me, I mean, he looks good, yeah. But I mean, I'm not too I mean, if I'm really honest with you, I'm not too excited.
Alex, he's the best 10 in the game, mate. He's the second best 10 in the Premier League, mate. What are we doing?
No, but it's not the case of that. I haven't seen.
Let me ask another question, Alex. If you're not happy, if you're not happy, does that mean that you'll be at the protest on Saturday?
Well, yeah, I could go to the protest, yeah, but I'm just saying that
can I be swapped with the close? Can my position?
Because I haven't seen this player for how long. I haven't seen this player completely.
I don't want to be guilty by association, Stabber. Can you swap me? Can you swap me with Philly? Because Philly's closer to the Levy out thing than I am. Can you swap me with Philly?
Let me finish my point. This is the thing. This is why I'm saying. This is why I was getting annoyed because I'm trying to get a little bit respectful because I think I was misrepresented said earlier, saying I ruined the show. I wasn't trying to ruin the show. I was trying to explain that there's people in the chat, in the comments, private comments, saying waffle, 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 and all
Because
this
no
stuff.
one understood what you were talking
exactly.
about. Alex.
So how's that going to make me feel? You don't like it when people have a go at you, but when it's having a go at me, I've got to just take it.
What? Alex, okay, let me ask you a question. Alex, just let me ask you a question. Why is it, bearing in mind you are also a YouTuber, right? I don't go into other people's shows. I don't ever go into anyone's show and antagonize them, right? I don't go into other people's chat rooms and try and belittle them or say, this is what you always do, blah, blah, blah. Unless Sean and I are having a little private joke that we talked about on WhatsApp, and then I'll drop a message into his show and he knows, right? But what you do, you keep lately, whatever the subject is, all I see from the chat is you going, this is what Sava does. It's all in capitals. This is what Sava does. He says this, that, the other. So I call you out. I bring you on the show, and then you turn up and you just ranted about Stel for some reason. I don't know what Stel's got to do. Stel,
but
this is what you do to Danny. Stel was right about people. This is what you do, Sava. I'm not here to kiss your ass, Sava. I'll be honest, as fine looking as all these gentlemen on the screen are, I don't want any of them kissing my ass. So what point are you trying to make, Alex?
I was just making the point that I think not everybody's on board with him because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen him over a few games at Tottenham. That's the thing. So that's what I'm saying at the moment is that maybe not everybody's seen that his whole tenure at PSG, PSV, RB Leipzig.
No, I've seen it,
mate.
So I'm very familiar with him. If you're not, that's okay. But don't like put your own ignorance on everybody else, mate. This Xavi Simons signing for Tottenham is a game changer. He is 100%. A baller. That's great. He is far better than Eberechi Eze. This 100%. Us getting little broed by Arsenal is the best thing that could have ever happened.
Everything happens for a reason.
Xavi Simons, who, by the way, Matt Lawless, Matt Bohr, that geezer who has been wrong the entire year.
Pulled out, Sean.
That's great, Sean. But every single time I
have called us out all year. He's a Chelsea fan. He says we ain't got no money to spend. He's clearly wrong. He said Levy was not involved in the negotiations anymore. He was clearly wrong. He said that Tottenham Hotspur were not little broed by Chelsea. He went out of his way to say little bro. There wasn't a little bro. Matt Law, take a L, bro. Take a giant L because you are in the mud.
We'll talk privately.
Xavi Simons, Alex.
Let's leave it. I'll talk to you later.
Alex, relax on the antagonism.
Okay, leave it then. Okay, so obviously, I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later because I've ruined the show. I've ruined the show.
Alex, but why can't you talk football?
No,
Alex,
man.
What would make you happy? Can I ask? Let me ask you a question, Alex.
Because I'm not
Alex,
in a good mood now.
Stop. We're talking football. Alex, let me ask you a question. What as a fan then will make you happy? If we can't be happy at Xavi Simons signing for Tottenham Hotspur, I'm asking you, what sort of name would you want to see that makes you happy? It's just an innocent question.
At the moment, I just hopefully he can enlighten me at the moment in terms of seeing some good football. Because
how many times have you seen him play?
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. I'm asking who would make you happy. If you're saying, oh yeah, I'm not happy. What type of signing would make you happy as a fan? I'm ecstatic by Xavi Simons. What would make you ecstatic? Who can Spurs sign right now that we go, oh yeah, that's the signing? Who?
No one.
Well, at the moment, I think for me, someone that is what's it called? A maverick. It's just going to just get me off my seat at the moment. And
that's Xavi Simons.
Xavi
Simons. Xavi Simons.
At the moment. Well, we have to see it. We have to see it at Tottenham. That's the thing at the moment, right? And like I see it at Kudos. I see it with Kudos. I see it with a little bit with Kudos, but I think he needs a little bit of help. I think Kudos and Xavi Simons might be a little bit tasty. So yeah, hopefully that will enlighten the team. I think, like I said, I've said how many times. I think he set the team up really well, Thomas Frank.
But I'd like an answer to the question I asked. Right? I would like an answer to the question I asked, not what you think I asked. which player can Spurs sign right now that you go, yes,
Well,
I'm
I
excited.
thought Grealish was going to be a good signing. That's what I thought.
What?
Okay, and I like Grealish as well, but surely Grealish at that age, right? Listen, I want Grealish, by the way. I would have taken Grealish all day long. But surely Xavi Simons, 22, skillful, Dutch international.
What you're basically saying, Alex, what you're basically saying is you're familiar with Jack Grealish because you watch the Premier League. You're not familiar with Xavi Simons.
Exactly.
Therefore, yeah, right. So don't put your own ignorance on everybody else. If everyone else who is excited actually watches the rest of football around Europe and knows
it's not ignorance though. It's not ignorance, Sean. You've seen it with your eyes, right? You've seen it with your eyes. I need to see it with my eyes. Right? There's no issue.
That's ignorance.
That's not ignorance. That's not ignorance. That's not
exactly what ignorance is, mate. Ignorance is you don't know.
At all. That's just an opinion now.
Do you know what ignorance means? Do you know what the actual definition of ignorance means?
We're not going to get into that though. But the thing is, though, no,
it's the lack of understanding.
No,
it's not. It's twisted. It's twisted into a word that people take it as an insult. But if you call someone ignorant who literally doesn't know, like you can call a 4-year-old ignorant around how the world works. It's not an insult because they're 4, but they just don't know. If you don't know Xavi Simons, you are ignorant on Xavi Simons' skill set. Because if you're not familiar with it, I'm not using it as the pejorative. That is like you're ignorant, as in like what the fuck you talking. I'm saying if you don't know, you don't know. But those that do know that Xavi Simons is the second best 10 in the Premier League right now, 100% behind Cole Palmer. Not even a question, a shadow of a fucking doubt. He's better than Ostergaard because he's a big game player. He's 22 years old. He fits the narrative that Tottenham's profile wants. He signed on a 5-year +2 at 50 million quid when you've got United going out and paying 90 million euros. Look at the Eze. Look at that. Look at the fucking that. Alex, I'm not calling you out, but you, by your own knowledge, you just said I don't know.
Well, exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
Alex, hang on a sec.
The difficult thing is at the moment.
Those that do know, this guy is a game changer.
At the moment, though, Sean, the simple thing at the moment for me, Sean, rather than going on what you're saying, right, from your eyes, rather than going my eyes, because then these
Alex,
hang on a sec.
That's what I do all the time.
All ignorant means, mate. The word ignorant just means that you don't know.
Yeah. Sean,
all it means.
You're right, Alex.
He's
right in the
have a phone call with you later on. Please have a phone call with you later on.
I don't want a phone, Alex. I don't want a phone call. I just want you to stop doing this stuff in my chat.
Leave it then. I thought I could at least have a, but I'll speak to you later.
What Sean just said, Sean, yeah?
Okay, right. Okay, I'm a dick. Okay, leave it then.
Alex,
I'll see you lot later.
He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, Alex.
Who said that?
If you don't know, it's okay not to know. But the word ignorant, I know people think ignorant is an insult. It's not. It's just it's a word that summarizes people that are not in the know. And Alex, you always say, if you don't know, get to know. I would encourage you to get to know Xavi Simons before you start saying it's not impressive. You don't know.
I didn't say he's not impressive though. I never said he's not impressive though. I said,
no, but the whole argument, Alex, was that you were saying that we're all too happy that we've signed Xavi Simons, and the reason why. But what's the argument then?
There's an argument. I said that I was just going on the back of what Sava said, was saying about if you're not happy with Xavi Simons, you're not a happy person. I said, well,
no, that's not what I said. No.
You didn't say that.
You're ever going to be happy? When you're ever going to be happy?
Right, hang on a sec. Can I just say my bit quick?
Yeah, go on, Dad. Sorry, go on.
Dad. Right. What ignorance is, the meaning. Ignorance is lack of knowledge or understanding. Then there's deliberate ignorance. Is a culture where basically ignorance is bliss. Like I feel a lot of Spurs supporters do with certain subjects and whatever, but we're all guilty of it in life where, do you know what, it goes on, I just ignore it. The only thing is with it, Sean, it just sounds a bit harsh, even though you're right in the phrase and the word you're using it, yeah? It means exactly what you said. The phrase ignorance does come across like when someone says it to you, like
that's because the world takes
I know what it says.
It's not.
I know. I'm agreeing, Sean. I'm agreeing with you.
I'm gonna see you.
Don't go,
Alex. Don't leave.
He hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen it.
Alex, don't leave.
Quitting. You keep rage quitting, mate.
No, I'm not rage quitting. It's just that the reason why is because I've obviously rattled a few feathers.
Right, Alex, can I finish what I'm saying, please, mate? Can I just finish what I'm saying, Alex?
Alex, listen to what Dan's saying.
Sean wasn't actually trying to be insulting to you. What he said, the word means what it means. I just don't think it's the best way to put it across, personal opinion. What Alex is basically saying here, the way I'm taking it is, okay, everyone said he's a good player. I haven't seen him play yet, so I'm going to judge him when I see him play. I think that's what Alex is trying to say. But the word Sean used, it actually means what he said. I just think you could have put it in a slightly better way.
Yeah, you have to have knowledge on a subject to pass judgment, is all.
Oh, sorry,
Well,
I
mean,
don't listen. Oh, sorry, Dan, with all due respect, mate. I'm not. I've just made it clear. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just using the English language as the English language intended it to be. There's a word that means someone doesn't know something. I'm not. And I've even clarified. I'm not saying that in the pejorative in which it's perceived, but the word means if you don't know, right?
I know.
So I'm not calling you out, Alex. I'm not calling you out, Alex. But if you don't know, and people that do are excited about it, you can say, I don't know yet, so I'll get to know. Fair enough. But to downplay people that are familiar with the player and want to get happy and excited because they know what a game changer this guy is for Tottenham Hotspur. And by the way, I said before, the only unknown about him is whether or not he's going to translate to the Premier League. But when you consider that we paid £50 million for the guy and that you got United paying 90 million euros for Sesko, who I said at the time is nowhere near that level, nowhere near. And to be fair, I know Sava's not in his chair right now, but I had a debate. Sava was calling me out saying he's a baller. He ain't. He is not. He's nowhere near 90 million euros. And by the way, Voltemade, exactly the same story. Newcastle overpaid by a massive margin for Voltemade. A good player. Sesko, a good player, high potential. Sesko isn't a good player. Simmons is not a good player. Simmons is a game changer for Tottenham Hotspur. He is levels.
It's not like
do you know what, Sean? Go on, Ben. Go on, mate.
Simmons has done it in the Bundesliga. It's not like he's coming from a league
and
that's
the Champions League
and the Champions League. He's going to go like a duck to. It's not like he's coming from a crap league, but and people saying, "Oh, it's only the Bundesliga." The best striker in the Premier League is Erling Haaland, who absolutely smashed it and did even better. He's going to come to the Premier League like a duck to water.
You still got the transition. You still have the transition, right? I don't believe that Sesko is worth 85 million euros. When Man United paid that, I said at the time, ridiculous to pay that.
How much have we, Sean? How much have we actually paid for Sabit? Say, I haven't even
60 million euros. 52 million pound.
Well, you know what?
22 years old, who fits the Tottenham Hotspur profile. It's the best value for money deal, mate.
Out of the whole window, if that's his price, that is
28 years old. Eze is 28 years old, and Arsenal paid 20 million pound more for him than we paid for a 22-year-old who is levels above.
Where was Eze at 22? Eze had just joined Crystal Palace at 22, right?
Even a debate. For those,
the thing is,
not even a debate.
I think not even a debate. I think that the people are missing. A lot of people might be missing the whole point of bringing someone like him in. And I think what Sean's alluding to, Alex, with the bringing in someone like Xavi Simons, is the fact that we've gone in against Chelsea and took the player. We have never done that ever. Who've gone to a club, right, where a bigger club. Let's be honest, a bigger club was involved and wanted the same player, and we've gone and shown him that Tottenham is a better place for him. And the fact that we've done that of a player of his level is unbelievable. And like Sean said, for the package and deal that we got, it just tops it off. It's like the cherry on top of the cake.
For the package and deal we just got there, yeah, for me, 51 million, if that's what he's gone for, and that's what everyone says, so I'll take that one gospel, basically, and that. For me, honest opinion, from what I've seen so far, he's a very good player who can easily turn into a quality player and possibly step up to the next level. That is probably the steal of the transfer market, in my opinion.
I honestly feel he's got that ability to become one of the best in the world in that position.
For 51 million for that is the steal of the transfer market.
And do you know what? I hate it when people say, oh, but they look at the stupid physicality side of the game. But let's be honest. Look at Van der Vaart. Van der Vaart wasn't a physical player, but look how class he was. He was class, right? This is what Xavi Simons is, class. Look at David Silva in the Premier League. He was the smallest stature, but one of the best players in the world in his
Modric as well.
Luka Modric, right? In his first season, if people forget, He was lightweight, right? He came back in the summer. He got used to he was used to the Premier League after a season. He bulked up a little bit, and then Luka Modric became Luka Modric, right? So for me, I don't buy this bullshit. Sorry for my language about players being not physical enough for the Premier League. If you're good enough, if you're good enough, it doesn't matter. And he has got ability like not many people do.
How many
his
number
position
10s,
right now.
Dan, actually have physicality? A
problem
playmaker doesn't usually have.
Madison doesn't.
A playmaker then usually doesn't have the physicality.
I've got to go.
They don't usually have the physicality. A proper playmaker, yeah, not just a shadow striker number 10 or attacking midfield central. They're not usually the most physical of players, are they? I mean, Maddison, Ericsson, and you can go through plenty that have been in Italy and other else's. Not many out-and-out playmakers are actually physical players anyway.
And that's why you bring in as well, Dan. If you get in an Ademola Lookman to play on the left, then you have your Xavi Simons, who's more of the playmaker type. And then you've got Lookman, who can play in that position as well. Is big, tall, strong, physical, scores goals, holds the ball up as well. Then you've got options. Then you've got amazing options. We just got to sign Lookman. We've got to sign Lookman.
Yeah,
and that will then look very good with Lookman there, Kudus there, Simmons there. Then
you bring in the Kanji as well.
Then the only thing we need to go for then is the thing we have to hope is that Richarlison and Solanke can do their job up front, and that is still the bit.
If Richarlison and Solanke don't score 20 goals with them three behind, if we get Xavi Simons and if they don't get 15, 20 goals, they are awful.
Each.
That's what I'm saying.
They should those players should both be getting 15 goals in the Premier League each. If they're going to be rotated, right, which it looks like they probably will, there's no question. And whoever doesn't get those goals, they need to be gotten rid of in the summertime, next summer.
Can I just throw this out about Xavi Simons? I've just worked this out. So from a centre attacking midfielder and a winger, he's played 140 games and his GA is 56. 56 from a non-striker position.
Very good.
That speaks volumes. And that is his entire senior career, by the way. That is insane.
Well, some people are saying that Simmons struggled in League Two. Wasn't that like 3 years ago when he was 19?
Yeah,
younger.
The thing is, right? What's more impressive for me this summer is the fact that we've raised the level of the squad, the quality, twofold. Right? It is in a different stratosphere to where it was at the end of last season. Right? And the fact is, we still haven't finished business. I still think there's another one or two to come in. I think we'll get a centre back, and I think we'll get another winger.
I think
this is an exciting time to be a Spurs fan. Go on, Philly.
Hold on. Sean Butler, yeah, you said I'm more Levy out, yeah? My man, I haven't judged the window. I have not judged the window, and that's if Andy can tell you, as Savra can tell you, and anyone who's met me, I haven't judged the window, bro. I'm still going to step back this summer and let this window outplay itself.
Right enough. Good man.
I have not judged Daniel Levy, and I've given him his props and his praise every time I've been on stream. As you've seen me on content, you must have seen me saying it. Fair play to Daniel Levy for giving the manager what he needs to get over the line to win the Europa League. So I give Daniel Levy his props when I have to, and I damnate him when I have to as well. I give him the kick in the backside when he has to as well. I am fair, dude. I am not one way.
I wasn't having a crack at you at all. I was just saying it was more of a jibe. I just wanted to like chime into the environment. And I was like, I'm pretty sure. I was looking around the panel and going, who's the most Levy out that I know of the 8 people here?
I'd say Danny Kiriakou, but he's a massive flip flop. So he's probably
Danny's the biggest flip flop. He's the biggest Javiano I've ever seen in my life. To be honest,
he is
absolutely outrageous. Billy, mate, fair play. So I'm not familiar with your most recent starts, mate, but I've always seen you in the chat, and I've always thought you were a Levy out. So that's what it wasn't a dig at you, mate. It was more of just a bit of banter. You know?
Yes, it was, Sean. You fraud.
Mate, listen, I am dining out right now. I am
Sean's El Capitano Javiano, mate.
I stayed away from saying my chair guy. I stayed away from saying it on the stream I've just done. And for what it's worth, I thought I would be okay by Saba. Listen to you, mate. I saw a 6-minute SVY comps of Xavi Simons on Twitter, and I thought I would avoid copyright if I put it on my stream whilst I was talking about Xavi Simons.
Mhm.
And 6 minutes I've just got 19 copyright strikes against me, or 19 copyright things against me. So I might have just lost my entire channel, to be entirely honest.
No, you'll be all right.
I'm trying to work through it. But yeah, don't do that. Don't think that Twitter avoids the copyright, because it doesn't. Not on YouTube.
No, it doesn't.
They're furious. I wish someone told me.
You didn't ask, Sean.
No, I didn't know. I thought I knew. You know, unless you know,
How
get
much,
to know.
how much did you show of the video?
6 minutes of little 6 minutes clips.
Mm.
Oh, sorry,
You've had a
showed
mare,
about-
Sean. You've had a
I
mare.
showed about 30 seconds and turned it off.
Yeah, my
So-
whole stream has been demonetized. It had like 200 quid in super chats and whatever it was going to make in the 28,000 people that watched it. Whatever that was going to make, all that's gone. And I might have actually just lost my entire channel as well. So we'll find out. I'm scrambling here. I'm scrambling.
That's great news for Football Heritage TV moving forwards. If Spurs talk shows are out the equation, good times. Mari, how you doing? You all right?
Oh man, it's 5 a.m. here in Costa Rica. I went
Look at the
to
state.
bed.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's barely open. Have you even been to bed, Mari? Have you even been to bed? I think you're the sort of guy that goes and smashes Helgas every night of the week, wherever you are in the world. You're out smashing the cultural Helga. And look at you rocking in with a cowboy hat on. You've been drinking margaritas all night, haven't you? You absolute gangster. I love that. I love that.
Bro, my girlfriend just left maybe 30 minutes ago to go to work, to head to her place. But on our date last night, I'm checking my phone for Xavi Simons, and she follows football too. And she's like, "Oh wow, that's gonna be a great sign." I'm like, "Hey, I've told you. I gave her the history about Spurs. I'm like, these things don't happen to us." And I wake up.
Did you say to her? Did you do the Gareth Bale? You know, golf, Wales, Real Madrid in that order. Did you say Tottenham, Xavi Simons, Mudding, Alex THFC box
No,
office?
I think Mari turned to his other half and went,
No.
"My
What actually got me to send the link? What I text Mrs. Sava. I'm like, oh my goodness.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
His phone's given up."
No. It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
You're good.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. My alarm went off. No, I'm listening to Alex here, and I'm just like, love you, brother. But bro, this signing is by far, and I've been supporting this team since 07, 08, is by far our best signing. And to show proof of that, I've already got 2 messages from neutrals saying, "Oh shit, Spurs is doing business." I've said it on Sava's stream. I've said it on Tottenham Away. I grew up loving this team when we had a couple what we call in the islands bad man, Defoe, Modric, Bale, and we haven't had that the last couple of seasons. And now we have Kudus, and then we had Xavi Simons. If you told me in the beginning of the window, Xavi Simons is like up there, even above Eze. And now that we have signed him, I'm like, fucking pinch me. I can't believe it. This jersey, I'm going back to the store to get Simmons stitched to my jersey. So for me, this is great, man. We beat City again. You know, I love the draw, and I'm like, I'm finally having hope. And so I don't know how anybody can poo-poo this. This guy is legit. He's a legit bad man. We finally got a play that another team, another club in this world says, we want this guy. And so I am, I'm just, I'm ecstatic.
And
I can't
Mari,
see
it's
anybody.
not even just any club, it's Chelsea. It's Chelsea.
It's Chelsea. After we got punked from Arsenal and hearing it, I have to hear from Stefan on a group chat, and I'm just, oh my God, it's been unbearable. But you can't say nothing because it's just like, yeah, you're right. This has been the life, and this signing here, we've had a couple of shut ups. Like when we won the Europa League, oh, you guys haven't won. Shut up. Signing Simmons over Chelsea, who I hate even more than Arsenal.
I do too.
Even more than Arsenal. Like this is Christmas Day. This is like Christmas Day, and this is not really a rant, but it's just I'm just pitching myself because I just like Sean is right. I just fucking woke up, had a great night of sex. And this night, it can't get any better. It can't get any better than this.
It can get better.
Mari, let it all
What we all have to do is not just appreciate.
It really is the Love Lounge now.
We can't just appreciate the fact we've got Xavi Simmons. We have to also appreciate the fact that people like Matt Law are scrambling to make out like it's not a hijack. To make out
John,
like
you're so right.
We have little bro Chelsea. We have little bro those bitches over at Chelsea, and we should be absolutely over them.
Who's that account, Sean? There was a South American guy or Latin guy yesterday was saying, "Oh, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen." He was so adamant that Tottenham hadn't made a deal.
A Chelsea Blue, a Chelsea big boy, whatever you want to call it. One of the top boys at Chelsea turned around and said on Twitter, as if Simmons are gonna reject Bayern Munich and Manchester United.
Well, the
Chelsea,
thing is,
and yet they think that Simmons is going to Tottenham.
The thing is,
how did that work? How did that work?
The stuff that I heard, that he didn't want to play in Germany anymore. He wanted to come to the Premier League, right? Which is why he rejected Bayern Munich in the first place. Now, when he had his sights set on Chelsea, but as far as I know, like the stuff that happened last night, the way that Tottenham showed Xavi Simmons the love that he felt Chelsea didn't show him, and that's why he chose to sign for Spurs, right?
Yeah, people saying, Danny, people saying it doesn't count as a hijack if Chelsea didn't make the offer. Why didn't Chelsea? Why didn't Chelsea make the offer? They didn't make the offer because they knew they were going to get little broed if they did.
Well, because
let's be entirely honest. That whole story about Hijack, we probably were little broed again by Arsenal. We absolutely probably were, right? We probably did make an approach to Hijack.
That was Nick barking.
We probably did make an approach for Hijack, and then Hijack or his agent or whatever told Tottenham that he's not interested in you. Going to go to Arsenal.
Do you know what would be amazing, right?
But like Chelsea don't get to hide behind this facade. We weren't interested. Yes, you were. You agreed terms with him 2 months ago. Don't give me that bollocks. Do not give me that bollocks. He's come to Tottenham and Chelsea are back in their peg and we are back. And that's it's a reason to celebrate not only the monster signing, but the fact that Chelsea, Todd Bowley, shut up for a minute. You spend too much money, but you got no class. You're like a brass going around with a Louis Vuitton handbag. We all know what you really are. You might have the money, but how did you get it? We all know exactly what Chelsea are. And Simmons chose class. He didn't choose caliber. He chose.
No, but Sean.
This is why we're celebrating.
I know. This is one of the things I heard yesterday, right? And I don't know if this is true or not. I just heard this, right? Is that when him and his entourage went to meet Chelsea, he didn't even meet Maresca. He only met people from the board. When he came to Spurs, right? He met the players, right? He met the staff. And his family and him felt like Tottenham was showing way more appreciation and love for him than what Chelsea did. So the feeling he got when he came to Spurs was that he felt more loved and appreciated.
Danny, do you want to be hugged by a prostitute, or do you want to be hugged by the girl?
That's exactly it. Exactly it, Sean. And I think a lot of us, the Spurs fans, had that feeling that if he's going to go to Chelsea, yes, he's going to play, but he ain't going to be star boy. He ain't going to be like the god of the club. And if you come to Spurs, he's going to be our face of Spurs.
Oh yeah, you're the face. Yeah,
right?
You're the man.
Right? He's gonna get the number 7. And you know what? To top it off, I hope Spurs admin, when they release that release video, when they're releasing him, they have to play. They have to use that song. Let it all work out. It will just be unbelievable if they do it. It'll be. I know Arsenal used it for.
I'd rather use the song "Pretty Woman." Walking down the street, pretty woman. See, Philly.
Oh, see, Philly.
You got to use some sort of prostitute. You got to use some sort of brass.
The admin has to deliver on this more than what we saw with Kudus, more than what we saw with Eze. They have got to deliver and banter Chelsea as much.
Saba, reshuffle me. Saba, reshuffle me next to Luba, please.
Hug it out.
Other way, mate. Other way. Sure. Sean, you got to face the other way, mate.
Oh, no, you face it.
Hug it out, boys. Hug it out.
My chairman? Is he out, chairman? Is he out, chairman?
Sean,
hang on, guys, 1 sec.
Whose chairman is it?
Hang on, 1 sec.
Has he signed? Has he
One
signed?
sec. Sean, this morning, right? Lubo jumps onto my show, and I said, "Surely, Lubo, credit to Levy." And it's for 25 years.
What about your boy Vin?
25 years.
What are we saying, Lubo? What are we saying, Lubo? What are we saying, Lubo?
Well,
did I not tell you all? Did I not tell you all? Wait until the window closes. Did I not say just give it a breather? Wait until September the 1st. Lubo, how you feeling today, my man?
Well, if he signs, then well done to all of them for.
He signed, mate.
He has signed.
He signed.
He signed.
Lubo, who's responsible? Is it Midnight? Is it your
Lubo? It's not
CEO
if.
Again?
He has signed.
He definitely has signed. If
he signed
before 12 o'clock, then Frank has the choice of putting him on the bench tomorrow.
Yes.
We'll come to that shit in a minute. Before we get to that, who signed him?
Who signed him? Thomas Frank.
My CEO, Lubo.
Thomas Frank.
My manager.
My CEO.
Do you know what? Go and get another 2, and then Lubo, you are going to have to come on here.
I'm going to say my Barrison Royale. My Barrison Royale gives us a season ticket. Well done, Barry. It's all on Barry. Everyone, it's my Barry. My Barry.
Hang on. Sav, can you read out a comment at 12:54 from Gideon Boots 1008?
Oh, yeah, cherry picking comment.
Can you read out that? Can you read out that comment?
Cherry picking comment.
Can you let me give me 1 second to find it? Give me 1 second to find it. Gideon Boots.
12:54 p.m. Gideon Boots 1008.
Oh God, you're so shameless, Lubo. You are so shameless. You are shameless. What is
shameless?
Wrong with you?
Shameless. Monday night on the Spurs Fire is gonna be fun. I'm hosting. I get to direct the questions, and it's only Lubo and Stel. It's me, Lubo and Stel. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be super fun. It's gonna be the best show ever.
What's it? Hang on, Sean. Frank can't attract players. Frank can't attract players. Frank's only here to work with what he's got. Spurs can't get the big. Yeah, listen, you're gonna have a field day. I'm almost.
I want to hear what Stel has to say now.
Yeah, where's Stel?
Where's Stelios? Let's call him out.
Stel.
He's gone into hiding. Let me
give him a call.
The only thing though. No, the only thing though, I know Stel will say, because I agree with it. I want now to see consistency. Now this window.
That's always the thing. Let's not dwell on the moment. Let's think about the future. How about we dwell on the moment for a second? Just for a second.
Oh no, I'm all in the moment. Yeah, I mean, I'm all in the moment.
But the problem is,
matter of fact,
Mari, I agree with you, but the problem is Stell's been telling everyone that all of these in the nose lie, and they've got everything right the last 24 hours. They've got everything right.
Yeah, I would say I kind of I would say that Fabrizio redeemed himself because I was like, what's going? The only one I honestly trust still to this day, number one, is Plettenberg. Plettenberg, when he comes out with something, I'm like, okay, and Orstein.
Man.
Yeah, Orstein. Yeah, Orstein is second. Really
Fabrizio didn't say anything, knowing if he said something wrong, he was going to be mudded again by Fabrizio was rattled. Yeah. Fabrizio was rattled.
It's almost like a ranking now. Fabrizio now has gotten back to his top perch, but he went down. He was down, but I still have Plattenberg, Ornstein, Fabrizio.
Ornstein's number one. For German football, I agree with you, Mari. Plettenberg for German football is number one. But when it comes to football in general, Ornstein is number one. But on that note, guys, I'm going to jump. Bomba. It's a good Friday. Everyone have a great weekend. Everyone be nice to each other. And as always,
no chance.
See, you going to the game?
Have a great weekend.
Be nice.
You going to the game?
Yeah.
Everyone be nice.
I'm literally
my CEO, Sean Chairman. I don't know, whatever.
I am literally looking through my downloads right now to find the my chairman post. So I'm gonna put it on Twitter.
I can send it to you. I can send it to you, Sean. Because I
want to see Lubo say my chairman. I want him to say Levy in or my chairman or.
Lubo will be there with the 4 other people at the protest on Saturday, going twice, one in 25 years, guys.
I will say this, Sava, because I haven't been able to stream for weeks. You guys know the reason why. I think the PSG game for me changed my. It didn't change my view because I was out 100%, and it was even on our channel. A war in regards to being out, but Thomas Frank. After that PSG, as heartbroken I was about the PSG game, I'm like, this guy seriously can coach. And for me, I believe, even on the one-off game, I believe in this guy. He knows to set up, and seeing the draw yesterday, I'm like, man, if we can give this guy the tools, he's already doing a good job with what he has right now. Simmons, now I'm hearing Kanji, or Nathan Aki, if we could get these little pieces. I'm looking at that draw in Champions League. I'm like, let us be. PSG is the favorites along the Real Madrid and Barcelona. But if you want to talk about dark horse team, a team that no one wants to fuck with, we had that draw yesterday. We now added Simmons, added Kanji. You know what? Now I'm like, okay, I had to finish 7th or 8th. Now I'm like, yo, we can finish 5th. We can finish 4th and maybe make some noise in the Champions League and maybe pull a domestic cup, FA or the Carabao Cup. So I'm excited. I mean, literally, I can't find anybody who can poo-poo this. This is our best signing for me because I wasn't
Benji has tried to poo-poo this. Don't worry, he came on really negative as well, didn't you, Benji?
I mean, look, it's one extra signing. Can we calm down? We've gone from doom and gloom to.
Okay, all right, but I must say something just to bring some perspective onto this.
Here we go.
I won't mention who it was. Friend of the big friend of Football Heritage,
Jeff,
who's watching, has just texted me and said, "No." Has just texted me and said, "Hey,
Jeff."
No, call it Jeff, whoever you want to call
Savio.
it. Has just said, mad that Nick takes the piss out of you in the protest because of one signing. That's why you'll never get Enoch out. One signing and people lose focus on how shit they've been for a quarter of a century. Thank you.
They haven't been shit for a quarter of a century, Lubo. They haven't been shit for a quarter of a century. They haven't been shit for a quarter of a century. You make out like it's settled science. It isn't. Your opinion. It's not a fact. It's your opinion. We've got 2 European Cup finals in a quarter of a century. We've had eight finals. We've had 17 semi-finals. It's not shit. You think it is. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong,
Lubo's mate Jeff.
Lubo, I'm joking. So whoever sent you that message, does he know me? Whoever that is.
Hang on, can I try and put some proper perspective?
Oh, here we go. We're doing this again. No, hang on, Sam. Hang on. We're doing this again. It doesn't matter who it was. Unless you tell me who it was, then you could just made that up, Lubo. It's your opinion.
Right.
Nick,
I'll tell you who's this perspective I'm about to say is from me.
Right over there.
Hang on. This is from me. Can we just say we can be pissed off with how things run in the club. We can be pissed off with how the window's been to date. But when a transfer like this drops,
people like him, Sava, their first thought is to go after.
Hang on. I'm not sitting here saying if the transfer window's shut now, I'm still disappointed that we've not covered areas we needed. But as of today, as of this morning, this is a great signing. And if I can't enjoy this moment,
three first team monsters.
Not absolutely, Lubo, because you're getting messages from people that are saying, "Oh, this sums it up." We're allowed to be happy. We spend so much time being not happy. We're allowed to be happy, right? Just because I'm happy doesn't mean I suddenly go, Levy's the greatest chairman in the world.
Sava, Lubo's literally so desperate to turn this into a negative that he has to pull up some geezer from his echo chamber, some geezer that goes, Levy out. It's that echo chamber that keeps on echoing for days and days and days and years and years and years. They have to go, nothing changes 25 years. By the way, you're wrong about 25 years. You have always been wrong about 25 years. It hasn't been perfect, but it's been far better than you're willing to accept. And by the way, 3 first-team absolute monsters that transform us, and you're sitting there still trying to hark back. Don't get me. If I gave you enough airtime, Lubo, you'd still be mentioning Jack fucking Grealish and Gedson fucking Fernandez. How about just enjoy the moment, you miserable bastard, all of you that are miserable. We've got 3 absolute weldings into our first team this summer. It's an 8 out of 10 window if it finishes like this. And that is absolutely reasonable. Just because Lubo's got a tweet, just because Lubo's got a WhatsApp, let's all stop the show. Let's stop the show. Lubo's got a message from someone that feels the same way he does. Oh no!
Players.
Misery loves company. Lubo, you're in the mud. Shut the fuck up. Let's enjoy the moment. You miserable fucking bastard.
This is.
I've got to say something to this right after Lubo.
This is the Sean Butler who I've heard knocking Levy left, right, and centre on his shows with Billy T and with Jacko.
Knocking him like you do, or balanced criticism.
We know Sean's a flip flop. We all know
I'm
that.
not a flip flop.
biggest flip flop in the game.
Never doubted my chairman. I just said that's Perchy. That's not me. That's Perchy. Don't you dare try and do a cartoon character of me.
Oh my!
Oh my god!
Just Lubo, surely you are bloody happy.
I'm delighted. I tell you what,
Lubo, I want to ask
Lubo. What you're worried about, mate? What you're worried about is tomorrow.
Hang on, guys, whoa! I asked him a question, and he hasn't even been allowed to get 4 words out of his mouth. Come on, let him go on, Lubo. How happy are you with this news, Lubo?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm on 10 out of 10. Absolutely delighted. And as I said last night on the show, we have got to compete with the big 5 for these players because we are a big club. And now we're starting to behave like a big club. with Frank.
So does that mean then, Lubo, Levy is changing? Because I was saying to Barry and all the We Are Tottenham TV lot that you got to see the bigger picture this summer. You got to see it.
Danny,
Not
let's
like
just be
Tottenham.
entirely
This is
honest
not
here
like
for a
Tottenham.
second, mate.
It's not
Danny,
like Tottenham.
Lubo's
Look.
come on the show. And Saba's right. He hasn't had 4 words out of his mouth. But the 4 words that did come out of his mouth were, look at this WhatsApp message. And I'm hyphening the WhatsApp message.
No, it's not.
He's
It's
more
not what-
interested
hang
in
on.
pushing a narrative than he is celebrating his football club. And so when I asked Billy T the other day, is there a subsection of the Levy out, the pathologically wildly Levy out people, the ones that are just toxic to the worst degree? Is there an element that they really want what's bad for Tottenham so they can be right? And Billy said, not me. There might be, not me. And I agree with Billy. I think Billy's very reasonable. This geezer, one, you absolute fraud. I'm talking to you, Lubo. You can't handle it. You can't handle it because you know, mate, that today's a day to celebrate. You come on the show and the first thing you do is say, look, I've got anecdotal evidence that I'm right. Because someone else has said, don't forget 25 years. Bore off. It's a day to celebrate Tottenham, you miserable bastard.
Can you get
Come
on,
on
can you
now.
get on Sean's show?
Simmons in the 10. Simmons
It needs back up.
Where you are.
Oh, it's amazing.
But can you not spend? Can you come on?
The
for
thing
10?
is,
Come on, I need some help. I need some help.
Please, sir. Archie Gray's still at Tottenham.
Snell's busy. Don't worry.
I think the key.
Can you come
I
on?
think the key word.
Sean's trying to give me a bit of grief here. Sean's trying to give me a bit of grief.
Stel, come on, Stel. Come on.
He was Levy out yesterday. He's Levy in today. There you go. All right, Stel.
I think in most.
Okay, I'll pass on that message. Every Spurs fan should be happy. Still said, even me. I'm happy.
So hang on, Lubo. Let's just get this. Just
Lubo, ask him if he forgives Romano. Ask him if he's got an apology for Romano for having correct information all day yesterday.
He's gone.
Hang on. So Lubo asked Stel for backup to try and get at Sean, and Stel said everyone should be happy, including you.
Yeah.
Lubo, you've got a stinker.
Please,
Sean is on cloud nine right now.
I really hope that Sam has got that extra special relationship with StreamYard where they put 10 people on. Because if he's only got the basic access, then I can only get 8 people. But I need you, Stel, because without Stel, I can't handle Sean's banter. You're a fraud, Lubo. You're a fraud.
It's all going in there, mate. Monday night.
He's had a Lubo's had a stinker. He's had a stinker today.
Lubo's in the mud.
Lubo in the mud.
Oh, Lubo. Oh, Lubo.
By the way, have you seen the other good news today? That has been announced on the Spurs website. That Jed Spencer's been called into the England squad.
Yes.
Very good news.
My chairman signing, right? My chairman signing. Wasn't it Daniel Levy that forced that one through?
It was Pariticiary, actually.
The dog. I was gonna say that. It was
It's so easy today. It's so easy. It's brilliant.
Listen,
Sean said the key word. He said balance, and I'll add on to it: fair and balance. And you have to look at this window as an emotional roller coaster to say, okay, to be fair and balanced, this is good. Now to keep up with the other 5, now let's progress each quarter. Celebrate this like crazy. But now it's to have a balanced view of, hey, yeah, you got to give Levy and the board credit for getting this over the line, for supporting Frank, and now as the January window comes, the next summer window comes, is to have consistency. That's all that all of us can ask from our club, is to show consistency. So to have a balanced view, change for Tottenham, in my opinion, still do what you have to do, but also be fair in the sense of, yeah, now is probably not the best time to do a protest or whatsoever, but to still communicate with the club, still to, as with any other club, to keep people accountable. And
No,
like you want to
they
keep
have,
people
they have to
accountable.
protest. They have to protest. I had this chat with Billy, and I'm only joking, by the way, Lubo. You know, it's only banter. It's all it is. I'm not. I hate. I spoke to Billy on what day was it? On Wednesday, and I had a good chat with him. And I said to him, "Well, what's the ambitions here?" And I understand that these guys are between a rock and a hard place, because if they only ever choose to protest when things are bad, then they'll be accused of opportunism, and they'll be accused by people that that feel differently to them as being people that just like wait for the high tide to get on the sails, right? But if they do it persistently and consistently, if that's the way they feel, and he said to me that change for Tottenham, I'm not putting words in his mouth here. I'm literally like referring how I took it. The change for Tottenham, I believe, is a bit of a bait and switch. I think it's a misnomer, because not all 10 of the 10 people that are on that board, they are all Levy out. So it's literally Levy out, the lipstick on a pig. But they have to.
Have they taken credit for this signing yet, Sean?
I don't know. You know what? That's the one topic that I stayed away from, because I only had him for an hour. But I'll pick it up next week. But I thought Billy was brilliant, by the way. So this is all banter. I'm in a good mood, and so we should all be in a good mood. So it's all a bit of fun. That's all it is. But
Sean, when it comes down to it,
the reality is right that Change for Tottenham do have a difficult decision to make, because if they only ever protest when things are shit, and if they put protests up and then they cancel them when good news happens, then they will be they'll be rightly criticized.
Opportunists,
They'll lose credibility. They'll lose credibility.
Yeah, lose credibility.
However, if they do it consistently and persistently, and they go, like, we want him out regardless, like a Lubo does, or like a Stell or Billy or whoever else, then they're going to get 15 people that turn up to their protests tomorrow, because we just signed
Sean.
So
what is it like I said, continuing.
What is it they stand for, right? And when I ask them, they stand for one thing, which is leave it out. And so that's how they feel. So I encourage them to protest tomorrow.
The thing is, Sean,
I
got to be honest, Sean. I got to be honest. I got to be honest, right? I got to be honest with you. Most people who are Levy out, right? The ones that I've spoken to, even in the really extreme Levy outers, right? Even myself, right? We don't care if Levy is the chairman, as long as the club are doing the right things, right?
But that's not the manifesto on Change for Tottenham's website, Danny.
Yeah, okay, but
their website says they want new ownership. They want Levy gone, which is why
just quickly, Palace.
For me,
Palace have approached Leipzig for Baumgartner. That'd be a decent signing for Palace.
Baumgartner,
he's a good player.
That's a good signing.
But do you know? Sorry, no, that's right. For me, I don't know what Lubo thinks. I can't speak for anyone else, but for me, I don't care if Levy's at the club as much as I want him out. If he is doing these kind of movements every summer, and we're going for quality over quantity every single time, and we're doing it, mate. I no, Nick. I've always said you're
a giant fucking flip flop. You're a giant.
I've always said.
No. You haven't always said, Sean, mate. I remember. Danny. I've got the archives, bro. I've seen nothing will change this club until this toxic chairman leaves.
I've always sure, because the reason that happens
is the biggest flip flop of them all.
No, not at all. Right. The reason.
At least Lubo's stable.
No. Let me speak. If you're gonna let me speak. Let me speak. Right. If Levy we've all said, every single person, right, has said that if Tottenham and Levy steps away from the football inside, right, we would all, even Brian Dagel has said it himself, if Levy steps away from the football inside and the club act like a big club and go and sign big players, and not the Archie Grays, sorry Lubo, not the Archie Grays, right, but you go and get quality, right, you go and get quality. I don't think any Spurs fan is going to be unhappy with that, including the change for Spurs.
Danny, just to add on to this,
a lot of this
look at
comes
the
down
three.
to.
Let Dan's been waiting to go for a while. So
can I just say one more thing, right? I've always stood by the fact that I want Levy gone. right? Because I believe that he won't change. But this summer I've been optimistic, right? Nick knows this, and everyone knows the way I've been this summer, right? I have been saying that we have to wait and see what happens. No, Nick, I've got the receipts, mate. I've got receipts. I have got receipts, right?
Got him.
I have got receipts. I've got receipts. But honestly, I do think that if things are changing in the way they look, and if it consistently goes like this in the foreseeable summers and transfer windows, then why would people want to change that? Seriously, in my opinion.
Danny, and just you brought me in so just before Dan comes in. If Levy ran the commercial side and had the ability and the desire just to stay on that side, then you got a case. But he cannot. He gets involved in every single little thing.
But
the football side, and the problem is now that chairman don't want to deal with him. He's very unpopular. Nobody wants to do.
Leipzig were fine dealing with him.
Sorry,
Leipzig were fine dealing with him.
Yeah, maybe Leipzig were, but
what if we get a Kanji?
What if we had a situation? You know, listen, we're in a situation where we've gone in and we've met a club's asking price. Finished.
Lubo, you are unfortunately in the position, mate, where, like I've always said about people that are in the Levy out camp, is that you've got yourself so entrenched in your position where you're not happy when everyone else can be delirious.
Oh, listen,
You're not as happy as the rest. You're not as happy as everyone else.
Dan's been waiting for ages to go. Can we? Sorry, go on, Dan.
Cheers. Look, when it comes down to it, like me and you spoke about it, Sean, the other day, and you pretty much agreed with most of what I said. I want Levy out. I think he's out of his depth in the majority of what goes on these days. We're talking about billionaires, not millionaires anymore. I think he's taken this club as far as he can. If you gave me an option and someone takes over the club, I'd quite happily keep Levy as long as he stays away from the football on the business side of things. Because I don't care what anyone tells me. When it comes to the business side of things, what he's built and the base he's put on this club, you can't fault him for it. He's been excellent. Whereas when it comes to the football side, 8 times out of 10, he screws it up most of the time. But if we're going to absolutely slate him for screwing up that Eze deal, which I feel we screwed up the Eze deal because of Levy pissballing about with the money and everything else, whether Arsenal would have gone for him or not is purely opinion. But then when something, and you're going to slam him for every single thing that he does wrong, when deals go wrong or this goes wrong or that goes wrong, when something like this happens, you need to then sit there and go, well, do you know what? Fair play, mate. If I add it all up, then yeah, on the football side, I can say he's done more wrong than he's done right. But on the other side, he's done a lot of right. But if you're going to slam him every single bloody time, and people just see you slamming him for everything about he does, and then when he does something right, you just basically turn your back to it, I don't think it does no favours on getting people on the Levy outside, because they just look at someone and think this is just a hate. It's nothing logical. It's just a hate. Yeah, you got reasons, but when you just can't give someone credit for when they do get it right, it doesn't do people no favours on the other side, I don't think. And whether you like him or not, I think he screwed up the Eze one, but I think he got this one right. So credit where it's due.
I won't have the wall pulled over my eyes, personally. I mean, is it him getting it right? Or is it him doing what he should do? Is it Tottenham acting as we should do? Look, I'm just going to say it. Look, listen, I'm not a fan of Levy. I think, and I do agree with Lubo. 25 years of absolute, I don't even know the word for it. But look, listen, he's made a fantastic. Look, because realistically,
what are you talking about? 25 years. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about all the horrendous decisions when it comes down to the footballing side of Tottenham Hotspur. I will concede Daniel Levy is a genius when it comes to business.
He's also brought in some genius players on the pitch.
Yeah,
in that
the thing is, right? Hold on, Sean. Let me say something. Hold on. Let me just say something. Being a Levy outer, right? Let me say something. Hold on. Let me say something. For me, the fact that I have seen Kudus, Paulinho, and Simmons come in one window tells me something is changing at Spurs. That's all I'm going to say, right? Because I'm sorry.
Are we going to concede to the notion that he's actually going to change and we're going to get consistency?
Yeah, but hang on. This is proven something is changing. In the 25 years that you're in the 25
we ain't even spent the same amount as Sunderland.
Hang about, Benji. You're making
window's
out
not finished.
just because some of them signed 16 players doesn't make them all worldies, right? Let's work in the reality that we're actually operating in. Hang on a second, mate. Hang on a second. All right. In the 25 years that people in the Levy out camp that are scrambling, they're scrambling over to the let's not forget all the shit shows. They'll never remind you of the good shows. They will never remind you about the Berbatovs, the Carricks, the Defoes, the Keanes. They'll never remind you about the Gareth Bales. They'll never remind you about the fact we got 2 European Cup finals in 6 years. The 6 years that everyone said has been the most degenerative and regressive period of our football club. They'll never remind you about the fact that we've elevated our revenues. They'll never remind you that we haven't cheated the fucking system. They'll never remind you about any of the other contexts that we have to deal with, like Chelsea, that walk through loopholes that are not Daniel Levy's fault, that are the problem with the Premier League. They'll never talk to you about the incredible money laundering that is happening at Manchester City, the 130 charges. They will never remind you about any of that shit. What they'll remind you about is fucking Jack Grealish, 5 million quid 6 years ago. They'll talk to you about Bruno Fernandes versus Gedson Fernandes because it suits the narrative. You are all miserable fucking bastards and you don't ever want to remember the good along with the bad. When you say 25 years, you make out like it's settled science that Daniel Levy's a failure. He is nothing like a failure, and you guys need to get off your fucking high horse and start celebrating some good news because you come across like you're entitled, biased idiots, in very, very humble opinion. Sorry.
And that's fine to have that opinion.
It's personal, is it?
25 years all the time.
But if he'd done what he's supposed to do, we could have gone a lot further.
Nothing personal.
Nothing personal. I love you all. I love you all personally.
Can I just say,
but in the interest of our operation here, you're all fucking miserable bastards.
Just quickly, welcome. We just seem to have had an influx of people that have come in. We're still at 1,600 people. We've been going for 5 hours. If you haven't subscribed, please do. If you haven't subscribed to all of my guests, please do. If you haven't smashed the like button, please do. And if you would like good replica shirts, please go to okjersey.com, type in Sava in the coupon and you'll get 8% off. They're only about 15 quid as well. So anything retro, up to date, whatever you want, they've got it all there. By the way, Thomas Frank's press conference has been pushed back an hour if you want to read anything into that, because what I've heard is that the videos are currently being made with Xavi Simons. That's what I'm hearing. Woo! I don't know if it's true. We'll find out in a few hours' time.
I will.
Go on, Maury. Go on.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, going back to the word, just fair and balanced. I would say this: 25 years. You take the good, you take the bad. Has been met. Me personally, I want someone else. But being fair and balanced, it's almost like the report card. Right now, they're passing. They're getting a passing mark because you look into June. We just fired Ange. We brought in Frank. And from the know, Romero was supposed to be going to Atletico. He wanted to leave. He didn't like the club. We're able to convince him to join the Frank's project, be captain, and like Danny says, sign Kudus, quality, sign Tulondia Palhinha, quality, and now Simmons. So you have to give this board a passing mark. Yeah, they got it at the end of the test, right? 'Cause it's a test, right? In the middle of the test, I'm with you. What the fuck are you doing with this whole Eze deal and whatsoever? But by the end of the test, to be able to keep Romero and get those 3 signings, and maybe get an additional signing in the Kanji.
Massive.
You have to talk about today in the now. You have to give a passing mark to be fair. Now,
Maury, can I say? Sorry, hang on, Lubo, one sec.
Lubo, listen. Lubo, listen.
Atletico Madrid couldn't afford the fee.
Listen, Lubo, listen. Lubo. Listen. I as Levy out 110%, but I don't live my life in the sense of, okay, I remember what happened in the past, but I have to work with what I have now.
Mari.
And what I have now today, okay, you're doing business. So right now, the only thing I ask for is consistency and accountability. As I was saying with changes with Tottenham, continue to protest, keep this man accountable. But as of a passing grade right now, for this window, I have to give a check mark. I'm like, you kept Romero, you signed 3 quality signings.
And Jed Spence.
I have to, and you have Frank, who's doing business now. Yeah, he hired Ange, who got a trophy, right? He got us a trophy. As much as we don't like his style, he got us a trophy. I have to give, as of today, a passing mark for this window and for this summer.
Can I just say, the key thing for me is people are going, oh, Sava, you were angry with Levy last week. Yeah. What did I say after that?
Flip-flop.
What next? What next? If you can't get Eze, what next? If you can't get Savio, what next? I'm holding the same energy. Well, he's shown me what next. Xavi Simmons was what's next. All right, cool. You've not got Savio. What's next? Go out and land a Lookman, and then I have to turn around and go, cool, he's done what I didn't think he was going to do. Hats off. Now, does that mean I go, oh my God, he's been brilliant for 25 years? No. But the problem is, all the while we keep talking about 25 years, it means we're never actually ever going to enjoy days like today. It means that we can never actually say.
That's my point. That's my point.
Hang on. Let me finish. That's not me saying right now, I think the squad is still good enough. I still think we need another centre half. I still think we need a proper left winger, right? But showing that they can do this in 24 to 36 hours gives me hope that in the next 72 hours, which is what we've got left, we've got 77 hours of the transfer window to go, by the way, right? In the next 77 hours, go and get a left winger, go and get that centre back in if it's Ake or Akanji. And you know what a fan like me has to do? I have to turn around and go, fucking well done, lads. That's a 10 out of 10 window. See you later. Right, Thomas, Mr. Frank, it's over to you, mate. You've got to now put a team together and do well. But the problem is, I think this is where I think people are having to go at other people is it seems that even if we do that, that people want to just say, yeah, but what happened in 2007?
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying, Sam.
So but the thing is, can I add something, Sam?
I'll say my last word because I got to go. And so, because what you're telling people is, right, and I'm not saying Lubo's saying this, and like I said, I know the history. Trust me. I was explaining to my girlfriend the history of our club. So you basically are saying because of those past, and I can't judge in the now, re-signing Romero, Spence, and the 3 signings that we have, and bringing in Frank. Okay, this has been a horrible summer. It's been a failure. I would sound ridiculous if I said that.
The only people that do, Mari, the only people that want to make that narrative is people like the guy sitting here next to me, and the people all the way over the top. In Benji's case, and I love you, Benji. No disrespect, man. I know you're on my channel. I love you to pieces. Let's put them together, right? These two here, right? That want to go. Let's not focus on the now because the now doesn't suit the narrative.
No, we're not saying that.
Let's go back 25 years, and even when you do 25 years of revisionism, you are also wildly biased because you only talk about the things that were poor in the 25 years, and just ipso facto. You as a human being probably make more mistakes in a day than you do good decisions. Hang on a second, Lou, but let me finish my rant. I'll let you hang on, mate. Give me 10 seconds. I'll finish my rant. Right, and then I'll hand over to you. But if you're going to do 25 years of revisionism, and that's fine, by the way, if you land on the argument that 25 years hasn't been good enough, that's fine. But if all you're ever going to do is remind people about the Gedson Fernandes and the Jack Grealishes and all that stuff, and the fact that we sacked Martin Yeo at halftime and the fact that we sacked Jose 4 days before a final, all that shit, it's fine. They're relative points. They're relevant points. But in so doing, when all you do is remind people of the bad, you come across as incredibly biased and you do yourself no justice to the middle of the road, the people that want to hear decent dialogue around how is the right way to feel about Daniel Levy. And when you only talk about those things over 25 years, when we've been in the Champions League 6 of the last 9 years, when we've been in the European football 15 of the last 17 years, and you guys only want to talk about, and we've had, Champions League final, Europa League Cup winners. We've got to 8 finals, 16 semi-finals, and on top of that, we've also had a second place finish and a third place finish, our second and third highest finishes in 80 years. And yet all you want to remind people of is the faux pas around some subjective reasoning of the valuation of Jack Grealish. You come across as biased. How about just enjoy the fucking moment, enjoy the fact that today we signed a worldie and that tomorrow we might, or we may not sign someone else. But instead, the fact that you guys are so caught up in reminding everybody about the faux pas that we've had over 25 years, it comes across like you don't want to enjoy the moment. You don't want to enjoy the good things because you'd rather be right than talking about what is right. And today, what is right is that Xavi Simons has joined Tottenham Hotspur, and he is the second best 10 in the Premier League immediately.
I don't think Benji and Lubo have once said they're not happy, Sean.
And Eze might have been a faux pas.
Hold on, Sean.
That's not the narrative. I do not want to be right.
What's his argument?
That's 100%.
His argument's superfluous.
Danny, I'll answer that. Firstly, I've said several times over the last few weeks, and I've said on your show as well, Sean, you tend to only listen to what I say. You cherry pick what I say. And what I have said,
you cherry picking prick.
Is that what my biggest bugbear with Levy is that he has never, and Enoch, Lewis as well, is that they have never stretched themselves. They've never pushed up. They've taken us to a certain level where we are competitive without being truly competitive and properly dangerous as a club for trophies, and they are earning money. That is my biggest bugbear. You potentialise, you maximise any business you're in. They are risk averse. They are not prepared to do it. That is my biggest problem with Enoch for the last.
We just signed Xavi.
That's brilliant. For the first time in a very long time.
No, we just signed Kudus as well.
Hang on.
And Paulinho.
Hang on. Wait a minute.
What first time in a long time though? Don't say that shit.
Hang on. We make
first time in 3 weeks.
Sean, can you hear me out? You spoke. Let me finish. For the first time in a very long time, right? And the situation regarding Xavi Simons is different to a Kudus, it's different to a Solanke, it's different to a Romero, whatever. We have gone in for a top-rated player against a big club, other big clubs who have wanted him, and we have won. We've acted like a big club and full marks to everybody who's been involved at Tottenham Hotspur. And that includes Levy as well, if he's been involved. Okay? This is the first time in a very long time.
Is that questionable?
Like a big club. The very first time.
Is it questionable that Levy's been involved?
I'm sure he was at some stage. So full marks to him then. Okay? You got it.
But the thing is, as well, just to add, right?
It's gritted teeth. It's through gritted teeth. Why can't you just be happy? Because your agenda means more to you. Being right means more to you than celebrating the moment. Why you got to sit there and say if he was involved? He's clearly involved, but because you care more about being right than what is right. You're sitting there saying it through gritted teeth. Same thing with your allocation of accountability for the Europa League win. You said he got lucky. He got lucky. He's the guy that you say is responsible for everything. You say he is responsible for everything. I don't, by the way. I've never given Daniel Levy the credit for the Europa League. I don't even necessarily give him the credit for this signing, but you do by your rationale that the buck stops at the top. So stop saying if he was involved, because Lubo, by your rationale for everything that's wrong is at his feet, and everything that's right is at his feet. And we've just signed a world-class player, and you're starting to twist it into, through gritted teeth.
Hang on a second. Now you've elevated him to world-class.
Xavi Simons is the second best 10 in the Premier League, in my opinion. Debate me on that.
Hang on.
He's not world class yet.
No.
He's the second best 10 in the Premier League right now, in my opinion. He's better than
quality.
Turkey.
Sean, I think he's quality, but I think world class gets thrown about too easy.
I'm not forget world class, but second best in the Premier League.
I'm not disputing that. It's just I always debate the world class phase. Yeah, when I talk about world class, I look at Figos, I look at Ronaldinho's, Messi's, Ronaldo's.
But none of them are playing
But
anymore.
I've
So
said,
who are the world class tens? Who are the world class tens out there?
It doesn't matter if
Van der
they're
Vaart called him world
not
class.
Okay, fine. I'm just giving my opinion. But I did say he's a very good player who's got the potential with his age to go to quality and then even possibly the next stage. Yeah, I just use world class different. With what you're saying now, I have to agree with you to the extent of you are usually the one who says you don't dig this the buck stops at the top sort of thing. Yeah,
No.
You do it a different way. But the only reason you argue it that way is because that's how the majority of people do argue it that way. Yeah.
Right.
So you just argue a person from his perspective as such. So in that one, I have to agree with you in the aspect of, even though I want this fella out and I think he screws up more than he does right. Again, if you are only seen as no matter what, and we get I mean, for me at 51 million, right? We just got Xavi for, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to bring this up. We just got Xavi for 51 million and spunked 40 million on a bloody Archie Gray. 40 million on a... Let me finish. No, but it has to get brought up for the price. It's part of the problem.
You're obsessed with it.
Hang on, let me finish. Sean, let me finish. Ian,
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm talking to someone backstage. I'm not talking to you. Sorry.
That is fresh, Lubo, coming from you, fella. Yeah. Anyone would think the boy come out your cellar the way you talk about him. For God's sake, he is part of it because we wasted 40 million on him. Yeah. And I said tell as well. I bring up both of them because of that one. Yeah. And then we go and spend 50 million on someone like Simmons, which is a bloody steal at that price, by the way. Yeah. That is what we want for 50 million. Not going out for bloody Tells and Tells and Greys and bloody Odeberts and that. This is what a few of us have been arguing the whole bloody time, is there are players out there for 40, 50 million and we were still buying young players that really done nothing for us. We have actually done something with our money that is good. Got a solid player in there, which shows that money we've overspent on other players, it just shows there are players out there that are a lot better than the crap we've bought.
Dan, I did say to you, I've also said I think Tell is a waste of money, could be good in 2 or 3 years' time. I don't see it personally. I also did say to you that we shouldn't have paid more than 20 million for Gray, for someone of his age and his experience and the level that he played at. But Brentford had set the price and Spurs wanted to hijack it. So Spurs had to pay the price. So yes, Spurs overpaid by 20 million. They paid double what they should have paid. I've never said he was worth 40 million. What I've said was that I think he will be superb in time.
Right.
And I think we will look back and look at 40 million and think, well, we overpaid at the time. Ultimately, that's a bloody good price. That's how I feel about Gray. But sometimes you overpay, Dan, and sometimes you underpay, like this one. We've obviously underpaid. If he's that good, then this guy's a 70, 80 million pound, 90 million pound player. But we've got.
And my point is, Ian, my point is the reason he gets brought up by me so much, and I bring up Tell as well, is because of the price we spunked up the wall for it when it could have got a player that was ready for now, and that was what we needed. That's why he always gets brought up. Same as Tell's going to get brought up all season, where he's 45 million. What the hell have we done? When there is deals like this out there to get, there was deals like this out there to get last season that we could have got a player for the same bloody price on less wages and could have helped save our season in a sort of way. Got us better players on the pitch. That is why. What's that?
Dan, why couldn't we have got both?
Why did we need both?
All right, guys, I got to jump off.
See you,
See you later, Mario. Good to see you, man.
All right, come on, Spurs.
Absolutely.
See you, mate.
So with what we've gone and done now, that is an excellent buy. That is a steal.
Absolutely.
But it shows when you spend that sort of money, okay, it isn't top money in foot. I mean, to me, 51 million is like what you get for a good player these days, not an extremely good player like we just bloody got. But my point of the whole thing is scouting system and stuff we have spent money on, which has been pretty much crap, basically. There was better out there for that sort of money and exactly what we needed. That is the whole argument. What it comes down to with that.
Sean, going back to what you said, you know, with Daniel Levy, I'm not trying to push a narrative where I want to be right. I don't want to be right about Daniel Levy. I hope he does everything that we hope he does, that we want him to do. But where I stand on Daniel Levy is this: look, he's gone out in this window and he's done what, most people would say perhaps we should have done. Like, again, I'll give the man his praise for it. But at least from my perspective, this is only how Tottenham Hotspurs, considering the stature of the club, should be acting. And I think where people say, oh, yeah, but look at the last 25 years, I think that derives from the proof is in the pudding. Like, having a narrative...
You said you don't want to be right? You said you don't want to be right. So,
no, God, no. I want my club to be successful.
So if you don't want to be right, then why are you bringing up 25 years? That even then, people present it as settled signs that he's a shit show, and he isn't a shit show. Over 25 years, he isn't. I know Lubo thinks he is. I know a lot of people that leave the thing. But if you don't want to be right, then why don't you just focus in the now and say, because he fucked up with the Eze deal, and he fucked up with the Morgan Gibbs White deal, but he made it better with the Simmons deal. And by the way, Simmons is a better signing. So net, we were better off. So let's not worry about the history.
No, sure, but that's fine. But you have to
subjective again.
Oh, yeah, this is the thing. That's fine, but the proof is in the pudding. And for me, the notion that he may succeed going forward and change his ways going forward, I just think if you've got, 20, 25 years of proof that this is not what this man is about, then I'm not going to...
25 years of proof. You haven't got 25 years of proof. What have you got?
I could reel off some serious names to you that we could have.
Sure you can, and I'll be able to reel off 100 others that are really good reasons why he's not that bad of a chairman.
Sean, you're blind. You're completely blind to what's gone on for 25 years.
Sean, you're so blind.
It's very good. It's very good. Listen,
I'm the only person that gives credit and criticism in the same value.
You're not. You're not.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
You're not at all.
Do you watch my channel? Do you watch my channel, Benji?
Yes, of course.
So if you did, then you know what you're saying is a load of bollocks. When I come on these sorts of channels, when I hear
being a flip flop
saying what he does,
these sorts. Excuse me.
Channels, third party channels.
Excuse me.
Third party channels. So when I come,
don't you know how much I've climbed up the ranks in the Tottenham YouTube community?
You're an absolute monster. You're an absolute monster, Sava. What I mean is, when I come on third party channels and I hear the dialogue that is being presented today, I am forced to say, well, hang about, because there's 1,500 people watching that are going to listen to people like Benji and Lubo talk about 25 years and talk about people like Gedson Fernandez like they do every single week. Like it's irrelevant and recent.
Okay, so you're all about statistics. So going forward, is Daniel Levy statistically, does he have more of a chance in changing his ways and pushing his club forward on the footballing side of things, or do you think he'll just remain doing what he usually does? Which
Benji, I want to challenge you on this. I'll counter you. I'll answer your point, but before I do, one question: if you're true when you say you watch my channel, then what is my current stance on Daniel Levy as an owner? What's my current stance on him, and what has been my stance on him for the last year of my life?
No, I look, I completely understand. You're not his biggest fan, but you advocate in the way of
no. What's my stance on him continuing as Tottenham Hotspur owner?
You want him out?
No, I don't want him out. So you don't watch me. So you're just assuming now that I'm saying that.
I do watch you.
Well, then you clearly aren't clear on it. Okay?
I'm sure in the past you said a few times.
I am happy for him to go. I am happy to hear the knowledge that he's. I agree that he's taken us as far as he can relative to other people.
Well, semantics, that's what I meant. But yeah, okay.
No, but again,
I'm also happy for him to stay if Tottenham start to behave in a different way. But I'm not Levy in. I am not Levy in. But I'm not someone that sits here and is going to listen to people reflect on his tenure like it's failure after failure after failure, because it's a load of absolute fucking bullshit. It's
what you do argue
nonsense.
for, Sean. And again, we spoke about it the other day on your one, is the fact that people just have to see both sides of the bloody story. And when it's just so one-sided at times, and then people, it's like I'm repeating myself here, but people then can't give credit when something is done right. It just makes you look narrow-minded. It just makes you look, it's my way or the highway. I don't want to see any other way, this, and this. Now, you agreed with me the other day, Sean, that we think that Levy is now, in general, in football, punching above his weight, basically, or he's out of his depth, basically, with some of the stuff he's having to deal with now.
Yeah, I think he's made his bed. Yeah. I think he's lying in it right now.
Exactly. But you also agreed on the fact that he has the good things he's done here as well. It was quite a. You don't just sit there and say, "I want Levy in this, this, and this." You do also actually sit there and say that you think he's a bit out of his depth now and he needs to go as well.
No,
So you do give it both sides to it.
I don't know how many fucking times I have to say this. So, I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. I'm amped up today. I'm amped up. It's been a great day. And I get sucked into one of these repetitive conversations when we should all be sitting there talking about how great our team can be.
I'm actually agreeing with you, Sean, by the way.
I know you are, Dan. I know you are, Dan. I appreciate you, mate. But I said to you before, bro, I think that what I've always respected you, mate. But your content in the last 2 weeks has been absolutely spot the hell on. You've been absolutely, you've nailed on so many topics. I'm like, super respect for your takes, 100%. But my take on Daniel Levy is not I want him in, and it's not I want him gone. It's I'm happy to concede that he might be in a position where he's now dealing with a bigger level of challenge. He's dealing with people that are used to working on different numbers, different zeros, different relationship with money. And if you want to go to that next level, then that's cool. But I still want to know who that is before I start to go, yeah, let's bring in this guy. I still want to know what that looks like. And I think that's fair. I think anyone with 2 brain cells and an opinion, they should be able to wait and see what that looks like. Do I believe that Daniel Levy is the best chairman in the game? No. Do I think that 13, 14 clubs in the Premier League would rather him than their current chairman in the Premier League? 100%. Do I think that he is going to take us to the next level? Probably not. But I don't think that anything necessarily changes because, as I've always said, and I stand by this, and no one has ever given me a reason to think that my opinion's wrong, that even if you change your chairman and you bring in the PIF fund, look at Newcastle United. They haven't exactly smashed the granny out of the park this window. They are still reaching for the stars, landing on the sky, because there is something else in football, which is things that are outside of Tottenham, which nobody wants to look at, which is money in football, pecking order, the corruption, the loopholes. All of those things are not controlled by, dictated from, or even responsible of Daniel Levy. They are not those things, but you have to work in that world. Do I want someone else that can do that better than Daniel Levy? I'd be more than happy to see it. But to sit there and hear people on a day when we should be saying, fair play, what is this? Rather than spending 5 hours talking about Daniel Levy on a day like today, we should be talking about what does Xavi Simons change for us? How excited should we be on a scale between 1 and 10?
Sure, I'm just going to say this, right? Because I think we should end.
1 second, Danny. 1 second. 10 seconds. Instead, you have people on the channel. You have people in the zeitgeist that don't want to be wrong, that don't want everyone else to celebrate. They want to remind everybody else, don't let this moment in time deflect from 25 years that they decided is full of failure, that isn't full of failure. It's full of the reasons why we are where we are, where we have the audacity to consider what is necessary for a title challenge. If it wasn't for Daniel Levy, if the buck stops at the top, which again is not a mindset that I take, it's not a mantra that I use, but it's a mantra that Lubo and maybe Benji and Stel and other people use. But if that's the mantra we're going with, the only reason we have the audacity to consider title challenges is because of the decisions of this guy that you guys reflect over 25 years as an absolute shit show. And you are so wildly wrong on that, in my opinion, that I can't help but call it out. I'd rather we talk about the positives of today, but instead we're dwelling in the past, and it's ridiculous.
Right, sure. I want to add something. Right. The thing is, as well, with this whole, I don't want to talk about Daniel Levy anymore because it's fucking ridiculous, honestly.
All right, our glorious leader in chief.
No.
Come on, and we don't.
Let me say my piece. Jay, hold on. Jay, hold on. Hold on. Let me say my piece, right? The thing is, with Daniel Levy, right? Sean is what he said is absolutely spot on, right? As much as Daniel Levy has done what he's done in the past, but people have got. I know people. Look, you have to remember the past is the past for a reason, right? Everyone can learn from mistakes. If you don't learn from mistakes, then you're never going to grow as a person. You're never going to grow in anything, in any business, or whatever it is, right? You learn from more failures than you do successes, right? That's how life works. The thing is with Daniel Levy. The thing that everyone, and I'm a Levy out person, right? But I have always stood by, if we see windows like this for the next 3 or 4 years, right? To me, that shows that the guy is changing, right? And I believe this window could be the start of something different. And what I've seen in Tottenham, and I've been saying this all summer, right? What I've seen at Tottenham this year is different to what I've seen in the last 10 years, right? At Spurs, the way they're trying to act, the players that they're going for, right, says it all for me, right? I don't want to see us go for these Archie Grays and all. I want to see us go for the Simmons. I want to see us go for the Lookmans, the Savios. That's what I want to see, right? And the thing is, I think what too many people who are too invested in the Levy out, right? And I'm a Levy out person. The too many people who are invested in that way, they can't look past what's happened in the past. They will focus on that and they won't look at what's happening right now, right? Hold on, Lubo, let me finish. I want to speak, right? Right? So now what I also want to say is that I think you have to give them credit for what's been happening, right? Because like Sean said, none of this would be happening if it wasn't for what they have done and the decisions that they made. Everything happens for a reason, right? And the last thing I'm going to say on this is that I watched that overlap, like we all watched that overlap Gary Neville interview with Daniel Levy, and there's something for me that stood out the most, right? And it was when Gary Neville said, "Why is it that Tottenham fans something like why is it Tottenham fans hate you or something like that, right?" And he and all this kind of stuff, and then he said something like, "I think they'll appreciate me when I'm gone," right? And I think that's exactly what will happen because I think what they're doing now is I've seen them move differently than I've seen them I've never seen them move like this, right? And I don't think our business is done yet either. So I think when the window closes, I think we're going to see the best window we've ever seen as Spurs, right? Under this ownership. And for me, I believe it is the start. And I've said this from the beginning. When Donna Cullen left the club, it's the beginning of the end of Enoch. Whether that's in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, it is the beginning of the end. And what I believe they're doing is they are prepping this club to eventually sell it on, right? But in order to sell it on for the best value for money, they have to make the team a top team or a team that's at the echelons or touching on those teams that are competing at the top. Because then you've got everything. You've got a top training ground, top stadium, a team that's nearly there, and a team that makes the money that they make. Who wouldn't want to buy that if you're a rich billionaire or if you're a PIF fund, right? For me, like Sean, I know Sean has said like maybe Daniel Levy has taken us as far as he can. I don't know. I still think maybe as something. Look, I think they're going to grow this club even more than they've already done, and eventually they will sell it, right? And I think they'll sell it to someone who's going to have limitless amounts of money, right? But for now, look, we have to be happy with what's going on, and the thing is, we have to also acknowledge that this is not like Spurs have ever moved before. They've never moved like this in any shape or form, any way, shape or form. They haven't, and that is different for me.
Right,
Danny, let me tag in after Lubo.
Jake, I'll just answer that very quickly. I'm going to answer that, Danny, in Sean's language because Sean will understand this. If Sean's going to his stockbroker and he's going to say, right, should I buy shares in this company? Here he is. Should I buy shares in this company? His stockbroker is going to say, do you know what? Have a look at Tottenham Hotspur because there are changes going on there. The old cartel that's been there for 24 years of Levy, Cullen and Collicott, that's been broken up to an extent. And you've got new people on the board. You've got Peter Charrington's come on, Vinay's come on. And all of a sudden now, in these last few months, you've seen Spurs in transfers behave in a different way. They're more ambitious. They're going for better players.
Isn't that changing, Lubo?
Correct. But my point is, and they've also got a manager here who has come in and said that the way Spurs behave in their transfers is wrong, as far as he is concerned.
When did he say that? When did he say that?
Who, Frank?
When did he say the way that we behave in our transfers is wrong? No,
Frank said that the policy does not align with the way he did things at Brentford. So he obviously thinks things are wrong. The way Spurs do it is wrong.
He said that he built a 7-year template that's new and nascent at Tottenham.
Sean, come on, let's read between the lines.
Let's not read between the lines, mate. Let's not, because you're reading between the lines always reads towards the negative, Lubo. You're putting shit out there like it's a fact.
Ignore it. Frank,
you can't do this all the time, Lubo, and expect
no. But one thing I would say, Lubo, is you have the ability to go through something acknowledge all the positives, finish your evaluation of it, and then be like -4. Like so, it's like the working and the end result. They're not the same.
No, there is a change. There's a change.
The company that you said we're doing this, we're doing that, and I just want to say really quickly on these things. It's like you can't critique the club when they're making different mistakes and evolving, right? So when we didn't buy a player, you can't say that's the same as going in for Eze and getting pipped by Arsenal. Yeah, you can say, okay, Xavi Simons, right? He wanted Chelsea all window. This is what we had to do to get the player. We had to wait until this specific moment to get this player. We could not have got this player any earlier, right? So if you then want to have a go at the club for saying you've waited too long, fair. But on the flip side, we waited this long and we delivered. So therefore, the strategy, the ends has justified the means. We won our first 2 games as well. So you can't really turn around and say it's damaged the club or we've had.
You didn't let me finish, Jay.
No, but my point is, Ian, is you always want to get to the negative, even though the positive. Even though you go on.
You started with a lie, Lubo. You're going to get interrupted if you start with a lie.
Sure, let me finish. I would have finished off by saying that the stockbroker would have said, Sean, the club are doing things differently. They've got new people on the board. They're going for more. They're going for better players. They're paying higher wages. Now's the time to get involved and buy shares because there seems to be a change at the club. So I was actually going around the whole and agreeing with Danny, but going through it in a different way, the way that a stockbroker would say to me, because they look at the board of directors. If you want to buy shares, they'll look at the board of directors, their history, their record. They'll look at the results. The way they
we don't know how it works, mate. But Daniel Levy's still in charge of the football club. You're making out like this change in the last day, because last week, 2 days ago, you were fuming, going back on your Levy out bandwagon. As soon as something good comes along, you pivot back to it's not Daniel Levy, it's a change at the board. How about this other alternative that just is impossible to seep into your mindset? That maybe, just maybe, Tottenham Hotspur have done brilliantly well with their financial acumen, and that they're now in the position to spend.
Well, also, I just want to say, like, obviously,
wasn't that always part of Daniel Levy's plan? Wasn't it what he said 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago? Wasn't it always part of the plan? And then now you're saying it's all today. Today you're saying
it is contradicting.
Today you're saying it's all down to this. Yesterday you weren't. Yesterday you said, sorry, one second. Super quickly. Yesterday you weren't saying this, Lubo. Today you are. You are opportunist, my man. You are opportunist.
Can I just, but Lubo, before you go, I just want to add this because I just wanted to make it, because I haven't got that long, but a couple of things here. One is a shift takes time, yeah? And you got to break a few eggs, yeah, to make an omelette. Remember when Man City first came on the scene, yeah? And they were trying to get players and everyone kept rejecting them. People were rejecting them. They weren't seen at the level. I promise you, Xavi Simons wouldn't go to Newcastle, yeah? For all these other clubs that you talk about, our profile is bigger than them. And that's because of Levy, whether people like it or not. We're the biggest club who aren't winners, yeah, per se. But these players that Villa signed, we could sign them if we wanted to pay what Villa paid them. These players, Newcastle, we could sign them if we wanted to sign them. They couldn't sign players that we signed, yeah? We have a higher profile than them. And you're entitled to say,
don't tell me it's not down to Levy. We're a bigger club.
Of course it's down to Levy, bro. What do you mean? How's it not down to Levy?
You know what, Jay, that's the difference. That's the difference, because I'm twice your age, and that's the difference in history.
But Ian, that's the point. You can't say, bro, listen, people don't want to go to Nottingham Forest because they won the European trophy in 1970. So you could then say Marinakis is responsible for the rise of Nottingham Forest. You would say that. I know you would say that. But when it comes to Tottenham, you won't say the same thing for Levy. You'll say Marinakis is a great chairman. You'll say Tony Bloom is a great chairman. But when it comes to Daniel Levy lifting our profile, yeah, and there's a lot of things he's got wrong. And you've been right to say he's got things wrong. But to turn around and pretend, yeah, that the players we're targeting and what we're trying to do now isn't on the back of the club he built. All the super players you've seen in the last 30 years, who bought them? Who bought them? Daniel Levy bought them.
Absolute fact.
Whether you like it or not. So I'm not trying to say Levy is blameless. Nah, plenty of blame to be shared around. Yeah, even this window, I'd say the strategy and approach not good enough. Me and Sava got into it. We were saying it's not good enough. I said to Sava, but he's like, Jay, it's always but. It's like J-Lo sponsored this. I'm like, listen, Sava, yeah. The one point I want to make about this is if the club's making changes, you have to give it a chance. Like, you can't just be like, it's like the change for Spurs thing. All right, listen, you wanted to march before our Europa League final. Nonsense. You cancelled that. Then it comes into the window. Yeah. You want to complain about what's happened in the transfer window, but it's not finished. Okay, I'll let you do one. I disagree, but I'll let you do one. You want to do another one before the transfer window? Childish. Children. £100 million transfers. Yeah. You think it's like playing Football Manager. You don't want to give the club the benefit of the doubt. That's fine. But then to turn around and pretend that we don't do anything good, we don't do anything positive. I want people to be clear. I am a Tottenham Hotspur apologist. I will always try and defend the club. If you want to mix that up and try and make it like I defend Levy, nah, I defend Tottenham always and forever, especially against fans who can't see what we're trying to do. If you want to complain 2 days ago, and the only difference between then and now is that we bought Xavi. If Xavi Simons had turned around and told us no, yeah, would you have turned around to Daniel Levy and called him every name under the sun because a player's preference wasn't to come to us? If that's the case, then that's not fair.
It wouldn't have been Daniel Levy's fault if he didn't come. That's a guarantee.
Wouldn't have been the narrative though, Danny, would it?
Not for me. Not for me personally. Maybe for Lubo, but not for me.
Bang on the money. If Nottingham Forest were a monster club in the 70s, but you're giving the credit to Brian Clough in 2025, you're insane. If you're giving the credit to anywhere in their resurgence.
Forest had 4 decent years. We had 30 or 40. How can you compare the two? You talk about West Bromwich.
They won 2 European Cups, mate. They're a bigger team than that. Either way, you can hark on about 50 years ago all you want. All you want, you can. Okay, but what you don't.
We're a big club.
Maybe you just your vitriol and your bias towards Daniel Levy. It ekes out. Everyone can see it.
No,
everyone can feel it. You can't even enjoy today. You can't enjoy today because you fear that reasonable people are going to say fair play, project working. You can't enjoy it, and that's the point I was making to Billy T. I said, Billy, are you one of these people that? I'll be honest, Lubo, you are that guy. You are that guy that isn't happy today. You are like Brian Dagel 3 years ago when we signed Bentancur and Kulusevski on deadline day, and I was on Irish Hotspur on the deadline day stream with Matt Hayes, with Jack Kinnicky, and with Brian Dagel, and I was the 5th. And when we signed those 2 players on deadline day, 4 of us were jumping with joy. 4 of us were happy. 1 of us was miserable. And you come across that way today. We've just signed an absolute baller, and you'd rather talk about 25 years because you're so ingratiated your anger at Daniel Levy that you don't want to sit there and go, it's actually a fucking brilliant thing. It's really, really sad, mate. It's so
Brian, I guarantee it, Brian will sit there and say, no matter how much I dislike him, fair play today, Levy.
Yeah,
he didn't at the time. Back in the day.
I'm talking about now, Sean.
Maybe he's realised that it's actually just nicer to celebrate the good times rather than always looking for a reason to be miserable.
No,
but there's too many people that just want to sit there and go, "Well, it's good today, but it's been shit for 25 years, so let's stay miserable." How about just be happy? Just be happy.
Brian, exactly. Brian is one who will sit there and admit he still don't like the fella, but fair play, you got the job done today. That's just being both sides. That's just seeing the other side of the world, basically. And he will do that no matter how much he dislikes him. So, again, it's the same thing again. No matter how much you dislike the chairman and want him out, same as I do and a few others do, at the end of the day, fair play, mate. You got it right this time.
Yeah,
you might have screwed up with Eze, but fair play. You got it right.
When he gets it right, he gets it right. Unfortunately, it's not enough, but he got it right today. So that's it.
You can't even finish a sentence without a criticism. You can't even just say fair play, you got it right.
What Jay just said about Eze and Morgan Gibbs, right?
You can't even finish a sentence. Fair play, Daniel Levy. Eze was a fuck up. He ended up better off in the end anyway.
But look at Morgan Gibbs White and Savinio, because this is one thing I wanted to say to the fan base. One, we didn't even know those 2 players were on the market. Yeah. When those players came out, yeah, we were like, okay, this is great. This is amazing. So one, the club was uncovering the highest level of player that we could get, and they were going for it, continually going for it. We talk about Eze, yeah. I look at Eze differently, and this is my logic on Eze. Eze always said that he wanted Arsenal, yeah. Then Arsenal backed off, right? We had a window of opportunity to do the deal. We did not do the deal quickly enough within that window. Fair. However, that window was not huge. Let's say the window was 8 days. Like the window was 8 days, and we should have done it in 3 or 4. Yeah. That to me is not worthy of people going absolutely batshit. Yeah. People are acting like we had 40 days to get Eze, and then we didn't do anything for 40 days. And then right at the end, no, Arsenal wanted him. Arsenal were his preference until Arsenal backed off. Then we came in. Then Arsenal came back in when Havertz got injured. But let's not act like Eze wasn't calling up Arteta. Wasn't like, come on, mate, come get like. So okay, I'll take the blame, and we could have been faster and better on Eze. But at the end of the day, player preference is player preference. Kudus preferred us. He came to us in spite of other people. So when I'm critiquing the Gibbs White thing and the Savinho thing and the Eze thing, I'm like, I look at Mbeumo. I look at how long Gyökeres took. I look at all these other deals. And why do people think that we exist in a vacuum and we're the only team that want to negotiate? At the end of the day, the deal we did for Eze was agreed. Yeah, they agreed it with them, and they agreed the salary. He picked someone else. Morgan Gibbs White. We agreed the deal. We agreed the salary. There was nonsense with Marinakis. Savinho, we would have paid whatever it took. They won't release him. When it gets to this point, I'm like, the club's doing what the club's doing. Yeah, we can maybe critique about the etiquette of £1 million deals, and we should be doing this and we should be doing that. But I don't have enough knowledge of deals of this magnitude to be running around going sick at the club because I don't know. So in the absence of that knowledge, why am I going to go ballistic? I'm just going to be like,
"Who's going ballistic? No one's going ballistic. No one's
what,
going ballistic."
come on.
Can I just say, is it fair to say? Is it fair to say, right? Listen, we're all allowed to be reactionary in the moment when bad things happen, and we're allowed to be reactionary when good things happen. For me, the way I've always seen this is, if as a fan I'm upset with behaviours of how the club has acted or Levy's acted or whatever director of football has acted, all I can ask for is that I see something different the next time. And
Xavi
I'm seeing different with
better, right?
I'm seeing different with the Paulinho loan at the age of 30. I'm seeing different with Xavi Simons. I get it that people are going, okay, well, this doesn't make up for 25 years if that's the narrative. I understand that. But surely the only thing we can ask for is that we see better. And again, I'll say this again.
We learn from our mistakes. Yeah.
Sure. But let's look, hang on, Jay. What we're seeing right now is if what we're seeing is correct, and we are about to go in for a Paqueta, and we are going to go in for an Akanji, I can't ask for more than that. Right? I can't. That doesn't mean I like everything they do. That doesn't mean I'm a flip-flop. What it does mean is that, okay, are we learning? And I think it's right that people then look forward to the next windows and say, okay, let's see what happens. But what I don't think we should do is between this window and that window is spend 3, 4, 5, 6 months talking about, one window doesn't change anything. Cool. Well, just don't worry about it at the moment. And again, this is only if we get the players in, because Xavi Simons, that's brilliant. Love it. Brilliant. Today, Xavi Simons doesn't mean that the window doesn't need more additions. That doesn't mean that covers everything over. But the club are working on stuff, right? We know that. The club are working on other deals. Get them in. Let's concentrate on, I don't know, the football instead of the men in suits. I'm so bored of concentrating on men in suits, if I'm brutally honest. It's like I'm a city broker or something. Men in suits everywhere. Yeah. Let's concentrate back on the football. And then in the January window, if we need something, over to you again, guys. Let's go and do it. But I just feel like we have to be able to...
I've also said that recently, I think on your show, Sav, I've also said the one good thing here, aside from losing players, is that we're showing ambition now in terms of the right players.
And
That's down to Thomas Frank. That's Thomas Frank.
I will say as well, like, I don't think in all the arguments we've had, or discussions, most of the time it's more been about, I guess for me, like in terms of temperature, like, because I know obviously everyone's like angry man shouting at the clouds, loves 3 at the back, which I'm sure you must love now that Thomas Frank's played that a couple of times. You must be very excited. Is that you want the best for the club, and we all express it in different ways. So I do feel like, honestly, like, I know people give Lubo a bit of a hard time, but at this point, I don't think there's much more Lubo can ask for from the club. The club is going for players that he thinks are decent players, I'm assuming. They're paying the money. He probably wants it a little bit faster, but am I right in saying that bar that, you have very little to moan about currently, potentially?
No, I must tell you something. I'm more, so far, listen, we're still short in the squad. We're still short. We don't know whether Takai is going to be good enough. So it's putting him to one side. We've lost Son of Madison and we've got 3. So we're one better off. Whereas teams like Newcastle, have got 4 or 5 players in now. We are still behind the ball game.
So let's talk about what we need. Let's change the subject and talk about what we need from
hang on,
this.
let me finish. So Jay,
all right.
I think
I'm
Frank
so bored of Levy.
No, Frank coming in is a major
Yeah,
positive.
same here. Forget Levy, man.
Frank's our best signing this summer by an absolute mile, way ahead of all.
I don't disagree with that.
I think he's going to be absolutely brilliant, and I think with the right backing, he can take us right up to the top. I really believe that. I think he's that good. So I think Frank's a real plus. I think the 3 players we've brought in are excellent, and that shows the level of players we're bringing in, and that shows the level of ambition. So I'm very, very happy with the way that's going. And you've got the whole thing's changed now. You've got different people on the board. Levy hasn't got his mate Cullen. That cartel's been split now. So for me, if you look at it logically, if you put all the bits together, all the pieces together, things are changing at Tottenham and changing for the better. But
so what do we need now, Lubo? So what do we need now between now and Monday at 5 p.m? What do Spurs absolutely need to make sure that we go into the season covered in all positions and with a squad capable of I say competing. I don't mean challenging for titles, but
being
holding our own.
Being competitive.
So what do we need?
We would say either Lookman or Savinho, and then you're looking at either Akanji or Ake.
Hold on. I had this debate with Sava about the left wing. Do you remember? And I said, if we can't get the left winger, would you be okay running Tell, Odebert, and Johnson until January, and we go in for the number 1 target? At this point now, where do people stand on going with what we've got, having seen the first 3 games? Hold on, but having seen the first 3 games, right? Like, if you can't get the player you want, would you run with what we've got or get a lesser player? Because I personally think, obviously, Johnson's got
go and get Lookman. Jay, why can't we go and get Lookman? He's a versatile player who can play in multiple positions.
My thing is,
it's a no-brainer.
I think it's a brainer.
I want to ask you this, right? The thing is, I think we all know that the number 1 target, which seems to be Savio, right? And I've just, if we don't get him this window, which I don't think we will, I think they're going to go back in for him at some point, right? Whether it's this January or next summer, I think they will. But until then, we still need to get cut. We want to be a big club. Hold on. Let me just finish this point, right? If we want to be a big club, right, we have to go and buy quality, ready-made players right now to elevate the level of the squad, right? Because we need a squad. We're in multiple competitions, and we are going to get injuries. That is a given. We are going to get injuries, and we need to be able to deal with injuries with quality. And if we leave ourselves short, right, we are leaving ourselves open to having a disastrous run or bad run of form or whatever it could be, right? It could go sideways very quickly. For me, Lookman is a no-brainer because he's proven in a big league, right? He's a big game player. He's not that expensive. He's at a good age, and he's versatile. He's homegrown. He can play right wing. He can cover for Kudus. He can play left wing. He can play center attacking mid. He can play as a striker. For me, he's a no-brainer.
But Danny, the argument is compelling. My only point on that is that's it for wingers. So basically, if I'm telling you now, yeah, you can get Lookman now, or you can get Savinho or Semenyo in 6 or 12 months. Yeah. What are you saying then?
But there's no guarantee of that.
There's
Is
no
there?
guarantee.
No,
That's
but
the problem,
yeah, I hear that. But if I'm saying that's the logic, where it's basically saying you can get Lookman now, or
no,
you can
because
go
do you
for-
know why,
because-
Jay? Do you know why I don't agree with that, right? Because logic doesn't work in football. Because logically, Chelsea should have got Xavi Simons. Logically, the way everyone looked at it, he was going to go and pick Chelsea. But logic is you can't use logic in football, because in football and in life, anything can change in a split second, right?
No,
and all it takes is one thing to change.
Danny,
Yeah,
Danny, I'll support Jay on this one. Because when Klopp took over in October 2015 or 2016, Klopp had to build his squad, didn't he?
Yeah.
He had to build his squad that culminated in the league in 18 and Champions League in 19. I think it was, or fourth, whatever it was. He won the Champions League before the Premier League, didn't he? So he's not. Frank can't fill every hole in one market, in one transfer window.
Yeah, but we lost Son. So this wasn't a nice to have. This is this is replacing arguably your best player, Lubo.
Correct,
Yeah.
and that made it worse. And that tipped it.
So we basically, Lubo, with Xavi Simons, we haven't just added, we've replaced Maddison and Kulusevski now, right? But we still haven't replaced Son. We still need to replace Son.
We do, Danny. We do. Sometimes you can't get everything done in one window. Rome wasn't built in a day. It's going to take Frank. It's going to take Frank.
I understand that.
It's going to take him 3 or 4 windows. It's going to take Frank 3 or 4 windows to get the team in. The players.
Sorry,
in
explain this logic to me. Why can't Spurs get a left winger in a whole summer?
No, we can get a left winger. They're saying is this like is Lookman, for example, Semenyo's 3 years younger than Lookman. Yeah. In terms of Premier League right now, he looks ready to explode. Looks a top player. Savinho, he's 21. You know, huge ceiling, top player, already playing regularly for the champions. So these 2 players, to me, have a higher pedigree, ceiling, where they're going than Lookman right now.
But can we get them?
And you can argue they're similar level players at least. Yeah. So my point here is, okay, you buy Lookman now, but that's your wingers done for the next 12 to 18 months. It is. You can't buy any more wingers. You can't. We're full.
Why? Can I say the obvious? Can I put the obvious out there?
Yeah. No, listen. If we buy Lookman, we'll have Lookman, Tell, Odobert, Johnson, Kudus.
But then if we're going to use that logic, who's to say we're not going to go and sell Odobert or Tell?
Yeah. See, this is the point.
Who's to say we're not going to do that?
No, because even if you sell one player, listen. Even if you sell one player, yeah, you still got more and Williams Barnett coming through and stuff like that. So my thing is like you have to sell like 3 wingers, yeah, to justify another higher level winger who's looking to play all the time. Because top wingers don't rotate like that. Top wingers are playing 70, 80% of the minutes. So when you're talking about bringing another winger in, it doesn't work like you just bring another winger in. If you bring a first team winger in, it kills the minutes for other people too. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but can I say the obvious, right?
Go on,
I think in an ideal world, if we're going, right, let's not get Lookman. We're just using him as the example. It doesn't have to be Lookman, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Let's get Lookman in now. Let's not get Lookman in now because we're going to go all out for Savio in January or the summer. In theory, sure. In theory. But 6 months, 12 months is a long time in football. Someone does their cruciate ligament. Someone drops in form. All this kind of stuff. The problem with this is, I'll be honest, as a fan and bigger clubs, if we're talking about being a bigger club, they don't give a shit about, can we bring in a top player because what will that do for Mikey Moore, Tell and Odobert? Yeah. I don't give a shit. You bring in a top winger, and then if you have to sell Tell or Odobert, you sell Tell or Odobert because they're not good enough right now, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, when we're saying that we can't do everything in one window, we've only bought in 3. Let's. I think we're making out as though we've got 7 and we wanted 10. We've only bought in 3, right? For me, there should be no reason why an entire transfer window you cannot replace somebody of Son's. Yes, it was a declining Son, but still a son that got enough GNA and enough to say that he was one of our better players for the last few years. If you don't replace that and then you put that with Tell and you're replacing him with Tell or Johnson, the drop-off is absolutely huge. Right. So for me, yes, you go and get what you need in left wing now. Now, if it's a Lookman, right? Lookman comes in, let's say he does well, brilliant, nothing wrong. Lookman doesn't do great. Okay, well, in the next window, you might lose Maddison and Kulu. And then you're replacing them with another winger. So there's always ways and means to rotate a squad and to have ins and outs. But to answer your question, Jay, the same as the same as when Jay and I had the round in the WhatsApp group a while back. I don't want to go with Johnson for 6 months on the left wing. I don't want to go with Tell on the left wing for 6 months because Tell and Odegaard aren't good enough. And Johnson isn't a left winger. So I don't think us asking for a proper left winger, I don't think that's asking too much. So when we're saying Rome wasn't built in a day, well, Man City have gone out and bought a shed load of players. Arsenal have gone out and bought how many? Right? Liverpool have bought how many? Chelsea have bought how many? So this excuse that Rome wasn't built in a day, what, we're asking for a left winger. No one's asking to go and buy another 5 first-team players, are they? So look, that's where I'm at with it. I think we need better.
Also, Sava, I agree. Can I just add, I don't know if you've seen it, but I want to read out Pep Guardiola's press conference. They asked him about Savio staying, right? And this is what he said. Monday is the finish of the transfer window, and next press conference, you can ask me about that. Don't ask me about rumors, potential arrivals, or potential flights. So next week. Is that anything to go by? I'm just giving you giving people some news of what he said.
I don't know. I just want better than Benji and Dan. I'll bring Benji and Dan in. I just want better than what we've got. When we're saying, should we be happy to go with what we've got? I don't want, listen, Brennan Johnson's good at what he does. He's not a left winger. He's not a left winger. I don't want him as a left winger. Tell is not good enough. Odegaard is not good enough yet. Why shouldn't we be wanting better, guys?
I agree. I completely agree.
On the better side, I would go for Lookman now, personally. Reason being, because we need to be better now.
Right now,
Okay, you can say we need to be better in 6 months' time, a year's time, 10 years' time. You always need to get better. But if we end up not getting that player and then slacking because we don't get that player, that would make it even harder to get another player as such, the way I see it. We need it now, not tomorrow. Not the day after. So for me, we got to go and get that left winger now, if we can do it.
Yeah, I mean it's a difficult one, really, isn't it? Because also you can't help but feel like the money is also sitting there waiting to be spent on it. I just think with Savio slipping out of reach. I mean, Lookman is obviously a fantastic player, and it'd be great to have him. But if that doesn't work out, I'm actually not seeing too many other sort of available players that we could maybe bring in to get down that left side. But yeah, at the end of the day, I agree with you, Sav. We need it now, really, don't we? It's cut and clear.
By the way, Chelsea have approached Brighton to sign Facundo Buonotti.
I don't know anything about him, to be honest.
Yeah, Palace have just signed
Jeremy Pino
from Villarreal.
Good player.
Also, I just want to prove that Sean is the biggest flip flop there is, right? Because someone actually put it in his group chat. Big up to Phil P. He goes, "It's like Sean. Sometimes I think Levy has taken the club as far as he can, and sometimes he's my chairman." It's basically Sean as a flip flop. When it suits him, he's his chairman, and other times he's taken the club as far as he can go, and he actually even said it today. Sorry, go on, Dan.
That's all right, mate. I mean, I'm just looking at Sky Sports at the moment. I think at 2:30, Thomas Frank's one comes on, and just seeing what I've seen there, I think that's the one where it's going to be made official and that. And we've gone and got Simmons on a 5-year contract with Tottenham having the option to add 2 years to it.
Mm-hmm.
2 years.
Yep.
Look,
2
to
years.
Add 2 years to it. That's what he's just said. That is a steal. See, it's simple as that.
guys, what I wanted to do, I'll be honest, I've been going for 6 hours. I wanted to do the super chats, and then I'm going to dip out and watch the press conference. I'm guessing if they aren't ready to announce it yet, then you're going to get a lot of, we'll see. I can't talk about it yet. And then people are going to start panicking as to whether or not the deal's actually done because Thomas Frank hasn't said it in a press conference. Let's have a look at the super chats. Big up to Daniel Harris, who said, simple, we've got our Tottenham back. Well, we're going in the right direction. We're going in the right direction with those signings. Let's see what we can do moving forward to get more. But yeah, it's a very good day for Tottenham. Big up to you, Dan. Where are we? Big up to Bone Star 2K. So, guys, I know you have PTSD from Willian, but he U-turned before signing. This is different. Here we blood clot go. Blood clot. Brilliant. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Big up to Sanctuary of 7. How you doing, my man? Said, Benji's killing my buzz over here, laughing my ass off. Yeah, Benji and his negativity, eh? Benji and his negativity. Where are we? Big up to you. Thank you very much, Sanctuary. Playful Spurs back in. Said, Sava, is this Don or Lang pushing the transfers? Mate, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. I guess it all depends on which one you prefer as to who you think is pushing this narrative. Big up to you, my man. Thank you. Espen has said, how do you rate Simmons compared to Eze? Listen, I love Simmons. I love Eze. I think Simmons is a lot younger. I think he's got a little bit more to his game. I think he can develop a lot more. I'm very happy with a transfer is what I would say, Espen. But listen, I'm not going to pretend I wouldn't have wanted Eze, but listen, I'm really happy with Xavi Simmons. Big up to you. Spurs side chat said, Benji is so negative. Benji's getting it. Benji is getting it in the super chats. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Spurs side chat. Aaron Paxford has just put in a super sticker. Big up to you, Aaron. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. Pedavati has said, Xavi Simmons, proper baller. Proper baller. All the best, chaps. All the best to you as well. Thank you very much. And yeah, proper baller. Henry Thong TV said, is Simmons registered for Bournemouth? I genuinely don't know. Genuinely don't know. I believe he had to have been registered before midday. I don't know what they've done behind the scenes. I'm guessing we will find out. My gut would tell me probably ready for after the international break. But we'll see. We'll see on that one. Big up to you. Aaron coming in again with another super chat. So I'm just checking. There's loads of news breaking all over the world. Big up to you, Aaron. Really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very much. Big up to Henry Fong TV. Said, Alex, you're one of those who gets rattled the most. The fact. See you later, Jay. Take care, bro. The fact you have to waffle your point. Listen, it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about that. It's all good. Thank you very much. Igor said, I woke up to the greatest news this morning. I was refreshing X yesterday and being skeptical, but here we are. Come on, you Spurs. Big up to the channel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate that. And yeah, great to wake up to this news. Big up to Tony Rodriguez. Said, hate to be that dick, but Pratt, that Simon's return from national break in. I'll pray that Simmons returns from national break in one piece. Look, we pray that all the players come back from international break in one piece, don't we? But big up to you, Tony. Thank you as always. Big up to my man Rodney. Said, big up, guys. Lubo reminds me of, here he is just in time for this. Lubo reminds me of one of them grumpy puppets on the balcony of the Muppet Show. Be happy. Come on, you Spurs. I love those grumpy old Muppets. I love that. Lubo, I'm definitely gonna get an AI video made about this. Absolutely brilliant, Rodney. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Big up to David, who has said, guys, can we just take a deep breath and appreciate how much better our attack looks now? Just get Lookman to complete the puzzle. Frank is gonna cook. Frank is gonna cook, even though he can't attract people. So I was told. Big up to you, David. Thank you. And you're absolutely spot on. Big up to Joshua. Big up, Josh. Listen, there's a members only show, 5 p.m. Gives me 2.5 hours away from the computer. Members only show at 5 p.m. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Really appreciate you, Josh. Big up to Dean. Always on the Super Sticker train. Much love, my man. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. Big up to Rob Frank. How you doing, Rob? Hope you're well. He has said, Lord Levy, my chairman, never doubted him for a second. Yeah, quoted by Lubo. in 2025. Big up to you. Big up to you. 1 second. Oh, no, sorry. Stanley's got one of the wife's trainers that I needed to rescue, but he's just dropped it. Big up to you, Rob. Thank you very much for that, my man. Thank you. Big up to Pete. How you doing, Pete? Said, since when was this Sean Butler TV? He loves it, doesn't he? He absolutely loves it. Big up, Pete. Thanks, bro. Big up to Cartman for chairman and said, Bomber. Much love to you all. Much love to you, Cartman, as well. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And last but not least, always very generous, Blaine has said, I've missed most of this. But in summary, I'm guessing Lubo's calculator took centre stage. Sean at half-mast for Helga. And Sava got the pug celebrating Simmons. Big up everyone on the panel.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Really, really, really do appreciate that. As I said, more reporters are now reporting that Facundo Buonotti is wanted by Chelsea. Chelsea have gone in for Buonotti. So that's an interesting one. A decent player. Reports saying that Tottenham have sent fresh inquiries to deepen knowledge on Ademola Lookman and Morgan Rogers. Well, I don't know if I believe that. Rogers remains the internal dream signing, but seen as very difficult, limited time left. For Lookman, Spurs ideally want a loan move. Interesting to see what happens.
But also, Sav, just to add on that, right, there's also more talk coming out that from different reporters that Aston Villa are seriously lining up Paqueta, and the fact that West Ham have signed some midfielders in the last week or two, they're looking at really getting Paqueta if Rodgers leaves, what it looks like. So it's like they're like, do you think that could happen? Like a domino effect?
It's a lot to do in 72 hours.
It is a lot.
I mean, listen, I've said the same thing about Rodgers. I would love Rodgers, but I think if Villa get a Paqueta, I can see it happening because they've replaced. If they don't, I can't see it happening. But listen, guys, I am going to leave it there. I am absolutely shattered. For anyone who's a member of my show, too much smoking in your channel, Sava. What do you mean? They're not affecting you. They're not in the same room as you, are they? Smoking? I don't know. The smoke doesn't come out of the screen, and it's like someone said earlier, too much swearing. Well, I explicitly make my shows not made for kids when I set up my YouTube settings.
It is it is an adult channel, for God's sake. Deal with it.
Yeah.
You tell them, Dan.
5 p.m. 5 p.m. for a members only show. If you're a member, you're more than welcome. I have posted out about it. You'll see it on my channel. I want to say thank you to everyone. I'm not going to go through everyone by name. I think we've had about 20 Spurs YouTubers across the last 6 hours. Thank you to everyone who smashed the like button. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed. We have just hit a world record. That is so over the top, Sava. We've just hit a new channel record for the number of super chats, the super chat revenue in one show, and for the number of likes in one show. We're nearly at 1,700 likes, which is absolutely crazy. Thank you to the subscribers. We've had 200 subscribers this morning. Thank you to everyone. Much love. I'm sure we'll be back later if an Akanji bomb drops or an Ake bomb drops or something drops. Other than that, I'll see you tomorrow because, funny enough, we are a football team and we've got a game tomorrow. Tottenham versus Bournemouth. Then the Spurs review is tomorrow night. And then I'm buggering off on holiday after the Spurs review. I'm going straight to Gatwick. Take care. Much love. And as always, come on, you Spurs. Hang on. No. How rude of me. Let me redirect you somewhere. How rude of me. 1 second. How rude would that have been to not redirect? 1 second. Who's live? Let's send you over to Tottenham on tour. There you go. I'm sending you over to Dagel. Much love. When you get there, say Savarade. And as always, come on, you Spurs.